Come get some.
Good to go.
We are back. We are back. We are back on the new feed for part 2, day 1, CRoM 13, dedicated to the memory of Corey Steger. And you guys rock. Thanks for coming out. I mean, thank everybody for that participated in segment 1. It was a blast, as always. Twitch is acting like they don't want to put me up. What's up over there at Twitch? Oh, them guys must still be live. That's why. They must still be live on the other.
They probably are.
Stream.
Yes, they are.
Yep. Okay,
I
so Twitch will come up. The Twitch will come up, I'm sure, after they get off of it. But we're good. We're rolling. Segment 2, and we are here with Mr. Arrow 4.0.
4.0.
Randy Zimmerman. How you doing, brother?
Good, Pops. Good, Pops. Hope you're doing well, too.
Hey, I'm living the dream, bro. Living the dream.
As are we all. Yes.
Today has been a freaking pretty good day, man. I'm having fun, and that's as long as I'm having fun, we keep doing it. You know what's up.
That's the whole point behind comics, isn't it?
Yeah.
Kick back, really have fun, entertain. That's the idea.
And you're one of those guys that when I say I've been entertained by you guys for a lifetime, you're one of the guys I can actually say is one of those guys. Okay.
That's what I keep hearing, but it doesn't seem that long. You know,
I mean,
it really doesn't, but it gets under your skin, and pretty soon time flies, and you sit there and you go, "Oh yeah, my first book was printed back in 19." Fuck.
Ooh, yeah. But yeah, I mean, there
you go.
Like I'm looking at the Realm right behind you. Is that
yes,
the
sir.
Realm?
That is the Realm, number 7.
I have some of those.
Good. Awesome.
You see what I'm saying? There's people like you that have been entertaining me for a long time. And what I do right here is like my way of giving something back to you guys.
Well, on that book, I was more behind the scenes than anything. At that point, at the time this book came out, I was art director over at Arrow Comics, which meant I drove down to Ralph's house 3 times a week, and we looked over all the stuff. I answered the mail. I said, "Yeah, that looks awesome," and just got it prepped for the printer. I think Ralph and Stu always ran them over to the printer, the first set of Arrow Comics. But I was also doing Tales from the Aniverse at the time. That was a bi-monthly book about a funny animal universe in the future. JB Space, Mischievous, Fultress, all those guys. Yeah.
Right.
That was a good time.
We got some people filtering in.
Cool.
I see the numbers are starting to go up. We had a really good first segment. I kind of like blown away. And I am only now 1 subscriber away from 300. I seen Randy coming in at $2.99.
There I am. I'm over there looking, and I went, I haven't subscribed to this yet. I need to subscribe. So I hit it. Anything to help you out. Yeah.
Yeah. Welcome to the madness, Randy.
I have always been here. Yes.
I know you have.
Just haven't been here. That's all.
No,
up until your last one. So yeah.
You and Varian and Lola over there, man, you guys have always been like a huge help and encouragement. You guys are always there to talk me down, give me advice, whatever. I got nothing but love for you guys and totally appreciate everything you guys do, which is way farther in the past and way more than my little gig.
See, when we started podcasting, it comes off of 6 months of Varian telling me I need to look at these guys online. And he kept sending me links to everybody's video. And I'm like, dude, we should do that. I mean, I got stories. You got some stories. You got a media empire you're building. Maybe we should sit and do a podcast. So
maybe.
That's how that sprung up. And the big thing that I learned in looking at all of these other videos is that you can't be an act. You can't have you can have a shtick every once in a while. I mean, I got my little bell that I can hit whenever, and we've got stuff that we say as running gags and stuff, but we're not a fake persona. You know, you got to be genuine when you're up here talking and transparent, or nobody gets to know who you are.
Exactly. And that's my biggest problem is like there's people watching that have known me for decades.
Yeah.
And if I come out here and act like I'm somebody else, my own friends are going to call me out. I gotta be me, y'all. You gotta have to just deal with me being me, because I'm never gonna be fake. I'm not gonna come out here and put on some kind of facade like I'm trying to build some kind of an empire, and I'm always gonna be the nicest guy, and everybody's gonna get it their way and all that. No, I'm me, and I have to come out here and be me. And you can look me in the eye, and you can see that I'm right here.
But Pops, I think everybody should get it their way as long as they're promoting fun comics.
Yeah.
And over themselves. I mean, the art form over the individual. The freaking drama has to stop. You know, these crab buckets need to just go away, and we need to talk and do and work and be creative and do comics, man. That's what we need to do.
And all I want to do is promote all them comics.
Yeah.
Look. The mission statement of the Madness has always been the same. The first sentence: I want you all to succeed.
Yeah.
Okay. Smacking me in the back of the head ain't probably gonna get a whole lot of help from me to help you succeed. That's all I'm saying. You know?
Well, trying to walk on the back of anybody doesn't help anybody. You know, it keeps you at the same level or lower, and it tears down anything that's positive out there in this industry. And that, again, it's got to stop. We got to get past this Beavis and Butthead mentality and get to working on entertaining the masses, because that's really what we want to do. We want to entertain the masses.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to have a good time. As long as everybody else trying to have a good time, we're all going to have a good time.
Nothing wrong with not having a good time. No,
I mean, that's all I'm trying to do. I want everybody to have a good time. I also want everybody to be able to see what's available out there when it comes to comics. I represent a lot of people, not on paper, not contractually.
Yeah.
But when I take on somebody like and make it what I feel to be my responsibility to make sure that book gets funded, and I go out there and I work to get that book funded, I feel good.
Yeah,
that gets funded. Okay,
I hear you. Sure,
that's all I'm trying. That's my high right there. That's what I'm looking for. Anything after that is icing. When somebody like Don Chin sends me books, that's icing on the cake. That's the cake is knowing that these books are going to go to print, and you guys are going to be able to send those books to us.
Yeah,
that's the fucking cake. Man.
Yeah.
The rest of it's bonus. The bookmarks and all that stuff, those are all bonus. The fact that we get the book, you're gonna print the book.
Yeah.
That's my goal for you guys, is to get you to that point. Hey, I might not rush out there and push you to get to every stupid stretch goal after that, because some stretch goals I do think are kind of stupid, you know. But I want you to be funded, because the book is what I want.
Yeah.
Everything else is icing on the cake, you know. How you doing, Wooly? What's up, brother? Gee, we got Lucifer, we got Wooly, we got Sim. It's starting to look.
What's up?
Yeah, it's starting to look like the guys are here. I don't know what's up. Are Phil and Larry, are Phil and Christy still over there talking?
They seem to be, yes.
They need to get out my Twitch, man, so I can go. That's okay. Christy can have all the time she wants. She's one of us. That's the way I look at it. Demon
Bitch is an awesome book.
Oh yeah.
I mean, you want to talk about an alternative or an independent comic. That's life from her viewpoint right there. Even though she sees crazy demons and lots of fire, and, crazy shit. It's her. It's her looking at her life inward, and it's a good product. It's a really good product. I love it.
Right, Sam, I get that. I'm talking about when it comes to how I have to divide my time as a promoter. you know, it's like once you've gotten to that funding point, it's not, I'm not saying I don't care anymore. I'm saying there's somebody else over here that ain't there yet. And I'm probably going to dedicate some time to them right now. It's never based, and nobody pays me, so it's not based on what time somebody's actually bought. Okay. Yeah. So my main goal is just getting everybody to fund it. Now, if everybody's funded and I can go say, hey, let's go over stretch goals, then I do that. Or if there's something that I really think is an awesome stretch goal that I think people would be real impressed with, then I'll go push that, you know. But basically, the book is my meat. That's my meat. The rest of it comes afterwards. I gotta have the book. I gotta have the book, and that's once that's accomplished, then I feel like it's time for me to go help the next guy get his book.
Yeah.
You know? And now that's not saying y'all can't throw some money at me and say, Pops, give me some extra help. I'll bust my ass for you if you pay me. I ain't gonna lie. There, it's out there. Okay, I can be bought. Right, Randy.
Sir.
Indie Bolt Revolt.
Yes, brother. Sir.
Do you got this amazing? What the hell? How come I can't share this to the stream? What's up?
Share it. You ought to be able to share it. It's up there.
It didn't. It was on the delay. It's like I hit the button and we moved over and nothing happened.
Oh.
You know?
Yeah.
All right. This is good stuff, y'all. This is old school comics.
It's a sequential art collection by a group of us that are on that pop in and out of the Indie Vault, pop in and out of the Madness too. You know, you see a lot of familiar names here on this. Eric Hodson is there. Russ Leach. You see that cover right there. The Only Death Can Save Us cover is one of the cover sets. Chris Skelf did the other Jetpack Girl, and if you don't know who Chris is, keep watching Arrow Comics, and you will find out here pretty quick.
Oh, yeah.
So, it's going to be great and a lot of fun. Right now, though, it's Indie Vault Revolt, and we are at 130 pages of black and white comics. It's a black and white interior book. It's a flip book. It's a cover book, or it's got two cover sets. It has two front covers. You go in one side down 65 pages, and then you turn it over and you'll go in again at least 65 pages. So we go up another 10 pages for every 25 backers that we pick up. So I'm really hoping by the end of the campaign, we're going to be at least 150 pages. So that means we need to pick up another less than 50 backers, another 46 backers. We're at 54 backers right now. We just crossed the $2,000 mark. And this is a book that's definitely coming out. I got it 90% of it, not counting the additional pages that hopefully we're going to have to add, are already in a print file sitting on my system, ready to go. So all I have to do is put it together and take it to the printer.
Nice. See, I got this this dilemma that my co-host is still over there on the other stream, and I'm stuck here trying to share this out and get all the links out.
We need to tell him to get off. Is that what it is?
It's kind of like Phil, yo, Phil. Yeah, man, that's like I want to be able to talk to you, and I can't do that and share it out and do all this other stuff at the same time. It's like, Junior, where are you at? Like having kids, gotta keep them in line. You know, they act like they're keeping me in line, but they're really not. Yeah, I see you, Phil. I see you over there. Come on now.
I just sent him a message.
I will see you over there. If you're gonna stop on over there.
Yeah. Do that. Come on.
Oh, I was a little loud too. I used all caps. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hit the caps lock. On that, yo, Phil, Pops can't Twitch while you're still live. And just let Phil know. Didn't mean to yell at him, but it's just the way it came out.
I knew that was coming. All right, you better go.
Okay, I had to do that, you know. Lucifer talking to Cindy. Cindy working hard.
Cindy, how are you? Yeah.
It's Saturday night, Cindy. You don't have to work no more. At least not while you're watching.
Oh, hey, Russ never sleeps. You know,
know.
we're always working.
And only
That's a
Russ
sign.
can save us. You guys do know
Yes.
that, right?
Only Russ can save us. Yeah.
Only Russ can save us. He's like a fixture in the madness now, a fixture in everything that I've been doing.
And who
I
knew a
love
year ago? You know,
I know.
who knew a year ago we'd be bumping into such great people? I mean, over the
All the
last year, Indie Volt has grown, Madness has grown. It's crazy. It's one of the actually good things to come out of this mess that's been the last year or so. It's this bug.
I know for me, it's,
But-
I mean, it's a blast, Randy.
Yeah.
From the beginning, I met you guys, and you guys didn't know who I was. You're probably looking at me like, who the hell is this guy? And it was like, I just wasn't going to stop. I told somebody the other day that was talking about doing a podcast. Look, I dove in head first. I didn't know nothing about nothing. I just powered forward, man. And I met some good people that gave me some great advice and helped me along and have helped promote what I'm doing. And I promote what they're doing. And now it's a network,
It's the way it works. That's part of the industry is networking.
And what you guys got, like, pretty much dwarfs me. I'm just the new kid on the block. But
well,
yeah,
the cool thing about Indie Volt is that we're on the web, on the internet, and through indievolt.com, Indie Volt Radio, we hit tens of thousands of people with our audience. And when it first started, Varian was telling me the numbers. I said, "You're full of shit. That's not the way this works. You're not talking to 30,000 people. It's not, no way. You're not talking to that many across the world. It's not happening." And then, my Facebook started exploding, and I still get half a dozen or so friends today from all over the place. There's Phil now. Phil.
Here I am. How goes it, Randy?
Good, man. I didn't mean to yell at you. I didn't realize I had the caps lock on. So I sent it to you.
Oh, is that you in the comments?
Yeah, I said, "Yo, Phil, Pops can't Twitch while you're still alive."
I know. I saw that. It's like, Christy, we better get going. And I was like, well, Pop's always twitching, So.
No, it kept telling me that it wouldn't broadcast over there. And I was like, why won't it? Oh, those guys must still be in the stream.
Oh, that's weird. I did not know that it would do that.
I was surprised that the other two stayed. I mean, I was surprised that it didn't just kick you off the net when I opened this one up. So, pretty cool. And Cindy is getting her Kickstarter set up, and we're going to be talking about that.
Cool.
She's going to be out here this weekend.
Oh,
and
awesome.
Lucifer's going to be out here in a little while. And, man, I keep saying it, but you guys don't even know how much fun I have doing this. Randy.
It is a blast, isn't it?
We're stuck on 54 backers. We've been here for a little while. We need to figure out a way to pump this up.
I hear you.
Here to pump this up.
I'm just happy to be where we're at.
I know.
Silly me. This is my first campaign, and everybody's telling me it's probably not going to make it. First campaigns don't make it. I'm like, no, we can't not make it. We're Indie Volt. Come on. We've got all of these people all over the place. We're offering a inexpensive PDF to anybody outside of the country so that I can send the stuff to them without having to mail it to them.
I love those covers.
Thank you, man.
All right.
I'm saying it like I did them. I didn't do them. All I'm doing is putting a print file together. I got a couple stories in the book, but those covers were just too good not to pass up. Where'd he go?
Are you ready for this, Randy?
Yeah.
Get to 70 backers, and you can do a random drawing and give away this signed Pops fan set cover.
What is that? The Realms?
Yes. Right.
That's cool, dude.
The Wrath of Fire Viking Pops. Y'all don't want to mess with the Wrath of Fire Viking Pops. So look, get this book to 70 backers. Randy's going to give this away to somebody.
Yeah.
All right?
I'll throw that in the package. Heck yeah. That's awesome. Thanks, Pops.
You bet. That's one
Appreciate
of the things I
that.
like to do, man. Is, I mean, the other one's already spoken for. I have two of them. One of them's going to Corey Dwayne Ellis. He wants it.
Cool.
So I told him he could have it,
Yeah.
And that one was just sitting there waiting for have a reason to go do something. And I think that's a worthy reason. We need 16 more backers, and somebody's going to own that book.
Cool.
I'm not saying anybody wants to own a book with my face on it, but just in case.
Well, I was going to throw out there, and probably will here in the campaign, that the next retailer that pops up, the next retailer, we have a retailer pack in there where we're offering 3 copies of each cover set, so you get 6 books for $75. But you have to be a retailer. We asked that you be a retailer.
Has Danny jumped on that yet?
I'm not sure. I'd have to go through the list, but the next retailer that jumps on that tier that I know is a retailer, I'm going to mail them the first couple months of Arrow Comics 4.0 product to them for free. A couple copies of each one so that they can put them on their shelves. And since they supported us, I want to support them too. And I will send those books to them at no extra cost. And you think that's nothing and I'll tell you, Arrow has got 4 books scheduled for September. Let me see. Is that right? Is that 4? 4 books scheduled for August. I'm sorry. And 4 more books scheduled for September.
I'm gonna get you in the collective, bro.
So that's 8 books. That's 8 titles that I will send for free. I'll send 2 copies of each one. So it's 16 books to the next retailer who comes in at the retailer level. And I'll know who you are because I got a list of everybody that buys in and what they bought.
Well, see,
I'll also thank you publicly on the Indie Vault podcast for doing so. Because that's how much I appreciate retail. I retailed for over a decade. I met my wife while I was retailing. I did. Back then, she was a genuine unicorn because you didn't see a whole lot of girls coming into comic shops.
Oh, yeah.
She was coming in. She was buying one of every superhero book. We got to talking and comparing notes, and we were both conveniently single at the time, and she had she had a 5-year-old son. I had a 5-year-old daughter. We decided to take them bowling, and before that, we decided to go out on a date together just to see, how compatible we were. And I was moved in within a week, so, and we've been together. We've been together ever since. That's not an exaggeration, Pops.
And tomorrow
we're celebrating our 30th anniversary. That's not on the day. It's actually on the 29th, but she's got that Monday off. So we're going to celebrate. So it's going to be fun.
Congratulations. Happy anniversary.
Thank you, man. But it's 30 years,
Yeah.
And again, like I was telling Pops with the comics, it doesn't seem that long. It seems like it's nothing.
Well, when it's a good thing, time flies.
Yeah, it is. Time flies when you're having fun.
Yeah.
Randy's driving right by where I live.
Oh, no, we're not. I'm sorry, Pops.
Your plans?
We aren't. Yep, we did. We changed our plans. We decided to go in a different direction.
I showed him the dogs, and he's like, "Oh hell no, I'm not."
Oh no. That wasn't what it was at all. So we decided to go someplace we hadn't actually, not just someplace where we haven't been, but on the way back, we're going to go through where we had our honeymoon. So
right.
That's what we decided to do.
There was the possibility that Randy could have made an actual live appearance tomorrow right here.
Maybe, yes. Yep.
He could.
That would have been fun.
Yep. It was something that was in the works if we could make it happen. That's the kind of stuff I try to do. I try to just surprise them, out of the blue. Look, I live out in the boonies. The first person that comes to my house during CromCon and sits here with me for a couple hours, gonna leave here with something nice, I promise. You
don't have to threaten me with a good time.
That's just how it is,
Ooh, singing and dancing. Yeah. Singing and dancing rodents. What?
I don't like to post concept art online, not until I've posted final art first at least. Okay. They're having a conversation in the chat.
I guess. Hello.
When Lucifer comes out, and if you want to come out too, we can do that. Y'all can have your conversation live in person.
Yeah, with the summer coming on, we just need to have a party. Someplace out in the open.
We're being invaded by
invaded.
Ah!
Hey,
crazy Indie Vault people, come on.
Hello.
Jeez, what did I do to deserve this?
Yeah,
it's a Tuesday already. What?
Yeah, it feels like it. It's like you're scheduling, Pops. You scheduled this way. It's on purpose.
Hello, Varian and Lola.
Hey, how's it going, Phil?
Going good. How about yourselves?
I'm doing okay.
I'm not gonna lie, guys. My ass hurts. I'm just putting that out there. I got a cushion for my chair. I got this expensive gaming chair, and it's
two
doing
pillows, Marion. Come on,
Yeah.
man. I'm sitting on 2 pillows now.
nothing. Yeah, I went and got this new cushion, and it's not helping.
You had that small press publishing dream again?
Yeah. It's
That dealing with the Diamond Demon?
it wasn't that bad. It was
Suddenly your ass is hurting.
Again, I woke up too soon because I woke up before I started bleeding. So.
There's always blood involved with Varian. Always.
I thought we were talking Diamond here. Blood involved with Diamond. They want a pound of flesh, that's for sure.
Pound of flesh, get it?
So yeah, Varian, did you see what we threw out there? We're gonna give this here away. We're gonna give this away when you get to 70 backers, bro.
See, when you first showed it, I thought it was Dio.
That's Pops in Hell.
Yeah, I thought it was Dio. I'm like, why the fuck is he giving away Dio? Oh, it's Pop. Okay.
We're off to the witch. We may never come home.
We have the Pop Culture Avenger in the chat. We got Lunchbox
Warren.
What's going on, dude?
I just think people out there, they're like, how does that black guy know who Dio is? People that.
Well, that's what happens when you're well versed in social media.
Say, a man of many tastes.
Mm-hmm. my wife says my iPod looks like a 15-year-old gothic girl owns it.
Oh yeah.
I think that's true though with a lot of artists. A lot of people that are into art in general get into the arts in general, and they know the wide variety of the different genres and stuff.
Oh yeah, I've done both art and music, man. I know how that goes.
You realize the validity and the artistic value and everything.
Yeah.
Dorian, do you know Danny Morales? Have you talked to Danny at all?
No, I don't believe so.
The guy who works down there at the Collective in Florida that's putting everybody's books on the shelves at the store there?
No.
Yeah, we gotta get you guys together.
There's somebody there's a retailer down there putting independent and alternative books on shelves.
Yes.
God bless them.
Danny's the man with that.
Randy, a wall dedicated to you.
They need all the support we can give them.
Yeah.
Exactly, and that's what I mean. I need to get you guys together. He opened the show today at noon, and was talking about. He was out here with William from 47 Furious Tales, and William was one of the first people to put books on that shelf. Okay, one of the first people that started the Indie Initiative. That's what he calls that wall. Okay, and they have a wall of shelving dedicated to indies, and all they want to do is get you guys singing on the shelves, and the books go out the door, dude.
Gotta love that.
Oh yeah.
You know, so I definitely want to get. I sent him a link. He must be on a date or something, but I definitely want to get you with him because, man, you know, you guys know that's my goal, is getting people's books on the store shelf.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's always been what I wanted to do. So, you know, anybody that's trying to do that, I'm 100% down with it, and I'll send everybody his way.
I hear you.
You know, now Randy just offered this awesome deal on the retailer, the next retailer that goes his way. I want Danny to be that guy, but I can't get his attention.
The next retailer, it's got to be a retailer for this retailer perk where we're offering 3 books of each cover set. That's 6 books for $75. I'm going to throw in the first 2 months, 2 copies of everything that we do as Arrow Comics for the first 2 months. And that's books I haven't even announced yet.
And there was something else too. When I get to 300 subscribers on YouTube, which I'm 1 away, and I just seen somebody I don't know. Okay, when I get to 300, if you hit that little button, Danny's going to give away an autographed book. I don't remember what it was today, but it was one of Jonathan Hedrick books, and it's signed, and he's going to give it away to somebody when we get to 300 subscribers.
Cool.
Right here on the YouTube channel. I'm 1 away. 24 Eyes. Are you a subscriber to Comic Talk with Pops? If you're not, ring that bell real quick so we can get down with giving something away.
I see I'm past my time, Cop. Or top,
Yeah,
Pops.
you can hang out with these guys. We're just going to put up the other book.
I just want to throw up one more thing before we do that. I have an add-on just as you're going out, cashing out from Indie Volt, and that's to help me clean out my basement. I'll send them 5 copies of books that I've done. I'll sign them along with it, and I think it's $15 plus $5 in postage.
And these are books from
a long time ago.
From the 90s?
Maybe from the 80s, maybe from the 2000s. Yeah, it'll be a wide variety of great books that I've been involved with over the years. I can't promise which ones. I've got a lot back here, so
books from before.
It'll make the wife happy to see more of the basement become uncluttered. So,
Pops, I just subscribed.
Uh-oh.
All right, are we at 300? And look, Randy and Lola were $2.99 and $300. What took you all so long to come hang out with Pops? Thank you. Now I definitely need to get a hold of Danny because he's got something to give away. Oh, and 301, you guys rock. I'm not going to talk about subscribers till I get near 400, y'all. I will not bother you about subscribers anymore till I get near 400. Thank you guys. You rock. You all rock.
You're welcome, Pops.
You know, I want you guys to also keep in mind that Lola's doing a backer shot thing tonight.
A backer shot thing? What's that?
Yeah. She was gonna call it back shots, but that didn't.
I called it backer shots.
Yeah. She's gonna take a shot for every backer she gets.
Oh,
over there on that book.
Yeah.
Yes.
You pull that up, Pops.
Alcohol poisoning tonight.
I was say you better go with that lower proof, maybe.
Yeah. Let's hope so.
Why is this being a? Where is it at? I lost.
I can get out of here, or I can pull it up for you, Pops, if you want.
Okay, you can pull it up. Yeah, if you want to. Or Lola can pull it up and she can direct her own traffic if she wants to. That works. That way she can talk about what she's actually.
Somebody got it.
Yeah, there it is. Oh.
All right.
Right there.
All right, so we got work to do on this one, y'all. We got 36 days. We're not quite halfway there. I realize the subject matter ain't for everybody. But if you like this kind of stuff, man, if you like something that's a little bit edgy, this is for you.
Mm-hmm.
You know, go ahead, Lola, rip it.
Whip it good.
Whip it good? Okay.
Yeah. Thanks. Thank you.
Lore is a 80-page adult graphic novel. It's in the style of Saw meets Eyes Wide Shut. It's about a couple who go to adult parties, and the wife, Chastity, her goal is to get into a party called Lore. Now, the only way to do that is to get noticed by Blair. So you have to go to all kinds of parties, and eventually he might notice you. They do get noticed, and they get in with the Lore. And when they get there, things take a turn for the worst.
First 50 backers get a special Lola trading card.
Yeah, and the sticker pack is unlocked.
Unlocked. 30 backers print by Daphne Lade should be unlocked. I've seen Daphne do that live.
Yeah.
We're 7 away. 7 more backers, and that will be unlocked.
Nice.
When a comic comes along, you must back it.
When it's really going strong, you still need to back it.
We were talking last night about this book, and she was on Jody McPhee's show, and I dropped some little things about the book in the chat because I'm like, I want to be the Tom Holland of indie comics, and just constantly just spill the beans. Like, oops, I don't want to say that. But Lola and I were talking when she first putting this book together, and I told her, I said, you should hide this in there and hide that in there, and little symbolic things.
Yeah.
One of the things that
Easter eggs, baby. I love Easter eggs.
Yeah, you know, we the name of the book is Lore, but do you remember what we named the characters' middle names? Well, what's your name? You gave the middle names after I suggested what their middle name should be.
Adam and Eve.
Yeah, there's some things, some symbolic nods to the Adam and Eve story in the book. It's got a lot of like people. I was joking with her that people think it's just sex, but it's
really not.
It's got a lot of story in there, and it's gonna make people have conversations. Hopefully, after they finish reading it.
Yeah, I mean, I like the whole concept, and only because I've lived in many different types of worlds. Okay, I mean, I was in somewhat of a roadie in a rock band. I've been part of radio. I've been all over the place, and I've actually seen the inside of a swinger party or a mansion that's basically was built for that. Mm-hmm. Equipped with dungeons. You walk in the front door, there's a St. Andrew's cross right there in the entryway. You're just like, and yeah, once in a while there was actually somebody chained to it. There's crazy stuff that goes on, but those people aren't evil. That's just what they're into.
Well, I never been to a swingers party.
Neither have I.
Because it's funny, people think that like it's a true story. It's supposed to be what Lola and her husband do. No.
Oh no! Only if there's a pretty girl involved.
Pretty girls will get me there. Pretty girls will get me to the party.
Happy Jam took another nap. Which book has the handcuffs? That's.
The funny thing is, pop culture. I was gonna do handcuffs, so maybe if I reach 50 backers, I can do a little handcuff something.
Keychain, handcuff keychain or something. That'd be cool.
Something.
Some fuzzy cuffs.
And Pops will still be going strong Monday night, bro. That's how we do this on CromCon weekend. I juice up for it, baby.
I want to ask you a question though, Pops. I know you mentioned, because every time I hear the name, I think about that cover. You mentioned the St. Andrew's cross.
Yes.
Let's end the debate. Was that what Wolverine was chained to on the cover of that X-Men book? Or was it Wolverine?
The one that's an X.
Yeah. Was he on the St. Andrew's cross, or was that just happened to be a cross and it like an X? Weigh in. What do you think?
Well, because it's X-Men, you get to relabel it. You don't have. You see what I'm saying? You get to. Oh, I was just doing the X-Men. It's X-Men.
No, it was not. It was not X-Men.
That's what I'm saying. In reality, I mean, that's not what it is. It was a torture device in medieval times. Mm-hmm. That's what it is. Like the stocks that they used to stick the dude in, and your head and your hands stuck out, right? Mm-hmm. That was jail back in the day. That was a way to get, maybe not spend 6 months in jail. I'll spend 2 days in the block in the stocks. I mean,
it was.
You had plea bargains back then too.
I was gonna say only 2 days in the stocks for you. That's light.
That's right for anybody, really.
It was X-Men 251 is what it was.
Yeah? X-Men 251. I don't know if I had that.
Yeah, it's
You know what I did get? You know what I did get today though? I gotta show it.
X-Force.
Dun 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 dun. Bars. Dude, look at Wildcat Garfield, dude. Come on.
Yeah.
That's funny, man. Come on. I can't wait to read this book.
Lola sitting at 1350. Now she did her math, and she realized that she'd actually overestimated. Is that what happened?
Yeah.
So
What do you mean?
she realized that she was being greedy. Go ahead, Lola. Explain to him.
You mean you didn't quite need to go that high of a goal?
No, I didn't. I've been in contact with Indiegogo. I've heard and I was told that I can change it once.
Yeah.
So I'm waiting to hear back from them to see if I can change it.
Yeah, I mean, it's like we say, it's a niche book. You know, this first one is gonna build, some people's curiosity. They're gonna check it out, and then you're gonna build your fan base for this series from there. The first book sells the second book. You know that. If it's good, word of mouth is gonna make it increase. Is gonna increase the sales of the next one. People are gonna, be able to go out there and say, "Oh hell yeah, I read the first one. You want to be in on it." You see, right now, as with all first-time creators, we're, the fans are like, what's it going to be? What's it going to be? How's it going to be? Is it going to be good? And everybody's kind of, just the same way it is with anybody else. Everybody's waiting till the last minute. And then when we go out there and go, hey, yo, you got about 15 minutes left to get on this. You better do it. Then you're probably going to get 10, 15, 20 more people that have been on the fence the whole time go out there and jump on.
Yeah.
I mean, we're going to make sure people see it. And I just want to say to anybody, if you ever get sick of any of these books that we promote, you get sick of seeing it or whatever, just back it.
Mm-hmm.
Just back it. Because once it gets to funded, I usually put most of my efforts towards somebody else who hasn't made it to that point yet. So, get it to funded, and I'll shut up about it, and I'll talk about somebody else's book, and we'll try to keep everybody getting to the funded point. And you guys can go push it toward the stretch goals and out into orbit after that. But let's get it to where they're going to print them. All right? Help me out with this, y'all. Back this book, get it to the point of printing, and then we can, move on.
It's getting printed no matter what.
That's good. I'm glad you said that. Because that way I know that I can go ahead and get it through. Just send you my PayPal. I'll send you some money on PayPal. And you have to send me one on the side after the campaign's over. See, yeah, because I can't use Indiegogo. Damn it! They won't take my card. And they won't admit it's them. And Walmart Money Card won't admit it's them. They're both like, "Oh, you're gonna have to ask the other guy." And it's like, no, you have my money. They can take my money. I don't see what the issue is.
Just experienced that same thing with MoneyGram
and Cash App.
Yeah, they can't take those. So, interesting. But yeah, good times.
Hold on, everybody, read this question. And
that's a silly question. Pops will take a book if you send it to him.
Well, see, that's just it. And then he followed it up with, "You can get it too. I have a PayPal." Dude, you see me over here like the brokest guy in the room. Over here like flying banners like, "Please give me money. Help me out. Yeah, help me out. Please give me money." Yeah. I don't back a whole lot of books, Timothy. I back a few, but I don't have a lot of money. I'm trying to get this rolling where I'm paying my son for the internet that I use. I'm trying to get this rolling so that I pay for my own StreamYard. I'm trying to get this rolling where my phone bill's covered. And when those things are covered, then anything that's left over I can use throwing toward backing people's books and helping them get funded. But I gotta keep it alive or it ain't gonna be no good. You know what I mean?
Tim had a long journey getting that first book out, man. I'm glad to see that he did.
You gotta beg this one, Pops, because I'll let you in on a little secret. You are getting put into the book.
Uh-oh. God, you have a lot to work there with then.
You cannot be showing my butt in your book.
What kind of kink is Pop's gonna have?
Oh, crap, man, that's crazy. Yeah, I will have to have that book. Yes, I will. And now that kind of makes me see. This is the other thing, you guys. That kind of stuff. Okay, makes me humble first off, but secondly, something like that makes me want to push that book more and more and more.
Yeah, I was gonna surprise you with it, but
you kind of just did. I had no idea. But that's what I'm saying. Those kind of things, exactly like that, are the kind of things that motivate me to want to keep doing what I'm doing.
Randy's actually gonna be in it too.
I knew that though.
Yeah, you knew that.
You had told me that earlier.
Yeah, I just don't understand how come me and Randy are together.
You're not together. You're not together.
No, we're in the same panel. We're in the same panel? No.
Everyone's going to be in the same panel. It's a big, spread. It's a club scene.
I do have to add in, though, I am not in the unsolicited book.
No.
Absolutely not.
No, Randy, I looked up your history. You are.
No, I'm not. I am not.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, Randy always said, when I hear about our porn careers.
We don't talk about our porn careers.
You don't?
No.
I hear about you having. I hear about these guys having a porn career all the time.
You have been misinformed.
They never share links. They're never specific about it. It's like it could be any kind of porn for all we know.
Oh no.
Yeah, it could be.
Yeah, see,
one
of them will admit it. Yeah, it could be anything.
I swear it's not me. I didn't do it.
It's not me. I didn't do it.
That's. Oh man.
That guy's just incredibly handsome. He just looks like me. Tape is grainy. Glove don't fit.
Well,
that's what I said.
There's a reason the glove didn't fit. Y'all want to hear? Do y'all want to hear Pop's theory?
Oh no, here we go.
We're getting off of comics.
Oh, it probably could be written as one though.
Probably has already.
Probably has, yeah.
The DNA matches. The glove doesn't fit. Who else's DNA has a hand that will fit in that glove? Did anybody ask? His son's DNA is the same. His son's a lot smaller than him. His son had every reason to be just as mad because somebody was dissing his dad. When he got to the house in the blazer, the first person at the window was his son. The only person in the courtroom he looked at the whole time behind him was his son. I think his son did it. Oops. Oops.
I just have to ask, where were you, Pops, on the night of?
I mean, seriously, I watched every day of that trial. Every single day. I was one of those people that was engrossed by the first real media mess of a trial that was like on TV all day, every day. And I was one of them people that got sucked up in it. And I watched all the evidence and everything.
I remember for my dad, it was like a job. He got up, he got his coffee. He shuffled to the television. He sat down. He turned the TV on, and he was now the 13th juror.
I've never been sure either way. I think my theory is more logical than either of the ones that were out there.
Wait till you guys see my court case. In about 10 years, you got me saying, I think Marion did that shit. I think Marion did it. I think was it you that took all the San Diego Comic-Con banners down around the con with him? Maybe.
I can neither confirm nor deny.
Yeah.
That could have happened. That could have happened.
I mean, there was an incident with the banners, but that's all I'm legally allowed to say.
So this is your first book, right, Lola?
It is.
Do you have plans? Do you have? do you have plans to like continue it, or do you have you got a next thing that you're thinking about working on too?
Oh, my goal right now is to focus on this one, but I do have others in the works.
It was
As
Pops.
speaking.
Well, awesome.
Oh,
Yeah, I have about 9 books lined up that I want to do.
holy crap! I
Oh,
didn't know you
cool.
had that much stuff. What do you do? Sit and write all the time and just what is that? All you do is write? Lola?
No. I don't know how I do half the stuff I do.
I was gonna say you got a lot on your plate. I had no idea that you had that much material ready to do something with. That's pretty cool.
They're not all complete. They're
No.
ideas and partial scripts.
You know, you should know, Pops. Once it gets into your blood and under your skin, you just go.
Yeah.
And then you just can't stop. You just don't stop. That's all it is. And suddenly, 20 years have gone by, 30 years have gone by,
Thanks, John.
John Running is one of our resident artists in the madness. He'll be out here on Monday, doing a little drawing, doing a little giveaway. John's a good dude. Frog's doing what he always does. sharing
Frog.
everything. Appreciate you, Frog. Doing what you do. Phil, are you echoing again?
No. I've caught a few echoes, and I even muted, and it wasn't me, so I don't know what to tell you.
Just check it. Because usually it's Phil.
Well, at least I get the blame.
Yeah.
It could be Indie Princess and Varian too.
Yeah, it probably is.
You're bouncing back and forth.
It's Pops. He just blames me for it.
I hear
I gotta have a scapegoat. I gotta have a whipping boy.
I'm always the sacrificial scapegoat, man.
There you go. There you go. So thank you guys for putting me over 300. I appreciate that. If you're
No
not
problem.
part of the comic related madness and you're in the chat right now, it is the best kept secret on Facebook, and that's where all of this originates out of all of our networking and the promotion and everything all comes out of the madness. So go check it out. If you have any questions for our guests or Phil, feel free to ask. I'm not answering questions today. Because I know I just don't want to answer too many questions today. I'm just,
Oh, no. What's this? I could do a voice of Manson if that.
Oh, yeah, that's what I need. That's
That
what I
Pops
need.
right there.
My co-host Charles Manson. Yeah, that's what I need.
It's
Well, people don't believe Randy did my video.
yeah. They're always saying that's not Randy's voice.
It all started with a donut.
In a world.
In a world
In a world that started with a donut.
with keys, rings.
Now, I got a message from John Hervey that said he has a work appointment and he will not be able to make it out for the 8:30. So, I'm telling you guys right now, I'll be out here with Shawn at 8. If anybody wants to jump back out here at 8:30, you're welcome. You're more than welcome because we're going to have a dead spot. So, anybody who wants to, jump on out here at that time will be here. So,
Lola, what time is your drunk stream or your drinking stream or your
9.
backer stream? 9?
9. Yeah.
Right before that.
yeah, you can come out again. You can come back out. That's fine with me. Promoting is promoting. As long as we're filling the time with somebody's project and trying to help them out, then I'm doing my job.
And that's the way we want it to go. Drink, drank, drunk.
Yeah, and I just got my weed vape today.
You got what? What?
Pass the Ducci on the left hand side.
Exit stage left.
Yeah, she's
And quickly.
Hey, boo boo.
That's more than
average book.
That's more than a picnic basket.
Boy, I say, boy, come over here, boy. I want to show you something.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Here comes Mr. Ranger, Yogi.
He's stumbling.
You
I
know,
think he might be high.
I remember I
It's
heard
okay,
a diss,
Bubba.
I heard a diss track that the Chipmunks did for Dave Seville.
Okay, dude.
And it was, Dave, you're exposed. Fuck with the Chipmunks and end up comatose. Mr. Seville, how does it feel when I step to your grill with a hard cold steel?
And
It
yes,
was-
since John can't make it tonight, we will be dropping his links periodically through the show for the rest of the evening and probably all day tomorrow. Because that's what we do. When somebody can't make it, we still try to make sure they get some coverage. And that's, So, do you guys know this guy?
Oh my gosh.
Evening,
Lucifer
everyone.
Storm.
What did Steve unleash?
Don't worry. I know exactly where Steve is. He's not anywhere near me. So it's all good. We are all safe. We are fine. Good evening, Pops. Good evening, Randy. Good evening, Lola. Good evening, Varian, is it?
Yep.
Varian it is.
Yeah, it is.
Good evening,
Varian
Phil.
is
How the devil art thou?
I'm doing
Hello,
okay.
Mr.
Yeah.
Storm.
Now,
Good,
look,
good.
this is the perfect pairing right here, okay? Lady Satan and Lure probably could make some kind of a crossover at some point, or some kind of connecting covers, or something freaking awesome. I can already envision it. I want you two to check out each other's stuff and see what you can,
Well, I
see
was
if-
on his show. I did
Yes.
a show with him.
Yes.
It was awesome. I had fun.
That's what I'm talking
Glad you enjoyed
about.
it.
I think there are possibilities for a crossover here. You
I
know,
don't see why not.
like Lady Satan might be able to go cleanse a little bit of the evil over there. You can have her come kill Pops. I'm down for that.
The I don't know if like the cleaning in that mansion is a satanic variety. It may need to be mop and bucket and
Well, no, they just call her Lady Satan.
And just don't turn on a black light.
yeah.
Lady Satan isn't so much satanic as it's like, it's kind of like cool bitches
Oh,
with a little
yes.
bit of, weird thrown in. But it's not really satanic. It's not so much like that. I think both of the books have a lot of the same vibe.
Mm-hmm.
You got it, I think it could happen.
I recently subbed to Lucifer's channel, and I was
Oh, nice
going
one.
through
Thank
it,
you.
And how you sub, it takes you back. Like on my television, it will take me back to like the first videos,
Yeah.
and it's like, wait a minute, this is the video I seen last week, and it's really weird how we all progress to get to where how our setups are now.
Yeah.
Because your room was well lit. There was sunlight coming through.
And I
Now
was
I
very
gotta go
nervous because
look.
it was melting.
Yeah.
Now I'm gonna have to go look. Seriously.
Yeah.
There was no forensic team.
No. They hadn't joined me at that point. Now they won't fucking leave either.
And when you look at mine, it'll say I was in the closet. Randy says it's a metaphor for everything about me, but it was like I remember the camera I had was crappy, the mic I had was and Randy hasn't changed much.
No.
Hey, you put the sheet up now.
Yeah, so they don't have to look at all my shit.
Yeah.
Rather than just see the spiral rack, and that's cool,
He put the sheet up for a whole different reason.
It's a Mormon thing.
It's like earlier I was like, is that a Realms comic behind you?
Yeah, there's a number of them. Yeah, Rome. I got the Preserver's book, got the HeroBot Zero book working.
Yep. But I noticed I recognized that that realm logo. The realm.
Yeah.
I recognized that logo right away because I own some of those books, so I knew what it was. And I was like,
Got a copy of, is that 2? Yeah, that's issue 2 right there.
Nice.
Now,
hold on, put it back in. That could be the one I have.
That's 7 right here. It's got the wolves on it.
I think I have 1, 2, and 3. I think.
Ah,
I'm not. I
Man, I miss the days of spinner racks.
that's why I got it. That's why I got it. That's what I started on. As a kid, I knew where every spinner rack was in a 30-mile radius of my house.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I've got a newer one. It's all black and sleek and not the same.
Not the same.
No, it's
This one squeaks when you turn it. It's got that classic sound.
Ooh, yes. That's my kind of spinner rack.
yeah. That's I'm just gonna steal Randy's at some point.
Scott Rosema would, when I showed it to Scott Rosema, he went, "Oh man, it brought back so many memories. Not for the rack, but for the squeak."
Yes.
Because he said that's how his mom knew exactly where he was in the store.
Now,
Scott's at the comics, okay.
also, when I understand, I can't confirm this, but Lola, someone told me that when your rack is turned, you squeak as well.
You would know more about that than anybody, Fran.
What
my rag just types.
Yeah.
Her breasts have a mind of their own.
They do.
It was a young lady that told me.
Okay, as long as it was a young lady. All right.
Yeah, it was a young lady that told me. I was unaware of this.
I have a special talent.
I think I'm supposed to make some kind of a CromCon exclusive announcement right now for tomorrow.
Ooh.
Is that what you want me to do, Rich? Because I will. I'll say it right here, right now.
I'll do it. I can do it.
Yeah, go
Give
for
me
it.
that.
You think that I won't, but I will.
Okay, here we go. Look, tomorrow when Rich Parada is on the show at 1:30, we are going to launch Incantessi number 2 right here on this
Fuck
freaking
yeah.
show, baby.
Cool.
Nice.
Yeah. That give y'all a reason to watch. There you
There you
go.
go.
Come on
Hell
out
yeah.
and back Incantessi. We're going to be talking about that all freaking night now. You watch.
God,
See, I get jacked over this stuff, man. You guys just...
Rich
Come
has been
on.
going to town on that series. He's got a lot going on with that.
Rich
by
is
the
a
end of this
working
month, my
dog.
credit card is going to be so abused and worn, it's not even funny anymore.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
And
And
yeah, we have with us Mr. Lucifer Storm.
Good evening.
And he's got a book called Lady Satan.
Mm.
I don't
I'm going to
know
be
if you
talking
know-
about 2 books tonight.
Oh, you are?
And
Oh,
Pops,
yeah.
I'm gonna step off, which means that we're gonna have to remove Lure here.
yeah, it's,
All right.
Okay.
I've got a show tomorrow morning, the Sunday Funnies over on Indie Volt. That'll be popping up 9 a.m. Eastern time. So I'll be over there. Varian might join me. I'm not sure if he's going to be awake or not. But Daphne Lays usually is there with me. So we'll be talking funny books over there. Talking about CromCon. Yeah, we will. We'll talk about being on for a minute.
He just got a vape today too.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, so he might not make Sunday Funnies tomorrow.
I don't know if you guys realize I haven't said shit this entire show. I've just been
I've been watching
been
you just
cruising.
kind of back there. Bob.
Anyway, Pops, thanks so much for having me on. We'll
Hey, man,
talk
you guys
soon.
are Always. You
Buddy.
guys are
Randy,
You know-
good seeing you, man.
Take care,
Good seeing
Randy.
you, Phil. Take care, Lucifer. We'll see you guys.
happy anniversary to you and the missus.
Thank you very much. So we'll see everybody soon. Take
Indie
care.
Bolt Revolt, y'all. Indie Bolt Revolt.
Indie Volt over on Indiegogo. We're still at 54 backers, just a little over 2 Gs. When we hit 70 backers, we'll give that away.
Somebody.
Absolutely.
All right.
All right, folks. Have a great weekend. Have a good evening.
Bye,
Take care.
Randy.
See you
We'll
later,
see
man.
you
Take care.
later.
Oh, look at that. Look at that. Chapter 2. Chapter 2. We're launching that dude tomorrow at 1:30. Yes. That's all.
we wrapped up another episode of Indie Volt. Indie Volt's Pitches Be Crazy. episode 2 today. Mark Darden was our winner. Yeah, he's so he wins the $50 that goes towards his campaign. The thing is, his campaign isn't launched yet, so we have to wait till his campaign launches so we can put the $50 up there. But
right.
quicker he launches, quicker he can get that 50.
Cool. So, is Pitches Be Crazy gonna be part of CromCon as we go forward in the future?
Yeah, I mean, if you're doing a show, we'll definitely link up and try to work it in there where we'll have.
I mean, just that one weekend out of the month, you just drop it in our stream too. So.
Yeah, it won't be a problem. Everyone has a blast. So today's episode was very funny. We had Michael Oden and Mark Darden. There was a heavyweight match. Both of those guys are really, really good at pitching, and that's really messed up.
Something I'm gonna need to go watch when this is over.
I'm sorry, guys. I didn't mean that you were good at pitching. Or receiving.
Mike's been busy today. I was over on the other stream with him earlier today too.
Yeah, but they did very well, and it was like a heavyweight fight. Seeing those two guys like talk about their comics, but the thing is, well, Pitches Be Crazy. You're told to pitch your comic, but then you're given a theme. So it's like pitch your book as Tony Montana. And if I can,
been all over the place, dude. What?
If I can I show you guys just what happened?
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Hell yes.
Welcome to my little friend.
So here's Mark Darden. He's about to pitch his book as Tony Montana. His book is called Guano Guy. Here we go. Let me share my screen. 1 second. I think the world should see this.
Now, is this on your channel variant or
this is on IndieVolt.
Okay.
Here we go.
I know all them people.
And this punch to the face. I set this nice pillow right back here for you. I care.
With all due respect. All right, Mark, you're up. Go on, Mark.
All right, the Guano Guy. You need to go out and get it. It's a great book. You gotta call me. It's a funny book. You gotta go out. You gotta get the book. This one. This guy, he goes out in the city. I'm sometimes he'll fight a crime. That on the point, okay? Then you gotta get the interview. You gotta get people lined up. You gotta get them buying protection money. He's about the protection money, the advertising, the business. You gotta keep the business going. You understand? You get what I'm saying? You get out there, you go do it.
Okay. I want to see. What did Odin do?
Odin had the worst Tony Montana ever.
Yeah.
The worst. It's you have to go over there and see it. I can't even play it for you guys. It was
Flashbacks of a Chuck Pino video I seen just the other day.
It would be really hard to pitch Odin's book as Tony Montana, though.
Odin knows his pitch was bad and he feels bad.
that would be really hard to do. I mean, it's a whole different vibe to the book than
No, he was like, oh man, Luke won't let him forget it. And if the judges aren't feeling, they'll hit an X. They'll do like this here. Let me see here. Do I have mine set up? I don't have mine set up right now, but they'll do this, and they'll put an X up like that, and that lets the person know they're out. You get 3 of those, you get any of those, that means that you're down points. So Mark Darden took on $50 this week. Max DeVille took it home last week. So it's a real fun show.
DeVille, with Neo Tokyo?
Yeah.
How did he? What was the theme?
He had to pitch his comic as Macho Man, Randy Savage. He had to rap.
Oh yeah! Check out the Neo Tokyo.
Oh, this was Max doing that.
Yeah, Max. I forgot how he did it. He did okay though. He had to rap, and he had to do something else. And listen, here's the beauty of it too.
I gotta see that.
If your friends are on the show, clip it. It's great. You can take that shit out of context so well. It's so easy. It's so easy. So easy. We're doing this for Future Black on purpose. No, I bet the show's been a
You
hit.
just scared half the people away from ever appearing on that show.
It's really fun though, man. And that's why I created, because it was like, oh well, the show doesn't teach you anything. Oh no, it's a show that has some fun.
Yeah.
Yes,
That
there's
has
Max
some fun.
Cook right there. You bet. Neo Tokyo.
Watching people launch campaigns, I know you guys go a lot. Now being, watching, like everybody have these like almost panic attacks because they have these campaigns that either aren't funding quick enough or they're just sitting and stalling. It was like, let's do something fun. Let's do something to take your mind off of it, at least for 30 minutes.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's about having fun.
Well, cool.
Awesome.
It's called Pitches
Yeah,
Be Crazy.
There's a book that launched recently that I backed. I was the first backer on it, and I went to check out the other day, and it's hardly gotten any people supporting it. And the guy's out here tomorrow. His name's J.C. Clements, and his book's called Vector Squad 3, and you can go read episodes 1 and 2 and figure out if it's something that you're into and check it out. But he doesn't have a whole lot of people pushing his book, getting it out there, getting it seen. So
Where is it at?
Let's see. Dang it. Do I have it right here handy?
Well, he's doing that. Is that the Pitches Be Crazy? Is that in the usual spots, man, where we can find it?
Yeah, it's on Indie Vault. I was gonna create a sub chapter for it, but it's on every Saturday. I can create a little sub chapter for it. It makes it easier. So let me see here. Give me 1 minute. I will do that. I will create a playlist for it. There we go.
Cool.
This is what happens when you have so many links that you have to try and dig your way through to get to the one you're trying to find. Let's see.
Yeah.
Right, there we go.
I hear a munchkin behind me. Is there a munchkin behind me?
There are tons. I was going to ask you where they.
Don't turn around, it's Steve.
There's a munchkin behind me.
You have munchkins. If I look around, there will be a minion somewhere, and he'll be doing something very horrible.
All right, back to what I was trying to do. Yes, Justin Gray, I'm sending you the link so that you'll have it when the time comes. I'm just like, getting to everything slowly but surely. And I want to pull JC's link up here real quick if I can find it. Even though, like I said, he's going to be out tomorrow, but I'm really surprised at the lack of support, or not even lack of support, but maybe just not enough people are seeing it. So, I want to get it out there.
Is he doing shows?
Do you know JC Universe, JC Comics Universe?
Mm-mm.
Okay. Yeah, he has been doing some shows. Like I say, he's going to be out here tomorrow, but that's
It's
the link
happening.
to his webpage. Let me see if I can pull it up real quick.
It's happening with a few campaigns that I've seen where they're great looking books and everything, but no one seems to be backing. I mean, like I was talking with Tim Tyler the other day. He inked Faust, Love of the Damned. At one point, he worked on Blood Rain and stuff, and he was saying to me, like, look, I've got this Indiegogo campaign. No one's biting, and I was like, how is no one noticing
Are
this?
they doing active marketing?
Don't know. I'd hope so.
See, this stuff looks good, man. This is a good look. This is a good looking book. I like the story premise. The art's tight. The layouts are kind of, I don't know, unique. The panel layouts, they're not just the same as it. I like this. I like the look of this book. It's just not, number 3 just ain't getting a lot of play, and I don't understand why. But like I
It
said,
looks familiar. Do we have him on our show?
No, I don't believe so.
Joseph
Who's the artist on that? Is that
Clements. Joseph Clements is the guy. JC Comics. He's the writer, creator. Paul Akita, is the illustrator, and it's colored by Donovan Portal. But it just went to I think it just went to Indiegogo or Kickstarter, book number 3. It is not Skittles time, dude.
Oh, come on. Are you sure?
I'm gonna run up in here and steal my.
It's always Skittles time.
You just think it's time to run up in here and steal my candy, boy?
Yes.
Steve told him to.
It's okay, Grandpa. You have more candy.
Yeah, right.
Well, bring it here, and I'll give you a couple, and then you have to go upstairs, dude.
Candy or comics, you can't have both.
Don't worry about my candy, boy. Come over here.
It has to be 3.
3 Skittles? What colors, dude? Red.
And another nerd.
Oh, and you're getting one of my nerd gummies too, dude?
Oh, you gotta watch it if you're getting a hold of one of Pops' gummies.
Yes. Yes.
No, I don't
Yeah, because I mean,
You-
don't do anything.
baby walking around talking about all kinds of shit afterwards.
Walking around going, whoa, why do we
Yeah.
have hands?
Yeah. Like, did you ever notice, like, your hands are like feet you pick up stuff with?
Yes. Exactly 3, no more, no less. That way they last for a week or 2. If I just let them grab a handful, I'd be needing a new bag tomorrow. This is why you don't share your stash. See, they'll get in there and they'll take the good bud and they'll leave you all the shake. You guys rock, man. You have really helped me get through what was a rough week and gave me a whole bunch of good laughs and good fun today. I've had a blast. I know it ain't over yet. We got a long way to go, but I just want to
never over.
out there again. To everybody.
Long way to go and a short time to get there.
Oh, geez, there he is. There he is. Yes. JC, would you drop the link to the Kickstarter or to the crowdfunder in the comments so that everybody can go check it out?
Yeah.
And I was backer number 1. The first time I was ever backer number 1. So that book, you guys got to go check it out. That's good stuff.
You've been extra
And he'll be out
quiet
here
over there,
tomorrow.
Mr. Lucy. What
I
you
know.
have going on, man?
Oh, God, lots of stuff. I've had to deal with this chatty bastard. He just won't stop talking.
What
He
did you
never
do
does.
to Rudolph, man? Poor Rudolph.
I took his sandwich away. That's all. That's all. And look at him. Look at him. He's wasting away, the little bastard. But like I said, he keeps chatting on and on. A bit like I do, to be honest with you. So, yes, I've been working on stuff with Lady Satan, obviously, because it's crunch time. It's crunch time. I got between now and July to make sure that this bad boy gets out on time. And it will get out on time. Come hell or high water. This book will come out on time. Do I need to do the pitch?
Sure. Yeah, have at it, man.
She'll do the Tony Montana.
Hold up. No. We got to give him a theme. Hold up. We got to give him a theme.
Oh,
As
shit,
Benny
no.
Hill. As Benny Hill.
No. just flat out. No, I'm not fucking doing that.
Please allow me to introduce myself.
Come on. That would have
Okay.
been good.
Okay, so for anyone who's new and hasn't seen this project, Lady Satan is a revenge tale unlike any other. It takes elements of the horror and the thriller genre and blends them together with a noir aesthetic to tell a truly haunting, character-driven story that will take you on a journey through vengeance and darkness. It tells the story of Lucille, a stripper from France who was abducted to be the star of a snuff film, but she did one thing that no one else has done. She survived. And because of this, she becomes the vigilante Lady Satan. She travels from town to town, taking down small-time crooks, until she ends up on British soil, where she discovers that the man who tortured and abused her in front of the camera is a high-ranking British police officer who is under investigation from the MI5, which means she has one chance, and one chance only, to exact her revenge. There you go. That's how you do it.
Dang it, Pops. The whole time you were doing that. That was a weird mix. I had Benny Hill theme song going through my head as you were saying. And
Whilst I'm there going, oh, it's all dark and snuff films and stuff.
Yeah.
I like the Rob Zombie movie. It would have been great.
It's gonna say, can you picture this Russ Leach? I'd have been too close though to his actual accent. So.
Yes, it would have been, wouldn't it? I would have been like, give me a few seconds. I'm just going to message Russ now so he can actually do it for me. He'll say it, and I'll just try to mime along the best that I can.
Yeah.
Yes, we've already had several of the backer perks come in, prints, posters, stickers, things like the pin badges have already turned up. And just yesterday, I even got hold of the bookmarks. They've turned up, and everyone has kept saying, we know that the logo is on one side, but what's on the other side? And they haven't seen this yet.
What?
But Shaka Kapow, Lady Satan herself. Nice. And, there will be a couple of extra surprise little goodies in backers packages as well. I'm not going to show any of them off, but you will notice that you will get an extra sticker. This one in particular, Reload Comics. That's where Lady Satan will be published, is Reload Comics. So you're going to get a Reload Comics sticker in there. And of course, every backer, whether they want it or not, if they are a digital backer, they will get a digital print PDF version of this. But people will also get this lovely Lady Satan print from Christian Rossi.
Oh, man. Just stop. I can't take all the coolness, man.
Oh, but can you make that big, Pops? Can you blow it up?
Say what?
Blow that up?
Yeah.
Blow that up? Blow.
Oh, you got rid of it.
Or you can just throw me out. I don't mind. But here's the beautiful Christian Rossi print from Lady Satan. Absolutely amazing artist. You will know his work from Alterna Comics, Trespasser and Voidwalker, and their soon-to-be released Rad Rose. He's the assistant of Eduardo Riso, who you will know from 100 Bullets and Batman. And we're actually working together on a book called Ed Gein Demon Hunter. This is the script for issue 1 because it's going to be a 4-issue mini-series. He's going to be starting the artwork for it soon. I sent him this script earlier this week, and I got a very long email back that basically just said, this is batshit crazy, and I love it. So that's going to be on the way. I haven't done a mailing list yet, but the mailing list will be coming soon, very soon, and I cannot wait to see Christian's artwork for that book. It's going to be amazing. Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah. That is definitely cool. I love that. That piece is awesome looking, man.
It is. It's absolutely gorgeous, isn't it? I really want it on a T-shirt.
Oh, yeah. Hell yeah.
Very striking on a T-shirt.
Yeah, you got to get the T-shirt, like the color of the T-shirt to kind of match that background so it can just be like, just uniform with everything and just fit in and blend perfectly. Yeah, it's a great piece.
Oh, hell yeah. Christian is a great artist.
Speaking of shirts, you can get these from Lee Reeves.
Oh, nice.
Oh, Lee's got those started up, man.
Well, he's the guy you got to go through. Dale's rolling again, so if you want a CromCon shirt, this is Lee Reeves art. You guys have seen me pop this logo up all the time. This is Lee Reeves art, and Dale Robb is the one that prints the shirts. I don't get nothing. I'm trying to help them guys out. If you want a CromCon shirt, help them guys out, go over there and get one. You know, it's not about pops. Oh, that's kind of like the theme for the weekend. You know what I mean?
I got shirts too.
Yes. And she has, look, if you guys like the shoe cam, I know some people be watching Andy Bolton, they like the shoe cam. She accepts shoes.
I actually got a wish list on Amazon for it.
She does have a wish list, and Barry loves opening the packages.
They come in the mail. It says Indie Vault. I'm like, oh, who sent this something? Then I open and I'm like, This isn't for me at all. They seem to confuse me with a young lady who might be, seeking her fortunes elsewhere. And I mean,
I gotta ask you though, Varian, has the Black Panther found the wall yet?
Has not found the wall yet, but it is nice and tucked away safe. I have a wall for it. I gotta make space on that wall.
It's a weird size. It's going to be hard to find a frame for. That's the problem.
Oh, I got a buddy who works at the movie theater, so he always gives me stuff. Yeah.
Oh, cool. That's what size it is. Movie theater size.
Yeah. He's always got frames, and he's got all these weird things. I've been trying to talk him to give me one of these marquee frames he has.
Yeah.
I'm like, dude, I want that marquee frame. Come on. It's the old traveling lights. And he's like, no. I'm like, I'm gonna ask him one more time. If he says no, I'm gonna play the race card and tell him he's racist. See what that gets me. I'm gonna see what that gets me. It's working for other people. I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna see if hey, you won't give me this.
There you go. JC wants to read them both. See, and this is what I'm saying. These books, I think there's crossover potential in these books. I really do.
Can we see this?
Yeah, especially for my second. If I do a second issue, which is more than likely going to happen, yeah, I can see it happening for that one.
There has to be a point where Lady Satan comes dancing through their world, taking out a bad guy or two, like Pops, or whatever. I mean, I'd love nothing more to be killed by Lady Satan in lore.
Hey, Pops, we could have you killed in Ed Gein if you want.
That's it, everybody. Just kill Pops in your comics.
Yeah.
But that's Chris's thing. I was just thinking because of this particular theme that would work. But that's Chris's thing, is getting killed in comics. I like showing up in comics too. It's fun. I mean, when you go through a book and you see panels with you in it, that's hilarious.
You could be the Danny Trejo of comics.
When I was a kid.
Danny
You could be the Danny Trejo of comics.
Yeah.
You could just, every time Pop showed up, kill him.
Think about it, though. That would have never happened to people when we were all younger. Nobody got written in it. You had to win some kind of a Marvel contest that 8 million people entered in order to get written into the book, and it was probably one of those guys' kids.
And when you did do it, when you did get rolled into the comic by your name or whatever, you turn around and sue your best friend of 30 years because you want more money. I'll leave it at that because I'm not sure he was watching the show, but I feel bad for that creator. That's bullshit what happened there.
Well, Pops, in the first issue, you will not get killed. I promise you. You're going to be at an adult party.
He gets an STD, it's the same thing.
Well, Varian's got to write me up one of those little forms for written permission, and then I'll sign it and send it to you.
He told me he needs written permission. He needs to license his likeness out now. I'm like, oh, someone's gotten fancy.
Yeah, you're fancy. No one else has asked me for that.
I know. I got to be picky about who I allow to do it anymore, though.
Yeah, so I'm going to send it to him.
I'm not going to let people just go out and use me and do it and use me to sell their book if I'm not part of what they're doing.
What I didn't tell him was I'm going to send it to him on a napkin.
Send it to him on a thong.
Yeah. Pop, sign this, please.
It doesn't matter how it's written up, as long as I got something to sign. Tell me what to write down. I'll type it out, and then I'll sign it and send it to you, and you'll have written permission. Just tell me how to word it so that it's correct. You know me. I don't know nothing about it.
It's simple. You
Justin Gray, how are you doing, brother?
I'm good. How are you?
Justin.
Hello. How is everyone?
I don't know if you know all these people or not, but Lola, Barry,
hello,
Lucifer, Bill, this is Justin.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Justin.
It is 7:30. It's time to move on to the next guest. I've never met Justin before. This is going to be. I've had a few of these today where I'm meeting somebody for the first time, and I get to talk to somebody I've never met before. I'm kind of looking forward to it.
Sounds like fun.
did you drop me a link somewhere? Drop me a link somewhere so I can get your project up and we can show it off. Lola, want to go ahead and give everybody the rundown how they can find you?
Yep. The best way to get a hold of me is go to Linktree indie_princess. You can find all my links there, including a link to Lore, which is now funding on Indiegogo. So guys, please go back it. I understand if you can't, but share it around so other people can see it. And you can also catch me at 9 p.m. tonight. I'm doing backer shots, which is I will take a shot for every backer I get.
Shot.
Now look, I don't want you guys to go out and try and alcohol poison my friend. Now look, if it starts to look ugly, like 5 or 6 people back right away, then I want it to be every 2 backers a shot.
Slow it down a little bit, yeah.
It's 2 backers a shot, okay? I don't want somebody trying to.
I'll be all right, Pop.
Could we do 2 backers a shot, but double the size of the drink then? No.
No. I'm saying every 2. Once she's got 6 shots in her, then you're gonna have to slow down the flow. So it'll be every 2 backers gets a shot at her. I don't want her getting alcohol poisoning. And
I'll be drinking water as well.
I know how some of these people are, and they're just like, I'm gonna back the book just because she's on her 10th shot. All right.
Or switch over to some schnapps, something like that.
I do. I got a lot of pucker and stuff.
Yeah.
2 backers and it's a double. That's kind of the thing.
Her mother told me once that not to make sure she never got a hold of Jaeger.
Oh.
I have Jaeger.
Oh, I love Jaeger.
Yeah, that's the Jaeger bombs. That I never made sense of those. It's like, okay, Jaeger and add all this extra hyper to it.
Just Jaeger. Don't need to add nothing to it.
I got a big thing of Jaeger in my freezer right now.
Yeah.
I killed mine the other night on the stream.
Lola, you were young. Was that it when you had the Jaeger experience?
Okay, so here's the quick story. I know you guys want me to leave. So, I was 18 and I was engaged at the time. And
not to me.
Not to him. And it was a bad breakup.
It's an after-hour story.
It was a bad breakup, so I had a couple friends over, and we're at my mom's house, and we decided to just get drunk, have a party, to try to cheer me up. Well, I took 12 shots of Jaeger. That's what I know I did.
Ooh.
And I don't remember anything else, but I do remember. This is gonna sound horrible. Don't think of me as any bad way, please.
We already do.
The next morning, I woke up with a blanket over me, laying on the couch with my underwear by my head.
See?
I'm just gonna stay back here.
You're the one that took them off. And covered yourself up in the blanket.
No, I heard what happened.
I don't want to know.
I'm not saying what happened.
No, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. We've all got stories like that one. We've all got, I will tell you one right now. Many years ago, I was at a biker bar with a couple of friends, right? Trust me, you want to hear this, right? And my friend turned round to me and went, I bet you $50 that you will not snort a shot of absinthe.
Oh, no.
And I turned around and said, you're paying for the absinthe. Get me that shot right fucking now. So he did. We poured it onto the table, tried to keep it as much of a liquid line as we could, and I went down. The next thing I knew, I had blacked out for a couple of hours, and when I came to, I was handing my shoe to the DJ of a club that I had managed to get into, and I don't know why, but he took that shoe. I was determined, and he took that fucking shoe.
That still doesn't sound as bad as my story. You didn't wake up with your underwear next to your head.
I know.
I'm taking control of my show.
I gotta get out of here.
Bye, guys.
It was good seeing you too.
See you guys. Nice meeting you.
See you guys.
Hold on to your
Thanks
underwear.
for sending that link over.
Lola's story should have ended with Dick Wolf. It should have. Law and Order. All right. I'll see you guys later.
See ya.
See you later, man. Take care.
Have a great night. Lucifer, tell everybody where they can find you, bro.
They can find me at luciferstorm.com, or you can find me on Instagram, YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, and just look for Lucifer Storm or the Lucifer Storm, except no substitutes. All right?
That's right. That's right. Except
Most
no
definitely.
It's always great seeing you, my friend.
It's always a pleasure to be here, Pops. And you, Phil. It's great to see you, and it's nice to meet you, Justin.
Nice to meet you.
Good seeing
You're
you,
more than
man.
welcome anytime. You know what's up.
Hell yeah. You take care now, guys.
All right.
Peace.
Peace, dude.
Right. I love those people.
That was great.
Man, 30 minutes is never long enough. But we do have a blank spot an hour in, like an hour ahead of time, so we can extend you a little bit and then extend the next guest into the blank spot. And you're still going to get your time, Justin.
No, it's okay. It's fine. I mean, I don't have a lot to say tonight, so don't worry about it. It's all good.
You don't got a lot to say. You got a book.
I know, but I'm going to keep my underwear on for this, and it's going to be all good.
Well, let's start. Go ahead and tell everybody who you are and what you got going on, man.
I'm Justin Gray. I've been writing comics for like 20 years. I've worked for almost everyone. I think the only company that I haven't worked for, unless they're new in the last couple of years, is Archie. I actually tried to get an editing job at Archie, which was the only editing test I've ever taken, which was interesting, and I failed. And so I never worked for them. But other than that, right now I'm doing a Kickstarter for Billy the Kid, which is an unusual Western dealing with supernatural characters. And there he is, Billy the Kid. And he is a rabbit who wields the power of Promethean fire, and he is dead set on avenging his family, who were all killed by a tornado. And there are these tornado gods that have returned to the Wild West, and he's the only one who can stand up against them and protect people from all the evil that's leaking back into the world. So that's my pitch on that. Also, it looks like I got a new backer since we started talking.
That happens around here.
That's great.
And it wasn't me yet. Yet. I mean, you know, it happens. But,
That's awesome.
I'm loving that art just on the video, you know, the screenshot right there.
Yeah, that's Barry McLean Jr. and the colors are by Slomet Mugiono, and they've done a great job. It's a 5-issue miniseries. It's all done. It's all ready to be printed and shipped to everyone. I'm pretty excited about where it's at, and we partnered with a publishing company called Blue Juice, and they've pitched in with some stretch goals that are a bunch of their books. So already we've cracked the first stretch goal, which means if you back Billy the Kid, you get 5 issues of that, and you get 6 issues of digital issues of the Accelerators, which is one of their hit books. So, which is great because you're getting tons more material, tons more comics, just for taking the time to. If you dig this, then you're going to get all these great bonuses.
Dude, I love this. I love the look of this.
Yeah, it's a different kind of Western.
You got time travelers. Oh man, I love this. I love the whole look of it. Talking animals? Are you nuts? Nah, we're getting pretty used to talking animals anymore.
Back it up a minute, Pop.
March and April were like so many talking animal comics were on Kickstarter. I was like, wait, did I pick the wrong month to do this? It was crazy.
Man. Yeah,
that's a really cool
and
piece.
A lot of it's really good too, like the 47 Furious Tales and Tall Tales. Some of the other people that we've had on the show, it
was crazy. Yeah.
It's something new. It's like I keep saying, when you offer somebody something that's different, you should get that big push, the unique push. You know, it seems like the whole industry right now is kind of at low. It's like almost every book that we're talking about has been sitting at a spot. Hasn't gained a whole lot of backers in the last couple of days. Like the whole world is on hold right now.
I mean, I definitely noticed. I noticed that there's hard sells and there's easy sells, and I knew that this was going to be a harder sell than some of the other books that I do, just because they're, when people see Talking Animals or whatever, it's there's a preconception about it. But I love upsetting preconceptions. I love doing stuff that is unexpected, and I'm sure that whatever people think that this book is about, they're going to be surprised when they back it, when they read it, when they see all the effort that went into it. Because this is an extension of I had written Jonah Hex for DC Comics for many years.
Ooh, I got a whole bunch of those. See, there you go.
And I wanted to do a Western.
Over in the drawers over there somewhere, I guarantee you.
Yeah, it was a great time working on that book. I got to work with so many talented people. I was just realizing the other day how many people that I'd worked with on that book have passed, like Giordano and Russ Heath, and of course Tony DeZunia, who's a co-creator of that character. So I was pretty lucky to work with the people that I worked with prior to their passing, and that's something that's very special to me. So when I wanted to do another Western, I didn't want to go back and retread that. I didn't want to do anything to spoil the work that was. So I thought, I've never done anything like this book. So I wanted to mix mash all these different things: supernatural, spiritual. There's just so much happening in these 5 issues, and I think people, when they give it a shot, they're going to be pleasantly surprised by all the things that there's humor in it, but it's not silly humor. There's kung fu, there's monster hunting, there's all these different things that I love, storytelling wise and genre wise, that are mixed into what looks like a rabbit with a fire gun, which it's not, and it is at the same time. So it's pretty interesting to me. I can't wait for people to read it. I'm so excited because it's so different from all the other things I've been doing.
So you got 5 printed issues right there, and the PDF, the accompanying PDF, for $35 plus shipping, right?
Yeah, you can get the you'll get the 5 issues plus whatever the PDFs are. Plus, already now you're getting 6 issues of the accelerators, and if we keep going, there'll be another 6 issues of another book, and then if we keep going, then you'll get physical trades of those books on top of all the other stuff, just for backing this book itself. So if you like this, you're going to get a lot of other stuff. Barry did 10 distinct covers where he drew the covers himself, as you can see there on that one at the bottom. So we did a limited run of that, and I thought that was special for people because it's unique. And, they get an original piece of art from him and the book on the book itself. Since we don't have, we haven't had physical cons for so long, and I wanted to do something that felt like a physical con, that felt like, that they get something from the creator that's not just an email or, a downloadable thing or,
Right.
I think that's important.
I'm a huge fan of the random art, the random anything that somebody opens up their backer kit and there's something there that they didn't pay for.
Oh, I love that, yeah.
Or didn't know about, and you open it up and there it is. Dude, there's no better feeling. Okay? Having gotten one of them John Boy Myers black metal Lady Death books, okay? I got one of the 10 in circulation. When you open your package up and you get something that very few or nobody else has, you're a fan for life.
It's amazing what he does.
And you're a fan for life when something like that happens. It doesn't matter what it is. It can be a little sketch card, anything. If it's something the person didn't order, they didn't pay for, they didn't know it was going to be there, that's a bonus, and those are the kind of things that earn you those lifelong fans. They're going to be checking you out every time because you never know. Might be something else cool I didn't pay for show up in my package.
Exactly.
I mean,
yeah.
That's a selling point. People have to understand there are things that you use as selling points. Hey, free cool stuff that's a surprise is a great selling point.
Yeah, definitely. Absolutely.
Earlier we were talking to Randy Zimmerman and his book, and I told everybody if they get 16 more backers, I'm gonna give something away. I pulled something out. I said, I'll give this away.
Mm-hmm.
When they get to 70 backers, they can decide how it's given away or whatever.
Right.
But I do that kind of stuff because I want to help you guys get to those levels, right?
That's awesome.
Get up funded or get up, to just get through the lulls, stuff like this, where everybody's at the dead point. Okay, well, here I come. Look, y'all pledge, and I'll give this away.
Right.
I try to help everybody through the lulls. I try to get them out here, get them seen, show them off as much as possible. That's all I do. Kevin's been a huge help. Helped us keep a good studio, and that makes a big difference when you can advertise more and you can get out to more different platforms. And
Kevin at Inked Marketing is, he's really busting his butt for everyone that works with him, and he does a great job, and he's a great guy. We just talk sometimes. It's not even, obviously it's not always business related. It's just kind of checking in, and we have our own lives, we have our own things going on, but it's nice to be able to check in and just have that human component on top of everything. I mean, business is business, but it's always nice to do business with someone who has respect for you and you respect them. I think that's important. And, and there's a lull in Kickstarters. Most of them, very few of them have a constant upward trajectory. Some of them do, and they're great. I mean, I'm sure, I don't know that I've ever seen Brian have a lull. Like you were talking about, getting the black metal cover from John Boy. I'm assuming that, and you said it was Lady Death, so it's Brian. But, you go through those things. That's why I decided my next Kickstarter after this one is just going to be 2 weeks. I'm going to cut it in half, and I'm just going to go and do the 2-week thing and just like do a quick blast of, everyone that wants to get it, because it's a book that I think can, sustain a 2-week campaign and doesn't necessarily need the 30 days. Just because I know there are people that have been following it from the beginning, and this will be issue 5 and 6, so people will be able to get 1 through 6 and everything else. So I think you should constantly be evolving and constantly looking at Kickstarter and what you're doing and the comics you're creating and how you best service your readers, your fans, however you want to refer to them. I always refer to them as readers because that's what they're doing. That's what I love about, writing and having somebody read it and putting together these comics and knowing that it's not just something that they look at it and they put it away and say, well, I want that in my collection. They actually read it on top of that. So
that's something that I've heard from somebody else recently too, that they don't refer to their people as backers. Now the other person said they're customers, because that's what they are. They're paying for a service, and it's up to me to provide that service, which happens to be write and draw and
I think it's a hybrid at this point too, because you're not a storefront. When you're doing correct, the creator direct to consumer thing, you can break it down any way you want it to. But for me, it's funny because I spent so many years, my boss was the editor and my boss was the publisher, and I have so much more fulfillment from my boss being the reader, the person that is plunking down their cash, the person that's coming back to read issue after issue or support whatever different book. So to me, that's a very rewarding, and I love that connection with people. And I see over and over again people who back to Kickstarter come back, and I talk to them. I make sure I message them. I make sure that they're a part of the process. I do more updates than I probably need to do, just because I like to keep everyone in the loop and show them the artwork and the progress and all that stuff.
You keep doing that. There's never too many updates. That just shows that you're attentive to your fans. You're making sure that they're up to date on what's going on, if there's delays or whatever. As long as you're giving people updates, that's always a good thing. If somebody thinks it's too many, they're just not paying attention, because we want to know. The fans want to know, how's it going? Are we getting close? Is it almost fulfillment time? Or, is it gone to the printer? Or, how'd the proofs look? Or, all of it. We want to know. We're involved. We're invested in it. So, by all means.
It's hard, because I'm not a salesman. I'm a creator first, and then I have to kind of the rest of the stuff's a learning curve for me. So I always worry. I'm I don't want to inundate people, but I also realize that, not every message reaches everyone. So you have to constantly say, I got your back, or this is what's coming up. If you like what we've done so far, I can't wait for you to see what's happening next. But that's just genuine. It's not even like it's a plan for me. It's just more like I'm excited, and I want to share that with the people that have supported it. So if I'm excited, I'm hoping that translates to everyone else involved.
Absolutely.
For real.
You know, I mean, it's like you go at it with the right attitude, and mainly excitement is the easiest selling point for me. If you're excited about your book, it's so much easier for me to promote it.
Sure.
You know, because I can go, check dude out. Dude is happy. Dude's excited. Dude's jacked about what he's doing for you. That makes it easy for me to be jacked about what he's doing for you. And, you know, go check this book out. It makes the whole process of promoting easier.
It's funny with this book too, because this is something where we just said we're going to do it, and it's kind of like we're just taking a huge risk and working for 3 years in between projects, and just sort of saying this is a baby that we're pushing forward on. And it was an interesting process with the book itself. So for that to reach a point where we're actually funded and there's enough interest in the book that we're seeing such great positive feedback and support. I mean, that makes all those like late nights and those waking up in the middle of the night having a panic attack about what am I doing, and you know, is this going to work? Is anybody even going to care? That's the part that's great about seeing, you know, people coming out and supporting it.
Definitely. I'm a fan. You won me over, Justin. I ain't talked to you about for 20 minutes. And I'm in. So how much can we help you promote this thing would be the next question. How much can we help you get seen more?
I mean, I think it's great. I mean, I'm here. I'm talking to you guys, and hopefully, you know, the people that are watching are getting excited about what they're seeing. You know, and a lot of times, like, I can talk a good game if I'm on my game, but realistically, it's the artwork, it's the coloring, it's the production of the book that's most important. I mean, obviously, from my perspective, a good story is very, very important, but you don't necessarily, me talking doesn't necessarily draw people in as much as the artwork does on any project. And I'm always aware of that. And I'm always aware of making sure that I put the right group of people together. So that was one of the things about Barry's artwork that he had asked me, we got to work together for years, long before this, because we started working on this in 2017. This was an idea that I had in my head for essentially like an animated thing. I wanted to do an animated short for adults, like the after midnight stoner crowd that was watching this crazy rabbit western hunting tornado gods.
Wait a minute, the what crowd?
Like the after midnight stoner crowd. I don't know who they might be. I'm just saying there might be.
I don't know nothing about them guys. I don't know nothing about them.
Like there might be one or two college students somewhere that participate in that situation. But yeah, so that was the idea. And then it just kind of came together in this thing of being like this crazy, out of control, foul-mouthed rabbit with fire guns fighting demons, monsters, vampires, werewolves, witches. And it just felt like something that I hadn't seen before and wanted to explore more of. And that's how we ended up with this crazy book.
Well, I like it. You want to play the trailer? Should we play the trailer? I'll have to pull it out and bring it back in. But yeah,
that's fine.
I want to do that. So stop it, reshare it, hit the audio. All right. Oh, that was a good one. Easy pops. All right, 271 backers. Cool.
Yeah, that's great.
Here we go. Oh, I guess I should put it in here.
very moody.
Nice. I like it. So
It's definitely a book for adults. There's a lot of cursing, a lot of blood. There's a lot of violence in it. Just so people know. I guess that's why we're on after 7. So,
actually, I mean, it's weird because the late night thing doesn't work for the West Coast anyway.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's like there's really no way to do that. But early segment is all ages. Later segment is.
Well, I'm making sure to mind my behavior as well. I haven't dropped a single F-bomb or anything, so that's always good.
That I don't care about. I have one of those things for that. Ain't that right, Phil? We got one of those things for that. See? I don't know. You just said, and really, our only real sponsor is also your guy. So, I guess we're all trying to keep it clean for Kevin right now.
I can do that. It's a small thing.
He knows. He's the one that made the after hours thing. He knows when we go after hours, we go after hours.
Right.
Kevin's a good dude. He understands. He always told me, "It's your show, man. It's your show."
Right.
Cool. And we're going to get to the point where we'll be able to take care of our own financing, and we won't need Kevin, but Kevin will still be part of what we do, and we'll still promote his people because he's, been there for us, and that's what we do.
Well, it's great. It's great for people to have a platform when there are so few platforms available, really. And obviously, it was a tough year. And
one of the things I noticed when I first started this was I would share stuff to other groups, and they would be like, "You can't promote here." And it wasn't even my own stuff. Okay, I'm sharing other people's stuff. I'm not promoting me, right? Even when I'm promoting CRoM, I'm not promoting me. I'm promoting 50 or 60 other people at the time. And when I'm advertising that, somebody says, "You can't promote here," I'm like, "Really? I got like 60 people I represent right now for this weekend?
Right.
And you don't want to let me share this to your group?" And I didn't have this then, but that was the mentality that I was running into, just trying to help people get exposure for their campaigns.
Sure.
So I made a group where people could self-promote, and mainly it was to help promote a couple of other books that I was really, felt like I was part of what they were doing, so I promoted the hell out of them. And then it became I promote everybody, and I promote anybody and everybody, and as long as they treat me right, they got a spot out here. They're welcome out here. So that's what it's grown into.
That's great.
2,200 people now. So it started as a little, "Hey, look what I got" group, and now I feel like it actually has a purpose and a use to the community. It has value to the community. So I try to do it like clockwork, the way I'm supposed to. Everything I obligate myself to do, I make sure I'm out here doing. It don't matter if I'm sick. It don't, if the power goes out, I got Phil. I got backup. This thing's still going to go on. You see what I'm saying?
Sure.
And it's happened to us.
How many hours do you guys put in today so far?
We started at noon. It's 8 o'clock.
There you go.
We got, we still got another guest after you, and then we have Russell Allen coming out with the whole panel, and somebody's home.
How many dogs is that?
That's 2 huskies and a pit bull.
Too many.
Hold on, they ain't even started howling yet. Wait.
Okay, that's it. So how's it going, Justin?
It's going well, thanks. I'm just glad my dog's not up yet.
I'm sorry I've been a little bit quiet. I've been working behind the scenes here on stuff.
That's all right. No worries. I get it.
I've seen a lot of your work. I dig your stuff, man. I really
Thank you. I appreciate that. Just grinding it out.
I know the routine, man. For sure.
He's like, that's funny. Hey, Shawn, how's it going?
Hey, Shawn. Hey, dude.
Hey,
How's it going,
how we
man?
doing?
Good.
Doing good, man. Good seeing you. Good seeing you.
Well, it's good to be part of it again.
What's that?
I said it's good to be back again.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely.
Yeah, it's been a wild day. It's been a wild day.
That was fun.
Yeah,
Hi, Shawn.
I
How
hear
you doing?
Hey, Pops.
We had a little howling incident just a minute ago. We had,
I heard.
Justin, this is Shawn. Shawn is a great friend of ours and artist, and he does, man, some great stuff.
Thanks, Shawn.
Thanks, Pops. I appreciate that.
We framed her, baby. There it is.
Oh, you framed her.
Electric bus, Shawn. There you go. Great stuff, bro.
That looks great in the frame, man. Good job.
Yeah, it's going right up there so I can look right at it while I'm sitting here. See, don't be right there. So yeah, this Justin, you're more than welcome to hang out for a few more minutes. Keep talking about your book. We kind of jumped into your time, Shawn. We got a whole.
No, it's all right. It's all good. You know, I'm in the middle of making some tacos, so it's all good.
Oh, nice. Oh, you made me think. That's right. I need to get some food eventually, man.
I know, right? I'm like slow cooking. All I can smell it. Like it's just the whole house has been smelling for like hours and hours.
Yeah.
Slow cooking that beef.
I just want to let Shawn know that we have extra time. We have an open slot behind him, so we'll be able to
that's awesome.
take him out farther as long, So it's all good. I do want to hear a little bit more about Billy the Kid because I want you to get your hat. I want you to get your half hour.
It's the 5-issue miniseries. It's the Wild West as I don't know that it's been done this way before. I mean, mixes all these different genres. It's supernatural, it's spiritual, it's kung fu, it's monster hunting. There's comedy in it. There's an interesting dynamic between the main character and the rest of the world. It's just it's interesting. I wanted to do something with a sympathetic character that was also capable of becoming a badass. So that's where I went with that. And it's going to be interesting. I think people, when they read it, are going to like it. Like I said, they're going to look at it and think one thing. And most of the feedback I've gotten from people that I've sent it to have almost all of them have said it wasn't at all what they were expecting, and that it's fun. And I think after all the comics I've written, that I like making comics that people think are fun.
Well, William, we want to come back out, bro? I tried to get you back out here. I didn't know what happened when you disappeared, man. But
thank you, William.
If you want to come out, William, and hang out with Shawn, you're more than welcome to. You guys are partners now. So.
But anyway, I will give you guys the floor. It's nice to meet you, Shawn, and
nice to meet you, man. That trailer looked badass.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's actually an inked marketing trailer. I swapped out my trailer and put inks in there. I thought they did a great job. So
awesome.
So that's Kevin and his crew. So I'm glad you liked it.
Kevin over at Inked, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Anyway, you guys have a good Saturday night. I hope you have a great time. And
good talking to you,
Justin,
man.
You are more than welcome. More than welcome to come out anytime, man. You let me know and I'll get you on the show, bro.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
You bet.
All right, guys. Be good.
Good to meet you, man.
Same here.
Yeah.
Look, what's up? We got Brian in the chat. What's up, dude? How you doing? Good to see you.
Hey.
I sent I sent you the link. You should be out here, bro.
Come on, Will. Where are you, man? I need to make some pizza rolls before I pass out.
And I kind of want you both out here because I want to kind of ask you about how the show's going.
The show's going great for me.
Shawn's got a spot on a show now, a weekly show.
I'm prime time, baby.
Who'd have thunk it? Yes, I'm really glad to see that, man. I really am, because it's like when I first encountered your work, what was it, the Jon Snow? I think it was one of it was it was the Morrison, wasn't it?
Yeah, the Jim Morrison.
And I was like, who's this guy? And I had to go out. I went all Sam Kinison on him when I first seen his stuff. I think I kind of fanboyed on him. I was like bugging him a little bit. Hey, dude, what's up with that
guy? You didn't bug me at all, man. I was over here like, this can't be real, because this guy, he deals with like real artists, and here I am, and he's talking to me about stuff. I'm like, oh, okay, shit, maybe I am good at this.
Yeah, dude, come on, man. That your portfolio is stacked.
Yeah, it is.
Cool stuff.
Thanks, man.
And there should be, covers. There should be all kind of stuff coming your way. And I'm hoping we get you the exposure that gets you what you deserve.
Yeah, the covers are coming. I've done 4 covers so far. I've done 2 for Totally Rad, Jim Noble, Tiberius, and
Tiberius,
I've done.
You bet.
I did 2 covers for Naughty Fairies, Stripper Assassins. I mean, how do you go wrong with that? And so it's been fun, man. I'm just. You what?
Somebody's got an echo. Who's got an echo?
Probably me.
Okay.
It's probably
It's usually me. I'm usually the culprit, or so I've heard.
Oh, that sounded.
It shouldn't be me. Never my fault.
It's not you. See, we can tell when it's Phil, because if you have an avatar up, when the sound is coming, you get the little circle.
Well, that does that every time. That does that every time I bump shit because my mic's right here. See,
yeah, but even when you're not talking, Phil, I can hear somebody else and your picture's going. You see what I'm saying? That's how I know it's you. But it only works when avatars are up. You can't tell if it's somebody if they don't have their avatar up, because you don't.
I remember seeing people in the background on the shows, like, and clicking on and off each microphone real quick to see which one it is.
You see that? You can see that. Now, when I'm talking, that shouldn't come up on anybody else's circle. You see what I'm saying? That little gray circle. So sometimes you can tell when it's the other guy. Sometimes. There we go. One of the true great joys of this scene has been discovering all this new talent and watching these artists grow and evolve in their craft. Brian, that is so true, man. When I first ran into Shawn, I was like, man, I can't believe this guy doesn't get seen, like as much. But Shawn, you've been here since like CromCon 1, huh?
Yeah, man. I begged and pleaded with you to put me in there, and you're like, all right, kid.
Let me see. Where was Shawn on? He was on Saturday at 1:00 in the afternoon in CromCon 1 year ago.
Yep.
And he has been in almost every CromCon since.
Yep.
And that's loyalty. We appreciate that, and I'll push his work till I die.
Well, I appreciate that, man, and believe me, loyalty's hard to come by, man. But if I remember correctly, you hooked me up with Larry with Fanatic Comics about the Ravage book.
Yes.
And I wasn't able to actually do anything with that because I had a lot going on. But that's definitely something I want to come back to, because I love doing covers, and I'll work on my sequential art, and I can maybe do that too.
Will, I'm gonna throw this one at you. You want to share your partner's art with us? Show us some of his stuff and show it and tell us about the show. Will, are you happy with the way the show's going?
Yeah. I can't share anything. I'm on my phone right now.
Okay. Shawn, you want to pop something up, or do you want Bill to do it?
If you guys can do it, because I don't know how at this point. So,
Bill, you want to share Shawn's page, please?
Which page are we sharing?
Well, he's got everything on his Facebook, I think.
Oh, okay, all right. Let me just go there. I'll be right there. Give me a minute, guys.
I mean, he's got tons of art there. I don't think that's where you sell out of anymore, though, is it?
well, I do, but I gotta fix that store because it's not.
Yeah, you've been saying that every time I talk to you for about 3 months now.
I know, man. I know. I've been trying to, but I mean, it's a big pain in the ass. So.
Okay, but check this out. If I go to buy your stuff, if I go look at your store and I can't actually buy your stuff, how long is it going to be before I come back? Or if I come back 3, 4, 5 times and I still can't buy nothing, I might not come back 6 times. Get that shit done.
I understand. And, it's my new priority. Long story short, divorce was finalized this week. So
yes, congratulations. Or not, depending on how you look at it. I think you're happy.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Congratulations.
Party.
Exactly. And so that's going to remove a lot of my BS factor that I got to deal with, So that's going to free up some time, and I can get the store back up and running on the Facebook fan page. I've got my eBay store still going, even Mercari, which I'm not that fond of, but hey, if it sells 1 or 2 prints a week, I'm good, because it doesn't cost me anything. But here lately, it's been all commission work. I mean, I haven't had hardly any time to do anything for a print catalog, except for my Wednesday night shows with Will, and usually those originals sell pretty quick. So
is it fun doing a show?
Yeah, I'm loving it, man. I was so nervous at first, man, because I'm like, man, what if I'm actually drawing this stuff wrong, and one of these artists who's way better than me is going to message in. It's like, what the hell are you doing? But now I don't care. It's like, well, if I'm doing it wrong, it seems to be working out okay, so we're good.
You do good work, man.
Oh, yeah.
Well, thank you.
Look, come on, man. Yeah. Come on, man. Look at some of this stuff. Ooh, barbecue chicken.
Oh, yeah.
What is there anything in particular you want me to bring up? Stuff here?
Just go ahead and if you click on one, then you should have an arrow where you can just go next to next. You see that? Yeah, you can just show off one after another.
Well, no, because I want to bring up the star work.
Yeah, that's actually Scott Garrison's. He's a pretty good friend, and I was sharing his work because.
Oh, okay.
He's highly unknown at the moment. Well, I won't say highly unknown, but he's a good guy, and he was like, "Hey, man, would you mind sharing my work?" I think I've invited him to the madness.
Tell him bring his stuff on in here. Let me show it to people, man.
Okay, well, I know this one's a Shawn piece.
Yes, Harley.
That is cool. I dig that.
I did that one on the show.
Yep.
Yeah. I watched that one. Yes. Good stuff. But I mean, if you look through it, it's like you look at his Darth, you look at his Terminator, you look at his Sonya. Oh, should have showed that to Brian earlier. Damn it. Yeah. I've had a great time today. I've got to talk to Monty Michael Moore. I've got to talk to Brian Polito and Don Chin, and it's like, dude, I've had so much fun today.
Yeah, man, Monty is amazing, and he and I have talked a lot over the past 5 or 6 years, just because he's one of those very approachable guys, and he'll give you advice. He messaged me and was like, "Hey, man, I see a lot of great potential in your work," and I'm just like fanboying. I'm like, "No, that's awesome. I'm not worthy."
Yeah. He is a good dude. Real good dude.
Oh, yeah, he's great.
Got echo.
not me.
It's not a tumor.
It's definitely
It is
not.
not a puma. Get to the chopper.
That's going to be the next Arnold I do. Is I'm going to do a Predator Arnold. So that'll be cool.
I had to do it. I can't help it.
Galactus not eating Earth.
Yeah, I had to do it.
I wouldn't either.
And, you know, many of the truths that we cling to depend greatly on our own point of view.
There's something to cling to.
Oh, that's a point of view I like.
Indeed.
No, but look, the Crow. Look at the Crow. Look at all this stuff, man. Shawn is an awesome artist, okay? And it's not just like the painting, the drawing. It's you can see in the expression. You get the feeling of the image. You get what the image is feeling. You actually can see that. Okay? A lot of people can draw, but they can't give you that. I don't even know how to say it. Where the subject of the drawing is actually portraying something to you in the facial expression, in the stance. It's like Shawn really is really good about making that connection between the facial expression. Like you can tell how they're feeling. You give the character feeling. You know what I mean? Is that how I'm trying to describe it? It's kind of hard to describe, but it's like if you were drawing me and I was mad, you're real good about getting the mad out of the drawing. Do you see what I'm saying? It's like you're really good about portraying the person's emotional state. I guess there you go. You're real good at giving us that so we can see or get a feeling for what the person that you're portraying, what they're feeling. You know what I mean? A lot of people can draw a face. Not a lot of them can draw an expression. A real serious, receivable expression where everybody's pretty much catching that the same way. You're really good at that.
Well, thank you. I mean, that's been my main goal. You know, of course, I want it to look as close to a photo as possible. And I mean, you know, just conveying emotion like the Chester Bennington I did, or the Ultimate Warrior, or whatever like that. You know, I just wanted to get those expressions right, and I want it to look not so flat. I mean, not that there's anything wrong with it, with a flat drawing, but I want it to look like, you know, damn, man, this thing's really just stepping off the page at me.
Right. Right. And see that, you know, come on, man, you're killing some bees, and this was 2 years ago. This was when I first saw Shawn, when he was doing these. Look what he's doing today. Look at that Harley. Look at the growth of what Shawn's doing. I mean, he's got seriously more detailed than he was a couple years ago. You know, it's like just that Joker to the one you were just showing. You can tell the growth in Shawn's work. And then you get to where the Harley that he did last week, and it's like, damn, dude. You know, way stepping up the game. The Harley, up there.
Where'd it go? I'm looking, man. I'm sorry. I'm
right there. It's down.
Scroll
right there,
yeah.
right there.
Oh,
she's
geez.
all alone in the middle. There you go.
I'm sorry. Like I said, I haven't eaten, so I'm a little bit in the
I mean,
the detail here.
I'll be okay.
I understand, man. You know,
Just
trust
a little
me.
slow to the draw.
It's like, yeah, you definitely progressed and grown, and dude, you're killing it.
Well, thanks, man. I mean, I really appreciate it. You know, I take a lot of pride in what I do. And, you know, I try to put forth as much of me into it as possible, you know. It's like if I'm not in the right headspace, I won't even try to draw because I don't want it to look rushed. I don't want it to look, you know, I just don't want it to be anything less than it's supposed to be.
Right.
And you know, there's been plenty of them that I've had to go back and just kind of mess with a little bit more because I just wasn't happy with it. And people are like, "Oh man, it looks great." Yeah, but thanks, and I appreciate that, but it could be better.
And as long as you're still saying that, I know next time it's gonna be better. Do you see what I'm saying? It's like that's why it's better now than it was 2 years ago. Because for you, it's not good enough, and you're gonna keep trying to improve. And if everybody's looking at it that way, rather than just I'm gonna go draw another book or whatever, you know, how much better can I make it? How much more can I try to do? Or, you know, dude, you like I said, I've been watching for a year and a half now. Shawn, you're killing it.
That Roddy Piper is awesome.
You know, you were killing it then.
Yeah, well, thanks, man. And I loved doing the Roddy Piper, man. I was a big fan of Roddy's when I was a kid. And, you know, when celebrities die, you know, you just are kind of like, oh, well, you know, that guy died, I guess. But, I mean, that one hit me. I was like, damn. You know, and I grew up watching wrestling a lot more than most people, I guess, because, I mean, to me, it was like a live action comic book. And he was one of my favorites. Same with when Ultimate Warrior passed away. I sat down and drew one of him the day he passed away. And I did a Carrie Fisher the day she passed away. There for a minute, it seemed like I was like the Art Reaper. I was drawing everybody who died. And so I had to get away from that. But
the first time Shawn sent me an Electra, he sent me a print, and she's probably in there somewhere, and she's beautiful, and she's back there on the wall somewhere. Yeah, she's back there on the wall right there. Okay, but I ran out of room on the wall for prints. It got to the point where I was getting original art, and of course, original art is going to always, you know, go up there in place of a print. So Shawn sent me some original art. He's like, I want to be on Pop's wall. I don't want to be one of the
reclaim my spot.
You know. So Shawn went and did me an electric drawing or an electric painting, and she's beautiful, and she is going up on the wall now that I got her framed up. You know.
Sweet.
But I mean, look, guys. His art's amazing. If you're looking for a cover artist, you know, or somebody to do a print for your campaign or something like that, hit Shawn up. Man. That's all I got to say. Hit Shawn up. You know, he's one of them people that that's always going to be in my top 4 or 5. My nephew hit me up a couple weeks ago. Yo, man, I want somebody to do something for me. And I was like, I know my nephew. I know the kind of thing that he was looking for, the kind of style. And I was like, sounds like Shawn's work. And Shawn, what's up?
Yeah, he messaged me, and man, it's the kind of client I love. You know, he's like, hey, this is kind of what I'm looking for. Here's a couple of ideas, but I want you to do your thing.
Yes.
And
So you can tell he's my nephew, huh?
yeah, definitely. And you know, it falls in my wheelhouse. You know, I do a lot of pinup type stuff, and you know, it definitely will work with what I do. And so he's been real, you know, communicative. He's like, hey, you know, I'm looking forward to it. It's like, man, that's the kind of project you get excited about. Yeah.
And look, this is what I'm saying. Okay, that's the first family member I've ever had approach me and go, "Hey, Pops, I trust your opinion about art, and who should I go to?" Can you imagine? Look, my family ain't never been, you know, the comic books, big deal. That's, you know what I mean. Now all of a sudden it's like, Pops is the guy in the family to talk to about the art. That's because you guys are good at art. It's not because of me.
Well, you know, it's easy to be good at art, when you've got a support system. And, you know, when everything went to hell last year, I mean, my year was planned. I was like, okay, this is my first year doing this full time. I'm going to hit this, man. It's going to be great. Oh.
And believe me, Shawn had a wall, one of those wall things where you slide all your prints in, and he had like 20 prints up behind him when we did the first couple shows, because he was ready to set up at the cons. He had his display thing ready to go. And nothing, you know, because I used to make him, hey, let me see that one behind you. What's that other one behind you? He won't put them out there no more because I bug him too much.
I'm in the process of getting a new one made. So it's going to be the new and improved stuff, because, you know, a lot of that stuff on the wall was great, but it's also 2 or 3 years old. And, you know, since we are going to be doing cons again this year, I've got, you know, 4 shows already lined up for this year. I know that everybody's going to be coming out for that, and I know that it's probably going to be, you know, more competition than it was before, because everybody's like, oh damn, I missed cons, you know, so much. So you got to put your best foot forward. And so I'm going to be putting up, you know, the Red Sonja, the Lady Death, you know, the newer stuff, the Terminator and stuff like that, you know, the stuff that stands out. Not that I think any of the other stuff doesn't.
That Harley, bro. You got a centerpiece, that Harley. She's beautiful.
Well, thank you, man. Yeah.
You know,
I'm glad she turned out so well.
Yeah, she's real nice. You got a centerpiece that on your back wall for sure, or even a stand right there on the table in a hard, you know, a top loader or something right there on the. That one is premier, man. I'm telling you, that one is sweet, and not just because it's Harley. It's a real detailed, in-depth piece, and I think it's one of your best, Shawn. I do.
Well, thank you, man. I really appreciate that. You know, and I absolutely trust your judgment, because I mean, you see these people all day long. You've seen the Monty Moores and everybody else. So I mean, to even be in the same conversation as those guys, I mean, come on, that's amazing.
Well, like I said, when somebody approaches me for art, I think about what they're really looking for. Are they looking for something cartoony? Are they looking for something, you know, darker or whatever? And I try to think of 3 or 4 people in the madness that run into that category. You know, when the one from my nephew came up, that one was a no-brainer. I don't think there was but one other person that even got in the conversation, you know.
Sweet.
So I mean, when it comes to certain things, it's like certain people stand out to me, and that kind of stuff stands out to me when it I mean, you stand out to me when it comes to that realistic look, that I want something that I'm not going to be able to get somewhere else. I mean, it's like, that was definitely, I need to go to Shawn for this. I don't know too many people that would be able to put Tim's thoughts to paper. I know my nephew. You know? There aren't too many people that are going to be able to do this and impress him. And I was like, okay, well, I know one guy that can. There was, you know, because that's what I'm thinking. Who can impress? Who's going to impress this customer the most?
Yeah.
Which artist that I know is going to make this guy go, fucking wow, thanks, Pops. Okay, that's the artist I'm sending over there, because, you know, I want that. Wow, thanks, Pops.
That's what I shoot for. I mean, that's honestly what I shoot for every time. You know, if I send a cover that I've done to, you know, Jim or Wendy, and I'm like, hey, you know, hey, here it is. If I don't get a holy shit, or, you know, oh man, oh that's awesome, then I feel like I've screwed up. If I get a, oh wow, that looks good, oh man, come on, hey, you know, what do I need to do to get that wow factor? And because, you know, I'm still new to the game, and I'm getting into it kind of late. You know, I'm 40-something years old, man, and I got to make up for lost time. So
now, I have one question for you. Did you know Wendy and Jim before the madness, or was that a connection you made in the madness?
That's a connection through the madness. Jim actually reached out to me, I think, right after one of the CromCon appearances, and was like, "Hey, I dig your work. I think we need to work together." And I'm like, "Yes, we do."
Yes,
you know.
we do.
And then
Yes.
I think I reached out to Wendy based on that, and I was like, "Hey, you know, I want to get on your radar. I've done some work for Jim. I'm in the madness, blah blah blah." And that day, she was like, "Okay, cool. I got this new character, Ginger Snap. Here's what she is. Here's a couple of pictures that have been drawn of her. Show me what you got." So I did a naughty and a nice version of the cover. Even the nice version is not that nice. And well, I mean, you can't go too PG with naughty fairy stripper assassins, you know.
Speaking of naughty fairy stripper assassins, coin up! Coin up! That's right. Naughty fairy stripper assassins. Number 4.
No.
Number 4, challenge coin. Yes, indeed. See?
You always have the best stuff.
I really, really liked what they were doing over there, but I really, 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 really liked it more when they did a cover with Haley's butt.
With what?
Haley Anderson, member of the Madness, cosplayer, violin player, awesome Australian, and she was the booty cover of strippers of Assassins number 4.
Oh, okay, okay.
She's on my wall, right there, right there.
Yeah, he kisses that one every morning.
I mean, there was Kara, there was December, there was so many great covers in that campaign. But Haley was like, she's one of us. She's Madness. She was Madness from the beginning. It was like she did the cover as Siren, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, it was awesome. And they did the cover where she's got the big long boots on, and it's like, oh, I gotta have that cover. I have to have that cover. So I mean, sometimes pops can be sold on a cover. It doesn't happen very often. But sometimes the cover will sell a book, and
absolutely,
that the booty cover sold the book.
I wonder why.
And Haley's good people too, anyway. On top of all that, I wanted to support.
Who would have thought the booty cover would sell? Who would have thought that the booty cover would sell?
Well, I mean, I obviously I liked it, but I mean, I wanted to support Haley also because she's not huge like Kara, and she's not huge like December, and it's like I want to help out everybody, so I supported her cover because I figured that out of all the cosplayers involved, she was probably the less well known out of all of them.
Yeah.
So I wanted to give her, I wanted to back her book, and when I talk about that book, I always talk about the cover she was on. And
I mean, December and Kara, they're so nice, and I mean, I bug December every week at least. It's like, hey, I need to work with you soon. And
she's one of our co-hosts now.
Oh, is she?
She is a guest co-host for Monday Madness. When her schedule permits, she comes out and hangs out with us on Monday.
She's quite busy. Yeah.
Yes. Good people too. We love her.
Oh yeah. And I mean, and Kara's unbelievably nice too. I use cosplayers as references a lot, and I mean, I kind of didn't really get it at first about the crediting cosplayers because I'm like, well, if I don't know who it is, I can't credit them. And she was nice enough to talk to me about it and just say, look, hey, from my point of view, here's where it is. I'm like, you know what? You're right, man. I need to do better. I need to put forth more effort in finding who these cosplayers are if I reference them. And because I wouldn't want somebody to reference my artwork and not give me credit for it.
You remember when the first Electra you sent me? I thought that was Kara.
Yeah, and that night I sent a picture of it to her, and I was like, "Hey, is this you?" And she's like, "No," but I mean, it does kind of look like her.
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was a Kara, and I was like, I mean, that was part of why I was so happy with it. Kara, you know. But I mean, it was still my dead on Electra. It's a great look.
When I do a Kara reference, I'm either going to do a Power Girl, because I mean you got to,
right.
Or her Domino is just my favorite Domino ever.
What about Fire Bitch?
Well, that's true too.
What about Fire Bitch? I like Fire Bitch.
If Kara's watching, I'm open for cover work, so let me do a Fire Bitch cover.
I'm going to assume that Kara has a lot of people coming at her to do covers, but I mean, she knows quality art though too. I mean, you know,
she does. Yeah.
So if she does like bite on that, then you know you made it, bro. You already made it, but you know you made it when Kara says, "Yeah, I want you to do that."
Absolutely. In fact, I think I'll take a couple of shots and go ahead and message her about that and be like, "Look, I want in on this," you know, because I love the book anyway.
Yeah.
And I'm loving the character. I mean, what's not to love? But
I've been trying to. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to make it out tomorrow night, but you know, the music and film and comics panel, because she has the music as you know with her campaign. I invited her and Alfred to come out too to that panel tomorrow night. I'm hoping they do. I don't know if it'll fit their schedule, but you know, I love outside the box, and Kara's always outside the box. Always.
Dude,
always think of something different, something new, something, you know, always thinking.
Every time I see a post from her, it's like another facet. You know, there's the stand-up comedy, there's music, the cosplay, you know, her and Alfred teaming up to do Fire Bitch. And that's,
I love, you know, I love the fact that people, you know, really creative people are out here right now doing some really awesome stuff, you know, and it couldn't be better, man. Can you imagine if we didn't get shut down last year, a whole bunch of people who've really grown their fan base and everything in the last year probably would still be struggling and swimming through the lower echelons of the mainstream is still everything.
Yeah.
When Diamond shut it down and the doors opened to all you guys, all I can say is that I'm glad that myself and that people like me were out here to make sure people saw you. You know, I mean,
absolutely.
It opened the doors for so many people to work either with each other or to push forward on what they were doing. It gave people incentive to go ahead and try it. And look at some of these people now. They're killing it, like yourself, you know, killing it because they just went ahead and said, I'm going to do this. I'm not going to sit down because everybody else is sitting down or being told not to work or whatever. You guys all went, nah.
I mean, with everybody else.
We don't got Marvel taking our paycheck or you know, no unemployment. No, we don't have none of that to fall back on when you shut us down. You know, no, we can't shut down. You guys I'm proud of all you guys that rocked through this last year, man.
Well, thank you, man. Because I mean, believe me, it's been fun, but it's been nerve-wracking too. And I mean, you know, I literally jumped to full-time art in February of last year, and then everything shuts down in March, and I'm like, oh.
Right. It was crazy.
But, you know, thanks to people like you and, you know, the Totally Rad Naughty Fairies family and stuff like that, I mean, it's helping me elevate. And now when I go to cons, I can say, hey, you know, published cover artist. You know, when I'm out there advertising that I've got commissions open, people are like, oh, well, yeah, let me jump on that. You know, so, and hopefully this coming year, you know, I'd love to work with Brian. I'd love to work with Monty. I'd love to work with December and Kara and everybody. I mean, I'm just trying to move forward. So,
well, you just keep doing what you're doing. Doing the show with Will's awesome though, because now we get to watch you draw these pieces.
Yeah, I love doing that. I didn't think I was gonna like drawing on camera as much as I do, but it's really fun, and it gives me a chance to do some stuff that, because I'm trying to come up with stuff that's maybe a little outside what I would normally draw, or maybe it's something I hadn't thought of. I started a Buffy and Angel this past week on the show, and I had people reaching out to me that night. They're like, "Oh man, let me know when it's finished." Man, you can claim it now. What are you talking about?
Yeah. That's cool. Will.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure he's awake. No. Look, I want to stuff my face for a couple minutes. Why don't you guys talk about the show for a few minutes?
All right. So every Wednesday night, barring real life problems, we do the Shawnzilla art show. It is on the Facebook Outright Geekery page. It is on Creators Outlet where all my stuff is. And it's also up on my Twitch channel, which is Dunsel Will, Dunsel. And Will, if you can't spell that, I'm sorry. But and we're getting more and more views up on Twitch, because Twitch is big for art, which is why I switched it up and went there. We had like 6 viewers there, and it's not a lot, but it's it grows every week, and there's people in and out, and plops in with some comments here and there, and some other people come in and get some more followers. And you can follow Shawn over on Instagram at Shawnzilla Art, and he's got the Zero Dark 30 studio on Facebook, plus his own Facebook page that you can follow him on. And we just kind of like hang out and talk all nerdy, geeky shit every Wednesday night while he's drawing stuff.
Well, heck yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that covers it.
No, sorry, just chime back in. I'm getting something in me real quick, man, so I can...
No, man, enjoy it. Watch out for those pizza rolls, because they're like lava when they first come out.
Oh, yeah. I apologize. I am usually more vocally active, man.
Oh, that's all right. I love my Wednesday night show, man. It's honestly become one of the things I look forward to the most during the week, because when you do something like this for a job, it's not fun all the time, and you're like, oh, I don't want to draw Transformers today, and that kind of crap. So, it's fun to draw something that I feel like drawing for a little bit. Shoot the shit with Will, talk about just nerdy and geeky stuff, or just life, anything. And I mean, as in my case, sometimes it's the only adult conversation I get during the week. I got kids.
Yeah.
And I'm like, please God, let me talk to somebody who's old enough to remember the 80s.
I know, I'll say adult lightly on that one.
Where's those pages?
What will?
Where's those pages?
That's my summer. When there's 4 kids here all day, yeah, that's my summer.
Yep.
Wow.
And, there's only so much anime you can watch.
Hi, Katrina. I assume you're coming out with Russell in a few minutes, but I want to say hi anyway. Hi.
Hi.
Hey.
Hi, everyone.
Hello.
I feel popular.
Hello.
I don't think I was supposed to bring her in yet, but I haven't seen her in a while, so I just wanted to say hi real quick. I'm back here eating, so I'll be back out here in a few minutes when you come back out. Okay?
All righty.
Okay.
So,
well,
yeah.
don't stop, guys. Come on.
I mean, I feel left out.
Oh, man.
I think I need an avatar.
What's that?
I said, I feel left out. I think I need an avatar.
Yeah, maybe we can find you an artist to draw one.
Yeah. I know a couple good ones.
Somebody had said there's something. They asked, so what do you think about Mortal Kombat?
Yeah, well, I think somebody's baiting you right now. I think somebody's actually trolling you. What's up?
You know what? I watched it yesterday with my two teenage boys, and the fight scenes were great. The movie wasn't bad. It just, I kind of wanted a little bit more out of it. And
it was better than the sequels, though, right?
Oh God, yeah, no,
Okay,
Mortal Kombat
cool.
Annihilation, terrible, but
Good to know.
but
Good to know.
I will say
Okay, so
that I had more fun with the '95 version than this one, because it just seemed like more fun of a movie. It didn't seem like so thrown together and rushed. And,
okay, Will, you watch it?
I didn't watch it.
You haven't watched it yet? Okay. No, Will cannot answer it. Shawn did. He gave me an answer. I have not seen it yet. I've heard that the fight scenes are great and everything in between is meh. But, I haven't seen it, so I can't justify that.
Okay, so they're automatically setting it up for a sequel. Because everything's got to. So I think that they could have put a little bit less in it, since they were heading that way anyway, and maybe fleshed out more of the Sub-Zero and Scorpion and stuff like that. Because
there's a lot of holes, a lot of plot holes. That's what I heard. There's a lot of questions.
Yeah. The guy that plays Kano is great. Sonya's great. The acting isn't terrible, even though you've never heard of any of these folks. Nobody's going to be as good as Shang Tsung as Kerry Tagawa from the '95 version, though.
Right. Yeah. That's going to be hard to top.
Right. But and it does leave the door open for a sequel, and I'd like, once everybody's kind of seen it and it's not so spoilery, I'll tell you what I'd kind of like to see in the sequel. But it's not bad. It's just, yeah.
Mortal Kombat, nerd porn.
Well, how about Godzilla versus Kong? You catch that one yet?
I did. I liked it. Again, great fights, great kaiju destroying everything stuff. Story, not so much.
That's what I wondered, because when you're describing Mortal Kombat, I was kind of seems along the same lines as that with Zilla and Kong, man.
Yeah, and it's good to watch something that you're not trying to sit down and expect Citizen Kane.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people have been kind of spoiled by a lot of the nerd fare, a lot of the Marvel fare, and DC and stuff, where it's elevated it up past what it would normally be. If you grew up in the '90s and you saw the comic book movies that came out then, you didn't expect much out of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, and that's why it impressed so many people. Because it was like, damn, they actually tried with this.
Yeah.
So, and it was fun. And if I can sit down and watch a movie for an hour and a half, 2 hours, and have fun, I'm good.
Exactly.
Okay, so it came from the radio. Says, I thought the Kong Godzilla fight did not live up to the hype. Anyone?
Yeah. Any of those X versus Y type movies, Batman versus Superman, Freddy versus Jason, you can kind of tell how they're going to go. It's going to be 2 or 3 fights. One's going to win one, one's going to win the other. And then generally they'll end up teaming up and fighting somebody else. I thought it could have been, the fights could have been better, but you know, I liked Pacific Rim more than I liked Kong versus Godzilla.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you
Yeah,
go.
that was just not the second Pacific Rim.
What do you? There's a
Yeah,
there's a second Pacific Rim.
I think so. I think I've heard something like that, man.
I heard something, but I don't know.
It was poor. It was really, really poor.
No, my best way to do when it comes to those kind of things, I stay away from a lot of the beforehand and all the hype in it. That way, you know, I don't have my expectations set really high. So if it's, and it seems like if I do that, I can enjoy it a lot more because I'm not, you know, I'm not over, I don't know what you'd say,
underwhelmed.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Well,
I
me,
guess
me
the
on
point-
the other hand, I like to listen to all the hate on the internet about things, like, you know, all the hate on Batman versus Superman, and it was supposed to be like the worst thing next to soggy white bread, and I'm like, I watched it. I go, what are you guys talking about? This is awesome. Which version did you watch? I go, well, the director's cut. Oh yeah, that one is a little better.
Yeah. You know, with Batman versus Superman, I mean, I didn't care for it as much as Will apparently did, but I didn't see the director's cut either. It's just, you lost me when you bring in Jesse Eisenberg to be Lex Luthor.
Yeah, that
was
was
terrible.
that was poor. That was poor casting for sure.
Like,
Okay, hold up. The ultimate director's cut. The ultimate
I can dig it, man.
Now,
Can
look,
you dig it?
This movie has the actual comic panels between scenes. It's like
Yeah,
it would fade to a
yeah.
comic panel. The guy would be standing there, and then it would fade to a comic panel.
Right. Yeah.
Actual comic panels are all in the between. You know, all the fades between scenes. I never saw that before. I want these comics. I hear that it's a series of 4. I want these comics because now I actually have seen the art and I'm like, wow, that's pretty cool. I need those. So if you know anybody that's got any of the Warrior,
come out to play.
Yay! Yeah, if anybody's got any of those books, hit me up. I want those books. Serious business.
I'll keep an eye out.
Everything is always the worst thing since the last worst thing, or the best thing since the last best thing. Okay, it goes both ways on the spectrum.
I mean, people say that with the newer movies, but I'd seen a little introspective on that. They're talking about, it's like, say, you know, the movies, the bad movies, but it's like, go back to the early 2000s with some of the stuff was coming out, and then say you're not getting good movies now, you know?
Oh, yeah. I mean,
there's been poor eras. There has been, no doubt.
Yeah, I mean, I'd rather watch Batman versus Superman or, you know, the original, the Whedon cut of Justice League than watch X-Men 3. So, you know.
Yeah.
Or even X-Men.
I see Russell back there with a big cloud all over the screen.
He's back there with that big vapor.
I know.
It's just a vapor. It's just a vapor.
I'm not going to tell you what he's doing now.
He's really lucky I didn't screen him right there. That's now he wants me to. Yes, that is our next guest. The panel, the evening panel that takes us out of the rest of the evening. Russell Allen has his people in the backstage, ready to go, and I'm looking forward to that one too. But I'm just going to be a spectator like y'all. I'm going to kick back and enjoy somebody else running the show for a little while. I love to be able to
Looks
do
like
that.
he's got a full room coming, man.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
looking
full
forward to
room full of smoke.
Look. Now look, I'm just telling you, Russell.
as we hear the bong water going.
As we hear the
I can do that too.
Please don't drink the bong water.
What do you think?
It's Kong versus the bong.
Pop, you okay, bud?
The good stuff, baby. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Be careful. We can't lose you.
No, I'm all good. It's a great day. I've had a wonderful time. I want to thank everybody who has been part of today. It's been amazing. Y'all renewed my faith. That's all I needed.
Hallelujah.
We're not done yet, radio. We're not done yet. Shawn, tell everybody where they can find you, bro.
They can find me on Facebook. Fan page is called Zero Dark 30, the studio Shawn Howe. You can find me on Instagram at Shawnzilla Art, all one word. Aside from that, you can find me on YouTube and Twitch with Will every Wednesday night, barring no shenanigans happen on my end, and I don't have to wuss out and be like, I can't do it tonight.
We don't let you get away with that.
And I'm constantly, anything new I finish, I post it in the madness. I post it on Comics and More Chaos with Heather Ellen. I'm trying to put myself out there because I like my commission list being full.
I'll tell you what, I was amazed. I went to the the little search thing on Facebook, and I put in comics and found a whole bunch of comic groups. But then I put in indies, and I found a whole bunch more comic groups. I'm in like 300 comic groups. I only share the show out to about 50, but I'm in about 300 different comic groups. It's hard to even fathom trying to share that many. I mean, I'd sit here for the first half hour of the show sharing if I shared it out to every group I'm in. Now, not all them groups accept it. That's why there's only like 50 that I do. But I appreciate the admins of every single one of them groups that let us get exposure for all the people that come out to CromCon. I appreciate you guys. And with that, Shawn, I'm about to get out the way and let Russell take over. So, Will, you got any last final questions for your partner?
What are you going to draw this Wednesday?
There you go.
I'm probably going to finish Buffy and Angel unless something else comes up. Thinking about doing a Velma from Scooby-Doo. I've been apparently watching a lot of Scooby-Doo lately. So,
It's good for the smoke.
Ray Raggy.
Roro.
Roro. Ruby Rack. Ruby Rack. Zoinks, Scoob!
Zoinks! Good times. Memories
And on
from
that
the
note,
past. Y'all have a good night. I'm gonna.
You too, Pops.
It's good seeing you, Shawn.
Will, good to see you guys.
Y'all have a great night, and I'm bringing in the man. Oh, look at that. We caught him looking down. Nice hat, bro.
Well, I'm busy working away at writing out stuff. I got all the orders placed pretty much except for the book, so I'm doing paperwork for the Kickstarter while I'm sitting here waiting on you loons.
He's doing all the fun stuff.
Man? What
He
was
says
that?
he's
That was
working. You guys
me.
all believe that he's working? You guys all believe that he's working, Lisa? Do you believe he's working? Do all of you
I
believe
believe he's working.
Russell's working right now?
See, that's how you do it,
in a
Pops.
cloud of smoke.
Okay, we got it. I got to kick somebody because we got more of Russell's people coming in. Sean.
Well, you guys go ahead. I'm gonna duck behind here, man.
Yeah, get out. Get on out of here.
I'm sorry. I'll be back. I
Just
promise.
kidding, Phil.
I wouldn't let you do your thing. You know me. I'll get mouthy sometimes. They'll be like, "Damn it, Phil, let me do my thing." Sometimes. All right, I'll catch up with you guys in a few.
Okay, Russell, you can tell whoever was trying to get in, they can come in now. And
Hey, April.
start introducing all of you.
darling.
Somebody was trying to get
So we
in.
got Miss
Whoever it was.
Katrina Rowitz with Cat Scratch Press, who will be launched.
Oh.
Well, they can try again. If not, they'll message me.
Her?
Ooh, I'm big screen. Look at me.
How you doing, Russell? You got 2 hours, man. So
What are you doing, Pops?
you got 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours, whatever you want. You don't got to rush. You can bring people in later if you want. Whatever you want to do, man. It's all yours. It's all yours.
Yeah, I think the only one we're missing right now is Jonathan. He may have been the one that was trying to come in. I'll send him a message.
Yeah.
If you
Hi, Lisa.
hold on a second.
There we go. Now I actually have my mic unmuted.
Oh, geez, Lisa, really again?
Yeah, well, that's what happens when I'm not looking at the screen and I'm trying to multitask.
Oh, I hear you. So we got Miss April Reyna. Hold on, wait a minute. I got to figure out which way is which. Over here with the Awesome Mermaid Kickstarter coming soon. We have Rye Guy. Hold on. Fuck. We got this all fucked up. All right, here we go. We got Rye Guy over here with Fartoons Productions.
Am I supposed
We
to
got
move them
Lisa.
where you're pointing? Is that what?
Yeah. Well, whatever. Everybody at home will get it. You can see their names. This one right here. And then we got Miss Lisa Malone down here with Malone Management. And we have, got it right, Vera Sam over here, the Crazies, man.
Vera?
And we got Miss Katrina Rhodes, a Cat Scratch Press, which will be dropping a new book here on Kickstarter. What was that, May 1st?
May 1st.
Oh, man, we got all kinds of cool projects getting ready to drop. We got mermaids.
Anybody else terrified or just me?
Oh no, right there with you. I have Miss
Oh,
Lisa
you're
holding
good.
my hand. Oh wait, I'm almost as bad as that. Miss Lisa holding my hand every step of the way. Thank God.
Hey, I'm great. I'm an emotional support Lisa too, you know?
You're an emotional support, Lisa.
Yes.
And we got Catch the Crazies, man, over here. They got the Crazies. What issue you guys dropping? Was it number 3?
Number 3, yes.
Number 3. So that'll be dropping soon, too.
Thursday.
Yeah. Oh, man. Yeah, hold on. I got to check my pocketbook here.
You see what I'm saying? Look, the last couple months, man, there are so many campaigns. I have so little money. Okay, first you have to go, okay, what genre? Because I'm limited. So what am I going to go for? And then it's like you get to that genre and there's like still 20 books. It's crazy. There's so much stuff coming out right now.
Well, I'm quite surprised from that last stint you did here on here that you didn't back Smoke Weed, See the Future.
Dude, you mean the one that popped up when I was just by accident earlier today when I was showing? Oh, when Monty said look at the Kickstarter search, and I pulled it up there, and one of the first books I saw was a weed book, and I was like, no, see, that's why I don't do that, because I didn't even know that book existed. Now I'm going to be over there looking later. You know, I mean,
That's a Pat Shand book, and Pat's books are good.
yeah, well, see, I mean, I didn't even know it was out there. It's like I promote what the people in the madness put up for me to promote. Okay, stuff from outside, I don't really know them people, so you know, I mean, there's no interaction even if I share their stuff. So I like to try to keep it to what you guys put in the madness, and then I share it out everywhere else, right? I mean, but I got to see it, okay? And that way I keep it, you know, more in the group, more like I'm helping the people that are part of my community, You know, now that community is growing. Pat Sham wants to come on over here, join us, and show his stuff off. Right on. We'll be promoting him tomorrow too. You see what I'm saying? It's like, but if I don't know them and don't see their stuff, it's not, I can't promote it.
You got Jonathan back there yet?
No, I don't.
You don't have Jonathan.
I'm saying it's like I have enough people that I promote already. I really don't go looking for more people to promote, but if they find their way to us, they're in. You know, I'm out here all day, every day. So adding more people to it makes it great, makes it bigger and better, and more fan bases and more are bouncing off each other and all that, which is basically what the goal is, to increase everybody's fan base. Maybe y'all get a couple extra sales you wouldn't have normally got. You know, that's what CromCon and the madness is all about. So when I get a chance to get people out here like this, that's what I want to do, is make sure that everybody gets seen, gets exposure. And like I said, I shared this segment out to like 50 groups right in that first 10 minutes that we were going since 6 o'clock. So, you know, I mean, it may not look like there's a lot of people watching or whatever, but who knows what we're getting from other places, you know, and they can always go back and watch the replays. I keep everything up there so people, you know, some of it's really entertaining. You want to go back and watch, like Rich shaving his head, you know. We keep them videos up there so people can see that. That was if I can get to this number, I'll shave my head. And I was like, if you'll do that, I'll do it. I'll come out on my show and we'll push to get you to that number if you'll do it live on my show. And he's like, yeah, I will. So, you know, I mean, we helped him get an extra, a few $100 extra right at the end of his campaign. You know, we had fun. It was an entertaining stream. People were laughing. It was hilarious. You know, you can't beat good entertainment, right? And
That's right.
Now that's what these streams are. If you're not entertaining people, they're not watching. You know, you got to keep them laughing. You got, you know, Russell knows it's hard to keep an audience. You got to keep people entertained. So, you know, there you go. See, he gets it.
Yeah.
See? No. He gets it. You got to keep people entertained. But now I've talked enough. I want to eat. Russell, take this show over.
Peace out, Holmes. I got this shit. So how you guys doing tonight?
Good.
Very well, thank you.
So
Is it a
let's
little
start
warm
with
under
Rye. Let's start with the new face in the room. Everybody, this is Rye Guy. This is one of my friends that I grew up with in high school. He's an animator. He does a little bit of stuff on the side, and I've been poking him all week going, you're going to get on here, and we're going to talk, and we're going to hang out and have a good time. So everyone else, except for Vera Sam, we'll get to you in a second. I know you probably don't know some of the faces in the room. You know, so I just wanted to give him a shout out. This is one of my friends, like I said, from high school, and he does animations. He does some funny shit. You guys should check him out at Fartoons Productions. And Vera Sam, you want to tell us a little bit about yourself?
Well, it's Sam Vera.
Or Sam Vera, yeah.
I flipped it on Facebook for a reason. But I am the founder and host of Cast the Craze podcast. We started it back in 2005, and then I walked away from comics for a while, and put it back up in 2019. So we're back 2 years in a row now. And we're also, I'm an indie comic creator, and we are launching Cast the Crazies issue number 3 on Kickstarter on the 29th, this Thursday.
So what's the reason for the name switch? Is it something we can say, or?
Well, my other side of what I did, for many years I was in security. So I flipped it because, you know, a lot of employers like to research you. And so I just flipped it because, I'd rather have, they're looking for Sam Vera instead of Vera Sam.
Oh, makes sense, man. So I apologize for that. I've been like...
Now you
totally outed him, Russell.
It's a little trick. I'm no longer in security, but I was in there security for about 15 years. So it's one of those things, employees tend to don't understand that what you put out there, it's sensitive, and it could really hurt you if you're putting, aggressive content out there or whatever. So it's just one of the things I did.
So I gotta ask though. So on the books, do you put Vera Sam or Sam Vera?
Not put my full name.
And I have to ask, does that mean that Sam Vera is kind of an aggressive guy?
No, it's just I didn't want anybody to know I was doing comics. I was in a professional corporate environment. I didn't want to know what I was doing on my personal life. So I was very private on that end, and they didn't know until I left. So I told them.
You're like, hey, by the way, I've been making comics the whole time. You guys need to check this stuff out, buy it, support it, show it off.
Yes.
And so we'll switch over here. We got Lisa Malone with Malone Management. Lisa, tell everyone what you do.
I actually help independent creators with their projects, whether it's game development or kickstarting, crowdfunding, basically just putting everything together and making it look good for them. And I am looking for a couple new clients, always willing to talk to people and talk to them about their projects, because I think that independent projects are the way to go, especially in today's climate. So if you're looking to find me, I'm on Facebook under Malone Management.
All right, and now that everyone has shifted squares, it's going to totally screw me up. Katrina, you want to take the floor and tell everyone who you are, besides the editor?
Oh, now I'm up there.
And now you're up there. Besides the fantabulous editor of the awesome book, Nanite Titties.
That is
Titan.
so true.
Titties.
Yeah, my name is Katrina Rhodes. I am an editor, both for novels and comics, editor and proofreader, as well as an author. With my very first Kickstarter launching May 1st. I'm only this terrified. But I'm this excited, so that makes up for it.
That makes up for it. And you know what? It's not going to change. I'm going to tell you this. The more Kickstarters you do, the more terrifying they get, because it's like you get to that point where you're like, you do the next one, I just know it's going to happen. You're going to be worried. It's like, are the same amount of people going to back this project, or did my book suck that bad on issue 1?
Well, it's been pointed out to me by numerous people that this is technically my first Kickstarter on my own, but not my first Kickstarter. Yeah. I've been on multiple teams, doing Kickstarters and done promotion. And I had somebody actually ask me, I was looking for podcasts and stuff to be on in the next month. And somebody said, is this actually your book? Or are you out there promoting somebody else again? I said, no, this one is actually mine, for real. So I'm excited.
And last but not least, again, we have Miss April Grady Reyna down here with the art of Reyna. And you have some really awesome books. So you have Squee After Dark, which launched last year. Dead phenomenal. And if you don't know what Squee After Dark is, just think erotic art, bondage, 50 Shades of Grey. Only it was like actually 50 Shades of Grey.
I actually bought that as a Christmas gift for a friend of mine.
That's awesome. I think I'm blushing again. Damn it.
Oh, here we go. And that
you're good. I made him be on the phone when he opened the box when he got it.
Oh my
He's
gosh,
like, oh my God.
Hey, you know what couldn't be any worse than Sean Forney and Rodney Fike sending Andre the Trailer Park Tammy nude calendar. I could just imagine what that unboxing was like.
Oh God.
When I was unboxing the comics, they used, I guess they had like in one of the issues that got like jammed to the printer. So here's all this, pornography that I've drawn, just staring at me as I'm like pulling the padding out of the cardboard. I'm like, oh God, I forgot I drew that. It was here, and I had to bring up the house, but I had to explain it. It got really awkward, but we passed that. I was like, oh God.
So I gotta ask, did they use black electrical tape instead of packaging tape?
Oh, right.
That would have been hilarious. The package shows up, it's just wrapped with like 3 rolls of black electrical tape. Like, here, you can repurpose this.
Oh gosh.
Right? Yeah, no. No, that was the most amazing. That was the most amazing kickstarting experience, because I would have talked myself out of it if it didn't accidentally go live the day I was making it. That was really awkward. Everybody told me it was going to take days for them to approve it. I'm like, bullshit. So I was like,
remember this one?
I was messaging with Wendy, like, how do I upload pictures? How do I do this thing? Oh my God, I don't know what I'm doing. So now
They did that to me. I almost went live on mine the other day because everybody says, "Oh, it takes like a days, a week," and I was like, "Okay." I hit it, and like the next screen, like immediately popped up, and I went, "Oh." Move my hand slowly away from the keyboard.
Are you sure you're going to go live? Please click these boxes and hit yes.
No, I do not yet.
Yeah, I got to a certain point and I'm like, Lisa, I think I do need to redeem your to sign you on, for services, because like, do I click this box or no? I mean, we're at that point where let's go ahead and sign that contract because I don't know what I'm doing. But yeah, no, like I have to admit, I agree with Russell on this. Once you've done it once, like that anxiety level kicks back up plus 10 while you're trying to build the second one, hoping that it's successful. So
speak to my doctor about special medication before the next one.
Well, and see, here's the other thing.
I recommend, self-medicating in some instances.
So here's the thing. It's not just, catering. Are you going to get the same amount of people and more? It's also, if you get more, you remember the packing experience from the first one. And it's like, so yeah, we're going to double that this time. It's like, wow, that's a lot of packages to send out and stuff that needs to be got.
Yeah. I've already ordered my.
I just got to go to Pop's house apparently and launch from there.
Yeah, like no, I'm ready. I'm about as ready as I can be, and I just got to get all my deadlines like caught up before I get all of that going on. So I'm so excited. I've already done several mermaids, and so with the Kinktober one that I did, the Squee After Dark. Like that reached like a whole different audience than what you normally run to at con, or actually some of the same audience. Yeah, whatever. So with this one,
yeah, come on, April. We know some of the same people who go to cons.
Oh, absolutely. It's all good. I had the most amazing time drawing it. I would love to do it again for October. But now that we've done it once, can lightning strike twice? Will it get pulled from Kickstarter or not? Oh, stay tuned. We have
if you get pulled from Kickstarter, then it's too hot for Kickstarter. You can just, flash that around. That'll be a badge of honor.
Well, they were just like, change the cover image. I'm like, is that all? Sure, I can do that. And I only did like a 2-week campaign, hoping to like skirt many of those, give it time and people like report real things. I still haven't been reported by Facebook yet. I have not ever done time in Facebook jail.
Yeah, and we don't know how she's managed to not get away with doing any sort of time because she is the meme queen. So
the things that are too hot for Facebook, I just private message. I just give it to Bill. Yeah.
Well, they can nail you now in your private messages too, because apparently they've been checking those. Somebody got nailed and shut down because of a PM.
Ooh, you okay there, Jonathan?
Yeah, I'm trying to set my stuff up. Coming late. This is.
I was like,
don't mind me. Sam will tell you.
Already, he hadn't even said a word yet.
Yeah, Sam will tell you. I always run into these problems. I'm catching up. Go. I'm sorry. Continue your thing. Don't mind me. Go right ahead.
All right, Sam. Now we know what to send Jonathan for Christmas. We're gonna get him a phone stand for his phone.
You need to send glue for his fingers so he can keep everything together.
Okay, now I think I'm good. I believe I'm good.
All right, no, we're not going to destroy the set anymore.
No.
So now that you're here, Jonathan, I want to introduce you real quick. So Jonathan Syphax, tell everyone what you're about with Futurescope Comics and give everybody your spiel.
Okay. My name is Jonathan Syphax. I am part of a company called Futurescope Comics, and I have a publication coming out called Celestine. Well, FS Showcase, Futurescope Showcase, Celestine, Protector of Worlds and Other Realms. And I'm also releasing a book called The Lesson. So
you got your work cut out for you.
Yes. And I'm trying to figure out how to set up all my equipment
to be set up for your great show and streaming. So that's another thing I got to figure out. A lot on the plate.
It's all good. That's all right. Ryan's been messaging me for last like half an hour. Like, how does this work? Like, what are we doing? I'm
Yeah.
like, just I'm gonna send you a link. Just click on it, and then once you're here, you're here.
Oh, okay. There we go. I like that. That's good.
So Ryan,
Sounds
tell
good.
us a little bit about yourself. What are you working on right now?
Nothing right now, really. I have a cartoon I was working on, but I kind of put it on pause for now. Having some health issues and stuff, but it's just a parody of Walter Matthau and Jack Lemmon movies, kind of like The Odd Couple and Grumpy Old Men and stuff. So
Cool.
That sounds awesome. Did you have a name for it?
it's called The Grumpy Old Odd Couple. Nothing too original, just ripping off of both of them. So
Oh, that's great, man. So, well, I hope you keep up with that. I definitely know about the health issue thing. I mean, that's kind of what, me starting Russ Explode Studios and the show was all about was, finding you hit the wall with adversities, you have all this shit happen in your life and you're like, I don't have time to do this, or I don't want to do this, or Kickstarter's scary, man, you just got to get out there and do it. And then in the end, you'll be happy with it. So,
yeah.
but we're here for you, man. If you need some inspiration, you need some support.
All right, thank you.
And you also run some cool podcast shows too, as well. You've had a couple of people on. You've had the one of the guys from Monty Python on, John.
John Cleese.
John Cleese, yes.
Yeah. Oh, I just do that for fun. Talk to celebrities and stuff for fun. So.
No.
I talk to myself for fun.
And now I'm like, how can I convince him I'm a celebrity? We once we once convinced
Press
the
is the original creator of Kit Kat.
Yes, that's it. You guys didn't know that about me, but secretly I run a whole candy fortune thing. You just,
Yeah, and see, there was one of the spokesmen just jumped down in the back.
Right, yes.
Back there.
We have a few sports. Yeah, they're all running crazy now. They're like, they don't want to be on camera right now. They're not getting
the
paid.
Secret's out about the chocolate factory. Run, we got to cover shit up.
So, you guys, I tell everybody I live in the middle of nowhere, but it's in the middle of nowhere in a giant chocolate factory.
I love the setup in the background, by the way, too. I know you've been hard at work at getting
Yeah. Finally got the studio is finally looking like a room again.
Yep, and you got the destructor right there in the back, right where I'm about to touch my finger. He's like, what can I knock off the shelf?
Yeah. What can I knock off this table? Why are there Ziploc bags here? These don't belong.
So, Katrina, tell everyone about your newest book that's coming out. Like, it's super interesting. Like, I love the whole concept behind it. So I'm gonna let you take it away.
Okay. Well, it got a little bit of a backstory. If you guys are familiar with Twitch, I started watching a Twitch stream about a year ago. This guy down in Florida who feeds stray cats. For those who don't know and can't figure it out, bit of a crazy cat lady. And what he does is he has his chat name the different cats. They all have their own personalities. And so I decided I was going to write a book of children's stories, all short stories, using these cats as the main characters. So we've got Rocky, who, is this older looking cat who works out in a gym every day, like Rocky would. But this gang of new cats come in and they want to take over his gym. And so there's a story about how he handles that. We've got a cat named Priscilla who has like a cauliflower ear. So I turned her into a famous boxer. There's Kitty Bowie, based off of David Bowie.
Oh, come on! The missing ear. There was like a missed opportunity with like Van Gogh there.
Well, it's not missing his ear. It's just like a cauliflower ear, so it's damaged.
Oh.
Yeah, no, we don't have, but there are cats on the stream named Van Gogh. So there's plenty of cats. I mean, he feeds hundreds of cats every week. So there's plenty of more material out there. His handle is A. and we call him Apo. And so he was kind enough to let me use his name to title the book Apo's Army. Being not only just the cats, but all of his fans and supporters and things like that. And we launch on Kickstarter on May 1st. And like I said, it's a children's book. My first children's book was about toys who live in a toy store and their adventures. And it's all geared towards parents who want to read to their kids at bedtime, or even those kind of early, like elementary age readers, if they want to read on their own. And I have a new artist for this book. Her name is Max. She's 19. It's her very first illustrative job. So I'm super excited to kind of introduce her. And Eric Cockrell did my cover again. So, and I'm absolutely in love with it. It's my first wraparound cover.
Didn't he have a book before Chuck Pennow?
Yeah, well, he did do the cover for, Tales from the Toy Store. It is what kicked off Eric's career as an artist, or so his family claims. Poor guy. I like to say that I've made both him and Chuck, professionals now, because, Chuck didn't have a novel before I did the editing work for him. So, I've made Chuck an actual real novelist now. See, I am like a celebrity. Look what I do for everybody. But no, so I'm excited. Eric did the cover, like I said, and the cover is based on a picture I screenshotted from one of the streams of 4 cats eating. And then we have this really cool wraparound and with a cat butt on the back cover, which Eric is in love with. So, and I have to say it makes me chuckle too to see a cat butt on the back of the book. So,
just imagine if it's on the end at like a library or somewhere, and you got the book in there, and they're like just poking up
book on the shelf.
Butthole, and somebody be like, "What is that book there?"
But you know what? That's exactly it. What is that book? You're going to have to pull it off and see.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, and Russell has very kindly posted the link, so you guys can check out the pre-launch pages and what it all looks like and what the tiers are,
and get notified on launch, which is the most important.
And get notified on launch, which is super, exciting. I actually, like Pops, I have a very limited income, but I never get tired of getting those emails. Hey, so and so just went live with their Kickstarter this morning.
Yeah, and you get it like an hour later, you see the email and you click on it and you go and look at it and you're like, holy crap, they funded already. Yes. Good for them.
Yes. And if you want to be that person who comes in and makes me fund in an hour, hey, I'm all in.
Hey, let's put this out there right now. We're gonna make a call to arms. I dare y'all to try to beat me for spot number 1 on that. Ain't gonna happen. Right. But I dare you.
Yeah. Russell's kids happen to be big fans. So
that's right. They are big fans. I got a signed copy of Tales of the Toy Store that I read to them, sitting over on the shelf over there. So
I know you're gonna have to beat Pops because Pops' grandkids are big fans too.
I'll beat them out. I'll beat them all out. Hey, I somehow I got backer number 1 for Monty Michael Moore's Blood and Bullets.
Ooh.
And I was like, oh, it went live. I went in there and I backed it, right away. And I was like, oh, I'm backer number 1. And then like 3 seconds later, there was like 100 backers already. And I told him, so on his live stream, I was like, proud backer number 1 right here. And he's like, how in the world did you get backer number 1? I was like, I don't know.
Somebody has to.
Somebody has to. I just, I got to start out with the awesome person. That's what it is.
That's right.
And 1 and 2 and 1 and 2 and 1.
I did my stretchies. I did all my finger stretches ahead of time. I was ready.
Yeah. So Sam, let's talk about Catch the Crazies. I love the story behind this. So, we've had some of the other fellas on. We've had George Medina. And sorry, I got a text message that just popped in and covered everything up. So, I had George Medina on and I've had Jonathan on, and that's one of the things we've kind of talked about is Catch the Crazies, and so tell everybody what that's about for those who don't know.
It's loosely based on mine and George's experience in comics with a fantasy element, and it starts off where George and I were creating comics back starting I think 2003 to 2008. and under my banner Crazy Comics. And then I started Catch the Craze podcast in 05. And then I left the industry. I left everything after for about 10 years. I just walked away. And so, I'm working in a corporate environment, and my heart's in comics. And, George stood trying to publish his stuff. And there was like this void. So we got back together 2 years ago. And that's where the story takes off. So it has a flashback, but it takes off from that moment where we reconnect. And I said, you know what, we're going to bring back Catch the Craze, the podcast. Well, when we started back in the early days, it was a very popular podcast. And we were one of three, Comic Geek Speak, iFanboy, and us. And, we were hosting awards panels at New York Comic Con. We were hosting the Indie After Party at the Twins Pub. And we were getting thousands and thousands of downloads. At that time, we didn't know what that was because it was the infancy stage of podcasting. So we come back and we're like, well, everybody's moved on. Industry has changed. Everything has changed. Technology has changed. We're not getting the same kind of notoriety anymore. So Sam gets frustrated. I go into the woods and I shout out to the universe. And I say, help us be the best podcast in the world, in the universe. And, be careful what you wish for because the universe will answer you. So the universe sends the answer in the form of the Crazy Man, which is my alter ego. And if you've ever seen any of our skits, there's this Afro guy with bell bottoms and who is my alter ego. But he comes from elsewhere, which is there are 7 realms in elsewhere, and he's on level 3. And he convinces the elders to let him take the crazies with him to Earth, which are on level 1, which is the most chaotic level. And so he takes them. They don't, against their better judgment, they let him do it. And he unleashes the crazies on Earth to help make Catch the Craze the best podcast in the universe. But the crazy don't understand that. They just want to wreak havoc. So they have microphones and they bop people over the heads. And now those people are hypnotized and they're addicted to Catch the Craze podcast. So they're like walking zombies. So now the media is confused what's going on with the public and the law enforcement's investigating. But we also have a nemesis podcasters that took a play on our name and they call themselves We Are the Craze. And they poke fun at us or whatever. But now they think we're trying to cheat because there's a podcasting tournament coming. And they think we're trying to cheat because our numbers are skyrocketing and so is our subscriber base. And it's going up and, it looks like our debt. When you look at our debts constantly changing, the numbers are constantly rolling. That's how our podcast subscription's going. So that's where it goes. So now, while we thought we were benefiting from it, now we can just stop it and catch the crazies and stop the madness before we get locked up. So that's basically what it is. So it's our story in comics with that fantasy element. So it plays on what we talk about on Catch the Craze. And it follows our life, but we added that twist.
Because random stuff's just happening on the screen, and I'm like, WTF, mate. Which that brings up something else funny. We did the review for George's Wonder Duck and Russ 5377.
Yes.
And then the following week, so this is the funniest thing. So I got to tell the story because it's hilarious. So we do this Aussie book. And so we're going through and I'm doing a review show on this Aussie book that got sent over because the guy's getting ready to do a Kickstarter. We never ended up doing a show just because. So like my Sunday 8 o'clock show ends up being like Monday at like 1 o'clock in the afternoon when it's 8 o'clock here on Sunday. And so we never kind of like, met up on times to set up a show. But I'm reading this book and we get to this point in the book and these 3 people are standing outside the house. They're getting ready to go in and there's, enemies in there and 2 of them have weapons and the guy in the middle doesn't. And he's like, what am I supposed to do? Go in there and turkey slap these people? And so I'm like, what the hell is turkey slap? So then, I go to the Googles and it brings up the slang dictionary. And it turns out turkey slapping is what we would call mushroom stamping. So this guy's like, what am I supposed to do? Go in this house and mushroom stamp these people? And oh my God.
Way.
Yeah. So yes, way. And so the next day, he apparently watched the review show because, of course, when I went live, it was during the day when he was at work. And so he went and run. And so the only message I get from him is, I love the interview. I thought turkey slapping was a common thing. And I was like, no, apparently it is in Australia. Oh man! So,
cultural differences.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
well, yeah,
God.
yeah. Because I was totally lost. I was like, I don't know what's going on right now. I'm like, we got to go to the Googles and figure out what this means. 'cause
No, you mean the Urban Dictionary.
Yeah, Google's like, would you like this context from the Urban Dictionary? I'm like, I'm sure that's what it means. And I'm like, oh Lord, what have I done? So yeah, the review shows always get off the chain. So definitely want to try to get with you later, Sam. I know you're going to be on here, I think, in a week. Not this Sunday, but the following Sunday, with Russ Explode Studios for a podcast with just you and I. But I would like to try to set up something, maybe do a live reading of issue 1, maybe, get a digital copy and put it on screen. That way, kind of get people churned up for it. If that'd be something you're interested in, just hit me up later.
Yeah, sure. Absolutely.
So, April, tell us about mermaids. Well, how did you come up with the idea for mermaids?
It's not that I came up with the idea. Last year, Jen Broomall had posted about doing May, which was a drawing challenge for the whole month, and that was during my COVID mental breakdown. Like, I just got into a book series and I just couldn't pull myself away to function. So I was doing a series of mermaids about 2 or 3 years ago, and I really enjoyed it. I mean, really enjoyed it. It was the second time I had stepped out of the comics realm to create art, and that was very satisfying. It's really therapeutic to not have to worry about copyright issues and if it's okay to make these prints and whatever else. It's really, really therapeutic. So I took and committed, hey, I'm definitely going to do this. I had reached out on Instagram to last year's Mermaid Challenge, hey, how do I get a hold of the list? And it wasn't coming fast enough for me. So I already knew I was going to do it, so I just made my own. So, I decided I was going to make my own. I knew I was going to do it similar to Squee After Dark, where I was going to post my mermaids each day on my Reina Art Facebook fan page, and that I would have people follow me on Instagram and whatnot, and that it was all going to be compiled into an art book. Obviously, with Comic-Cons coming more available or to be opened, sometimes those Artist Alley tables are just not feasible to get a hold of. So this is my opportunity to create my own sketchbook, but it's going to be a lot more formal. It's going to be in full color. It's going to not be just sketches. It's full pieces of artwork, very similar to Squee After Dark, where you're going to get at least 32 pages of full-fledged art with the possibility of more. By the time I got done with Squee After Dark, it wound up being 52 pages plus a mini print to get it all in there. And the opportunity to do something very, very similar, but on a PG-13 level is very, very appealing. We're going to see if I get the reach, if I get the if I get the interest. Mermaids are always very popular, and I think that I get a fairly unique take. I don't usually just stick with a monochromatic color palette. So I think Miss Lisa has been helping me branch out my Kickstarter, and when that goes live, I hope that it gives an excellent representation of what's going to be coming out. I've already pre-done several covers And I'm doing cross promotion work with Wendy for Naughty Stripper Fairy Assassins because our campaigns are going to be running in tandem or pretty close to it. And yeah, like I'm hoping to really blow everybody's socks right off because I really enjoy it. Yeah, I got to do some mermaid stuff with Squee After Dark, and though this isn't going to necessarily be the bondage thing, the quality of art is going to be there, and it's going to be fabulous. And if you're able to get one of the original pages, they look so much more amazing in color, like in the flesh, than they do just on the printout, because I wind up using a lot of mixed media. Not only do I utilize my Copic markers, but I sometimes will do digital. I'll sometimes do digital stuff, so those originals won't be as wow. But color pencil, watercolor, iridescent watercolor, like I throw it all together to make this really amazing piece of artwork. The iridescent watercolors and Copics kind of give it an interesting look, and then when you add that color pencil onto it, it almost gives us this beautiful 3D effect. It's really, really effective with my Dynamite sketch cards. I do sketch cards for Dynamite. So when those come out, they really do look amazing, and I got to tinker around a little bit with that with the Squee After Dark, and I know the Mermaid platform is perfect for those glitter, rainbow, iridescent tones. It's going to be amazing. So if this is successful with any luck, I might be able to do something with a gallery exhibit maybe next year. We'll see how it turns out. I have lofty ambitions when I'm drinking. Stop it.
Yes, there you go. That's one of her Dead Divas card. That's amazing.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. It said this page. Oh, hold on. I'll put it back up. It said this page was reloaded due to an error, and it kicked me out completely.
Oh wow,
it's beautiful.
It's okay.
That's one of my
prepared to take
favorites.
over.
And let's not forget the piece.
Yeah.
Oh yes.
So everyone,
That's fabulous.
those are the stretch goals that'll be coming to everyone who backed this fine, handsome man right here. By Miss April. I grabbed those while I was in there.
I with that Did Divas cover, like I did the mermaid herself and the coral reef in Copics, and then I took that piece into Photoshop and did the background digital. And I swear to God, I had 97 layers of bubbles and lighting, and I don't know how to stop. It's just insane. It turned out really, really beautiful. It felt very three-dimensional to me anyway.
Oh, just wait. Just wait. She's been sending me stuff that the Naughty Fairy Stripper Assassin crossover is going to actually be a limited edition cover, and they're going to be different on each campaign because it's going to be, Wendy's book on one, and it's going to be April's book on the other, but the variant and the colors in the mermaid tail, I literally was staring at it. I wish I could send this to you to give you a preview because it's not up. Yeah, hold on. I can send it to him in Messenger. I don't know if he can pull it up that way though.
Yeah, you can pull up the preview.
Following my my covers with Naughty Fairies, they ought to know that I'm very comfortable with drawing, well, the strip club scene and stuff. And so when I submitted my latest cover to Wendy, be looking for it because it's, I don't know, it's a translucent bathtub, kind of like a burlesque show, and that's how you can get a mermaid in a strip club. Yes! So it's beautiful. Not to mention like the other couple of things I've sent her. But yeah, like definitely if you haven't
That's the fastest I ever
doesn't
seen Russell
notify
move.
me when it launches for Naughty Super Fairies 5, check that out because we are definitely going to be cross-promoting. That one goes live April 28th, and mine will go live May 1st, and that'll be Rising Tides, Tales from the Deep, or Tales of the Deep, my apologies. So, yeah, a lot of good stuff coming with that. Ooh, what's that?
Oh, I'll show you in a second.
Ooh.
We can see if we can get it to focus.
Oh,
Now
yeah,
that was
cool.
Oh, hello. Hello, ma'am. I love
down with,
that.
I'm down
That's
with the
cool.
naughty fairies, baby. I'm down with the naughty fairies.
Russ, I just sent you that cover.
Real fast. Where'd he go? Where'd he go?
I don't know. Here
Oh,
he comes.
he ran away. There he goes.
I never seen him move. I never seen you move that fast before, dude. What's up?
You're
on mute.
Oh yeah, me. Sorry. I had a comic case about to collapse, so I was getting.
It's like you jumped up and you were gone. It's like, damn, I never seen Russell move that fast before.
No, when there's comic books and collectibles involved, I will move super fast.
See?
No,
hey, I get you, bro. I get you.
I got these out because I wanted to show off her card, and then when I got them out, I guess I bumped into a case and moved it to the side, and so like I heard something, and I look over, and I was like, oh yeah, I better go attend to that. So don't worry, I got it covered.
Also, if you check your messenger, you'll see that the Kickstarter exclusive cover.
Oh, that's awesome.
Are you going to share with the class, Russell?
Oh, we can share with the class. We will get. We will.
Just quickly share. You'll be
Just a
okay.
flash.
Okay.
I won't tell anybody.
Hold on. We'll quickly share this. All right, hold on.
Wow.
All right, there you go.
Ooh.
Wow.
There you go.
Nice.
Right. So we'll bring it on and we'll bring it off.
Okay.
So, yeah,
It's awesome, though. I mean, the colors that April's been able to put into these pieces, she's having so much fun because we get to talk, like, during the week, and she's like, I'm squeeing over this stuff. It's awesome. I love it. And I'm like, and she's sending me this stuff, and she has no idea how much I fangirl over her. Well, she does, but she's got amazing stuff.
Wait. My initial reaction. You got like, you're like, is it amazing? I'm like, I don't know. Like, maybe, I don't know. It's growing on me. The longer I look at it, the more I like it. At first, I was like, not sure. I'm like, but then I'm like, nope. I think I like it. And so I sent it to her, and then I'm like, the more I look at it, the more I like it. It's weird. But it reminds me a lot of like a beta fish, because you get those super elaborate reds and blues that kind of like tie in right on top of each other, and I'm like, it's too much color difference all at one go, because you'll see the original when Wendy releases it, but that's my variant that I'm doing for my cross promotion. So I mean, it was just a shocking difference in color. It was like going literally from red to green. Like, it takes a second and you're like, okay, yeah, I can do this. So, and then the more I looked at it, the more I loved it. So
Well, I did get lucky,
Yeah.
and I was able to choose whatever metal cover I wanted for Naughty Fairies last year, and I chose the autumn cover for my metal, so I have a 1-of-1 metal.
Mine's not in metal, but
Oop. Are we in Canada now? Oop.
Don't worry about that. Come on, look. Look, we have protection. Look, we have protection. We have protection. You can put up whatever you want, man. This is madness. This ain't some PG, you know. I mean, you guys.
I
are
just
on the
don't need
madness.
anybody getting banned.
You're on the madness in the adult zone. You're allowed. It's okay.
Unless you're me writing children's books.
So
yeah, don't do it while my grandkids are sitting here. But you know.
So April has some exciting news, though. Are you able to share that? The stuff that Wendy told you?
I don't think so. It's so early in its development. I don't know how. I don't think so. But it's really exciting. And once we can share, yeah.
Let's just put it this way. She got an exclusive cover picked up.
Nice. Never share something too early because you never know what can happen down the line.
Wait, listen. We're talking about Wendy, the person who shares stuff too early because you just get her talking and she just lets stuff out.
Well,
So,
I know,
you
and this is what I'm saying. You never know what could change down the line, and those things might not happen. So it's best to wait until you got that locked in, you know, to show it off. It's always best.
Yeah, no, I promise it won't disappoint.
Oh no,
So
she's shown it to me. Russell, you'll be interested.
Oh, she can show it to me later. She can share it with me. Hey, I'm always in the tight knit group. If she doesn't show it to me, I'm sure Wendy will eventually. We share stuff all the time behind the scenes because that's what creators do, right?
Yep.
It's like, check this out.
Well, we're stronger together
Snicklepuss
than
is
we
back.
are.
I was getting worried, Snicklepuss. I was wondering where you went.
I got a different chair because mine is squeaking too much.
What are you doing over there?
Moving in the chair, it squeaks way too much.
Where did Milo go? You run him off?
Yeah, I took her off my lap.
That's another tripod kitty.
Yeah.
Aww.
You know how
She's
Lewis
clumsy.
has tripod kitty Yuri?
Yeah.
She's clumsy, so it's hard for me to keep her on my lap.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, one of our fellow creators, Luis, he rescued a cat. Somebody had run over a cat in the parking lot, and he ran him to the vet, and he ended up, the leg was injured, and they had to cut the leg off and amputate it. So I think he's missing his front right leg, so he's got the same situation with him, but he's a cutie.
She's missing her front left leg. She jumped back up, so I guess I'm stuck with her now.
She said, I heard my name. They're talking about me. I'm a star. Put me on. She's like, that one lady is writing about cat stories, so I need a story. So there we go. Hey, that could be a stretch goal, Katrina.
There is actually, it is our top tier. It's $100 tier to get your own cat written in, or well, I said pet, written into their very own custom story that will then actually go into the book.
Awesome.
Ooh.
There you go, Ryan. You can get Milo into a story and get your name out there. You can even
My cover artist will be thrilled when he has to rework my cover dimensions. I haven't mentioned that to Eric yet.
mentioned what?
But yeah, I'm offering up 5 of those. I'm super excited. I hope people jump on that one.
Well, I'm trying to find the link too. One of the things I wanted to mention when we were talking about April stuff is I will be releasing soon too. I got yeah. So April's like, oh, do tell. So
Oh, what is that?
So for one of my birthday wishes, for those of you that missed it, I will bring it up here. I am almost there. So for one of my birthday wishes is I talked about cb4k.org. So I'm going to take a minute to talk about that. In the middle of the show, we're going to have an advertisement for cb4k.org. So
my
birthday
gosh,
wishes
we get to
was
share it.
to go check this out. If I could get the full screen, please, there, producer. One of the things that I'm really passionate about, Roderick had to have open heart surgery at birth. When we were in the hospital, They bring these books and these toys to these kids, and you would be surprised at what a difference in their life that this makes. So that's what CB4K.org does. CB4K.org,
Oh,
they send coloring books, they send comic books, they send Pez dispensers. They're now doing pop figures. They were doing pop figures. They're now doing Pez dispensers. They're now official sponsor of CB4K. They also have a sponsorship with Dark Horse, Image, all kinds of comic book companies across the board sponsor them. But they still have to pay for shipping. So even though they send them pallets of books, they still have to pay for the freight and the shipping on it. And how they raise money is through, CB4K.org. People like you and me that donate money to them through their website and through, doing auctions and so forth. So I'm tasking it out there again. I've tasked it out there on my birthday. Anybody that, if you're an artist, you're a creator, anybody, if you want to draw a piece of art for me to auction off, I am now an official member of CB4K.org. I've known them for several years. I've been donating for a few years. I've met Mark personally, and he told me the other day that I'm officially now part of CB4K, and that this will be going for sale as a t-shirt. I will be offering t-shirts on my website at xenonanitetitan.com. The redirect will be on their page. But Miss April did this beautiful piece. No, that's Wendy's. Wrong one. Hold on. I've been showing it off. This one.
Nice.
Oh, I love that.
And it turned out absolutely beautiful.
That's
And
beautiful.
this shirt will be available, as well as Miss Wendy Steen Shainer's. You got the child in the wheelchair dreaming of, through reading the comic book, that she's rescuing a little boy's animal from a burning house. And so it's powerful messages that I want to get across. It's a really big thing. When Roderick had his second open heart surgery at 2.5, it was like a 12-hour surgery, and we were just beside ourselves. And so we finally get to go in and see him, and he's awake, and we're trying to console him, trying to get him to sit still, and we're just wore out from the day. They bring in like a toy from Dollar Tree that costs $1. And for like the next hour, that's all he was focused on, is how excited he was that he got this new toy, that he got this new book. They brought him books in. So that's why this is so big for me, because it gives the child a bit of solace. They're in excruciating pain. Some of these kids may be getting chemo. Some of these kids may not ever get to go home again. So Comic Books for Kids gives them a moment of happiness, and all of us can throw a little bit their way and help them out. So I'm really passionate about it. And it's not just good for the kids, it's good for the parents too. For that hour that he's playing with that toy, my wife and I are able to sit back, we're able to decompress from the day, what happened, take a deep breath of relief and be like, thank God, we made it through another one. It's just great all the way around. And there's multiple pictures. I think I could scroll through. There was a couple of pictures that I put up of other kids. Give me just a second to open it back up. So, there's Roderick. That was when he had his second open heart surgery at 2.5. And then you've got, this kid here is one of the kids that got books from Comic Books for Kids. And you got another child that got comic books from Comic Books for Kids. And just look at that smile. All the stuff that these kids are going through and that they go through in the hospital. It's so awesome to see them have that little time of happiness. And it's really cool. The nurse was dressed as Spider-Man.
Awesome.
So I just wanted to show that off. Thank you, April, for doing a piece for that. And for everyone else, that will be available for sale hopefully in the next week or two. It's kind of been delayed because we're drawing up a contract on how things are going to be situated with it as far as finances and stuff like that go. But I look for it to be lined out by mid-May.
Stop it, Milo. She was chewing on a cord. Sorry.
That's okay. My little one grabbed the microphone. I'm sorry.
No, that's all right.
Hi.
How are you?
I got in kindergarten.
You got into kindergarten?
Congratulations.
Ooh. Almost done with kindergarten. You're almost in what grade?
First grade.
That's right.
Awesome.
All right.
And I have a teacher, Miss Ren.
Mm-hmm. She's a very good teacher.
Yes, she's a good teacher.
Okay.
She's so cute. I love her.
She's the Nelson Destroyer. God love her. Oh, Nelson story. What's his name? George Gantz, I think. He does a comic, Beware of Toddler. I had this idea before I knew he was creating that, and I'm all like, nah, he's hitting the nail on the head. You know, the only thing is that, like, literally, if they're like, oh, it's unbreakable, she'll break it. It just is,
yeah.
She's just, God bless her, she's like Stitch from Lilo and Stitch. I love her, but she's a crazy kid. I love her.
That's how
So when her
Adriana is.
teachers are like, she's like the best student in the class. She's behaved so well. She's a pleasure to have. I'm like, really? This is not the.
You should have her at home.
Conversation I expected. Like, great.
Oh, I miss those days. My baby's about to move into his first apartment this summer.
Oh,
nice.
Yeah. He's ready. I'm not sure I'm ready.
Yeah. Oh, pardon me, y'all. I'll be back in just a moment.
All right.
All righty.
She's so adorable. I absolutely adore her.
Oh, so is mine. But then, you know, it's just
All
like,
these artists and y'all can't hook her up. The Avatar, y'all. Hook her up.
Wow.
Oh, she's an artist.
Come on.
She doesn't want my art.
Well, she's the artist. She should have a mermaid or something. Jeez, April. That's it. You're fired. No, I'm just kidding.
Slacking off.
Slacking
Hey,
off.
Anibal.
So, Ryan, what other projects have you worked on besides the Wishfish family? You've had a couple other ones.
Well, I just got done working on a documentary too, The Final 19, which just recently aired at a film festival in Iowa, and it got good feedback. So that's the most recent thing I worked on.
What is that about? I seen that they sold out the first show, and the second show almost sold out, and that they're doing a third screening of it now.
Yeah, it's about a Vietnam War vet who was a POW, and he just tells his story about being in a camp and his helicopter being his helicopter crashed into a cliff, and a whole bunch of stuff happened to him. He had appendicitis, and he got his appendix taken out without any anesthetic or anything. So yeah,
that's a powerful story.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. But like I said, I'm not working on anything else right now. Yeah, I can't think of anything else I'm working on at the moment. I finished the Wishfish family. I'm not doing that anymore because it got too crazy, and I don't know, just didn't want to do it anymore.
So now you've been hitting up the eBays, buying all kinds of collectibles.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's kind of sad, but I've just gone eBay crazy lately and making videos on Instagram of me with my old South Park collectibles and stuff because I have so many of them. Just showing them off, and people seem to like that, so I've been doing that too.
Yeah, and you and Rob Winchester have also been doing the shows on
Make a Stink.
Yeah.
The commentary series. Yeah, we stopped doing that too because he's working on other stuff right now.
I'll message you, Anibal. Thank you. Yeah, I kind of went off on a tangent on there. So anybody that wants to, donate art, just feel free to send me a message, ask me for information. Basically, you can draw whatever piece you want. We'll put it up for auction, and all the proceeds will go to CB4K. So
I would totally do it, but I'm pretty sure you'd have to pay somebody to take it.
Oh, it's not that bad.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, I'm pretty good at stick figures. If you want some stick figure art, I'm your girl.
Hey,
Right there with you.
Hey, I've leveled up from stick figures. Now we've got stuff pool.
Yeah.
Nice.
Stuff
Nice.
pool
That
cracks me
Rocco?
up.
Yeah, it's right.
I love
Oh,
Rocco.
it's like Rocco's Modern Life?
Yep.
Cool.
Yes, Steph Poole always cracks me up.
Well, and every piece always has something, you know, relevant to what's going on right now. Like this piece here, he did, Steph did the You Can Draw with Rocco's Modern Life. And so Jesse Wichman had just bought a Samsung TV. And so he ordered this Samsung TV, super uber expensive. It comes in, it's got a damaged area on it. So
I remember that.
Yeah, so he calls them, and they're like, all right, whatever. And they send him a new TV, and they're like, hey, we need to send this one back, you know, blah, 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 blah. They end up shipping them 2 and billing them for both of them. And so, like, it overstretched the credit that he took out with Samsung, and they were, like, trying to charge him fees, and he was calling them, and they're like, oh, well, you got to do this, or we can't do anything until... And it was just, they ran him around there. So, you know, I took the whole thing, and took Rocco's Modern Life, and I drew a Samsung DVD player. And Steph Poole showed up and said, get yourselves a Sony and upgrade to Blu-ray, you know, just to, you know, have the throwback at Samsung. So it's just always something funny. But, yeah, I'm no artist either. I tried to sell one of my Steph Pools and nobody wanted it. That's all right. I don't care. It was just for jokes anyway.
Well, if you can think of anything I can do to help out, let me know, Russell.
Absolutely. Maybe we'll raffle off. Maybe I'll purchase an extra copy of your book and we'll raffle that off.
I would be happy to donate a copy of the book. You don't need to buy another copy.
That's all good.
Jonathan,
It's an honor to be.
Jonathan, you still with
I'm
us?
listening to all your great stuff. That's why I'm like soaking it in like a sponge, is what it is.
So yeah, hold on, Jonathan. Give us your spiel. Talk about Celestine for a little bit. I'm gonna go grab the book real quick that I got sitting over here with Celestine in, so we can show it off while you're talking about it.
Oh, okay. Well, Celestine is a story about a young lady who is a huntress from another alternate like world or universe parallel to Earth, and she's sent down and has to take out these demons in order to fill new souls in a new heaven in her world and where she comes from. Very strong lady, very today type of lady. So pretty cool, pretty tough lady, kind of looking out for things. So that's the main character in the Future Scope book. Pretty cool.
Sounds really cool.
Yeah, I'm also working on the book I really kind of wanted to talk about more so is a book called Street Journal. Now that is one that we're re-releasing out. We're redoing the book. And that is about a young man named Tariq. It takes place in 1995. And he's in a home of abuse. And yet he's trying to start a new life for his 2-year-old daughter and the mother of his child. It takes place in the Bronx during that time. And we see his story through his actual journal entries. So that one's really more the passion project, especially since it's written right outside of the door of where I grew up, which was basically in the South Bronx. So that was really the main title.
I have to ask, was that a Paddington mug behind you?
Oh, you saw that? You gotta get up. That's my boy Patterson. Yes.
Love it.
Yes. That is good eyes.
I'm a sucker for teddy bears. The first book I wrote was a lot of teddy bears in it.
Teddy bears are great. I remember when I was younger, a little tyke of a guy. One of the main gifts that my mom gave me was a teddy bear, and I kept that thing all the way until the stuffing came out.
Mm-hmm.
Kept it
last week.
Just from my mom, and I named him Teddy because I'm a little kid. I can't get too creative with the name.
I have a teddy bear named Teddy. When he's not disguised as Captain Ameribear, you know, and
that
Captain
is
America.
so cool. That is so cool. See, you got to do a story about teddy bears. That's what it is.
I've got a book.
You do. Oh, there you go.
Yep. Yeah, Tales from the Toy Store has quite a few teddy bears in it. And monkeys and dragons and all sorts of stuffed animals.
I'm buying it. I'm buying it. I'm buying it. That's on my list. That and Naughty Fairies. I gotta pick that up, support that Kickstarter. Definitely do that. That's gonna be cool. You know, really, really good book.
It will
And
be
art looks great
kickstarting
on
on
the
April 28th. So you'll be able to get caught up on April 28th.
Yes, definitely
Yeah.
go to support those.
And I have Tales from the Toy Store as part of one of the reward tiers. So if you missed book 1, you can grab book 1. That is
Very
a
nice.
I love that cover.
I
Thank
love
you.
the art in
Thank
there.
you. Yep. That's the cover to my title that have it's actually an anthology. It's 3 books, 3 stories in one. So
Oh, that
pretty
stained
good.
glass is cool.
Thank you. Wanted to get like religious themes in the story because she, you know, has heaven, spirits, and all of that. So pretty cool. Trying to put it out there.
Now, are you the artist on this?
I just do writing. I can't
Okay.
draw for nothing. I wish I could. I cannot draw for nothing.
There you go, Russell. You need an auction, for those of us who can't draw.
Yes.
Yes.
For
Take
those
pity
of
on
us
these
who
poor
can't draw,
writers.
auction fund.
Yes.
Help us out. We need help.
Yeah, that's why I get other people to do badass.
But yeah, you know, it's a lot of fun stuff. Like the stories that are in there, and then I have a few other stories, anthologies. So a lot of good stuff going on. Yeah.
And Anibal, he says that Jonathan's, blowing smoke up our asses about not being able to draw because I hear you've been leaving around stuff around the office. That's pretty.
What it was that I used to draw by looking at the artists. I don't remember. Do y'all remember the Marvel Universe comic books where it would just be the origin of the characters?
Yeah.
Nothing but. Well, what I used to do to try to learn how to draw is I would open the Marvel Universe and then I would try to draw exactly what I saw in the book. It'd take about 4 or 5 hours, and I would measure the distance of the eyes to the nose by comparing the point of the pencil to the original picture, and that's how I used to measure where the features on the face would be. But I told Russell about the story. I showed my dad, and the first thing out of his mouth was,
"That ain't how a face looks."
That ain't how a face. And that destroyed my ego. So I didn't stick with it. I said, I'm going to
That
the
ended
right.
your art career?
That ended my art career. I thought I was doing something. I did the measurements with the pencil point and everything. I thought I was on to something, but that pretty much stopped the whole thing. I said, okay.
It only takes one. It only takes one to shoot it down, and it only takes one to make it happen.
Well, yeah. What could you
Thanks, Dad.
Thanks, Dad. And I think at one point, all of us had that one family member that told us, "Oh, you guys will never be able to make a living at doing this. Why don't you go out and get a real job?" And whether you were good or not, and it's like, this is a real job. You don't realize how much work it takes to do this stuff.
Absolutely.
True.
It's like right
My
now I'm
dad
working.
told me not to be nervous and not to be a starving artist. You can be an artist, just don't be a starving artist. And I'm like, let's face it, I like food way too much to starve. So,
I mean, I have a house to live in, but I'm definitely going to have food because
But
that's a
I'm-
few
Right.
of my priorities.
But you know what?
That was ironic because I was working as a unit clerk in the emergency room and doing art as a side job at the same time when he was telling me this. I'm like, yeah, okay, but I'm not a nurse, so that's good, and I'm not starving, so that's good too. So I'm gonna call that a win-win. He just chuckled at me. Whatever. It was very endearing.
Yeah,
But
I
you
don't
know
think
what it
people.
is?
Oh, go ahead, Jonathan.
No, I've heard it. Create people that aren't really creative and don't really love what they do, and I'm sure Sam could vouch for this. It's not something you could just turn off like a light switch. The only comparison I could tell somebody is, imagine you having a career and your whole career is built on what you love. And all of a sudden somebody just wipes that career away and say, okay, whatever you hate to do that for the rest of your life. Just forget about that thing that makes you happy. And they look at me like, oh, well, being creative can't have that much power to it. It can't have that much, of your soul to it. Well, because you're not creative. But to tell a person that's creative to stop creating is almost like telling them stop breathing. I just think that people that aren't creative don't have that right, really, in my opinion.
Yeah, being creative does have power.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. My youngest, for example, is a jazz musician.
Nice.
That's what he's going to college for. He's jazz studies, and we've had that argument within. Like me, I totally support it. I'm a creative. I totally understand the need to create and to do things. Now his dad and stepmom are like, why can't you get a business degree? There's money in business. And I said that because he'd be miserable. Yeah. This is the same child who has a job interview on Monday at our local weaponsmith. He's tired of delivering pizzas, and we happen to have a place called Sabersmith here where I live that makes weapons for things like Renaissance festivals and things like that. And
that's cool.
He found out they were hiring summer work because that's their busiest time. And so he's got an interview on Monday, and I said, you know what? It's cool. It's creative. And how many people can say they've actually worked at a legit weaponsmith? He said, I have to crush your fantasy dreams, though, that they're like doing this all by hand, Mom. They're not back there with hammers and tongs. I'm like, don't ruin it for me. Don't ruin it for me. Let me have my fantasy.
Yeah.
He's like, no, it's a lot of machine. And I'm like,
I had a moment where I was like, no, I'm going to go and be a scientist. So I moved from Illinois where, I was doing the jobs, and I went to Arizona where I was majoring as an astrophysics major. It just, it was fine for like 3-4 years, whatever. 3 years. And I got to calculus 2 and it just wiped the floor with me. I have never tried so hard and failed in my life. I swear to God, I had never gotten an E before. I was practically stalking the teacher. Like, I don't understand this. I don't understand this. I don't understand this. I had a solid grade in Cal 1. How could I not do well in Cal 2? This is absurd.
You know how you can not do well in Calc 2? You can take physics. So physics teaches you all the cheap, easy ways to do Calc 2. And then you go into Calc 2 and you're like, why in the hell would I do it like this? I can fucking do it like this. And it's like half the steps. And the teacher's like, you can't do it like that. Even though your answer's right, you have to show your work and be able to do it like this. But I'm like, this is stupid. This is so much smarter. It's so much more efficient. Why are we doing 10 steps when we can do 2 steps?
And yet I had to help my oldest son to get through physics. And yeah, no, I think we got a pity D the entire semester because his teacher, we knew him outside of the classroom because he worked with the high school swim team that my son managed. And he would see us working in the student lobby, and he came up to me one day and he goes, "Are you guys stuck on something?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I need to know what the velocity of an ice pick needs to be to go through my eye into my brain so I don't have to do this anymore."
He probably said, "I'll get back to you on that." I don't know.
He just laughed and said, "Let me see what you're doing." He goes, "Oh, you're using the wrong formula." I went, "Oh, okay." But it was so bad that he gave me a second textbook to take home with me so that I could try to learn it to help teach my son who's special needs. And it was hopeless. We just I said I never thought I was stupid until I picked up a physics textbook, and then that was it. I'm like, give me English, give me literature, give me history all day, but I'm done with the math and sciences. I just can't. And when you combine the math and sciences, no, I'm out.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, I've definitely learned I'm a creative type.
I straight up switched majors, and it was funny because that last year and a half, all I had to do was just studio art classes and like an art history class. Everything changed over. It was an easy street from thereafter. And I was just like, why was I fighting it? Oh my God, why was I fighting it so hard? And my husband still reflects on it. Remember that time when you thought? I'm all like, yeah, no, I don't think anymore.
Yeah.
Now I just draw pretty and
yeah. I started at 17 as a business management major. Ended up at 30 something with a degree in psychology, and was being mom so much I didn't have time to pursue my master's. And now I'm like, people are like, what do you have a degree in? I'm like, it's just an expensive piece of paper. Don't worry about it. Although I do joke that it helps me with problem clients to have a degree in psych.
It helps you with developing characters, though.
Yeah, I think it does. I mean, it gives me a little insight into, how people think and act, and there's always those that act a little outside the norm, but that's okay. That's what makes us interesting.
Yeah. I have a character named Bloodlust who he forms in one of my other stories that I'm creating, and he forms a kill team. He leads a kill team who's hired by the government to do very dirty work that nobody else except him and his kill team could do. So I researched him a PS, the post-traumatic stress syndrome that soldiers come back with.
Right. Yeah.
And I took my psychology degree of what I understand and applied that to his mindset. And I told my friend who was a soldier about a scene, and I said, "Oh, but I could be wrong." And he looked at me right in the face and he said, "No, you're exactly right. They did that with me when I was in special forces." So it actually did help. It's a scene where they basically, he's so nuts that he can't really deal with real world. So they throw him bait. They throw him missions of people to kill just to keep him busy enough not to go off the grid.
Okay.
And my friend said, "You hit that on the mark. They did that with me when I was over there in special services." So it does help to develop your character.
Absolutely. And I think it helps. I actually have PTSD, not from the military, just from life. And I think a lot of times it's helped me understand me.
Absolutely.
When you hit a funk or you hit, a wall. And then you go, okay, right, yep, I know what this is. Deep breath, it'll pass.
There you go.
Well, and see, that's the thing, like what I was saying, people tell you not to do what you want to do. And it's like, I always wanted to blow shit up. So, I mean, that's why, Russ Explode Studios, back in, to tell my story a little bit, back in third grade, we had these pictures they would give us and we had to color them and then we had to write a story about them. And that was when my writing career started. It's like, I really loved reading up until that point. I read, hundreds of books a year, just, checked out whatever looked interesting and what looked good. And so, we had to write stories to them. So I wrote a story and the teacher was like, this is really good. You could go somewhere with this. And I had a lot of fun doing it. So throughout the year, I wrote the stories and, they got a little better and a little better. And I was like, man, that's what I want to do when I grow up. And I had that thing, y'all, you want to get a job doing something that you can make a lot of money at and, blah, blah, blah. So I was like, well, let's go to option number 2. Let's blow shit up. So, I went into, explosives engineering with our mining engineering with explosives emphasis. And that kind of got screwed up, by the ATF taking over explosives. It went from the ATF to the ATFE. So I was in the middle of spending thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars, like just for the Premier Pyrotechnics license to be a licensed pyrotechnic to do shows like fireworks shows and concerts and stuff like that. It was $3,000. I was taking these extra classes on the weekend, and then we went throughout the summer. And literally a month before I was supposed to get my official certification and my license to be a licensed pyrotechnician, the ATF took over the ATFE and said, "No, you got to be 21." Well, I was only 19. So they're like, we're sorry you spent $3,000 and $20,000 at college, but now you're no longer going to be able to get a job for another 3 years doing this. So I shifted gears, and my car broke down, and just things went out of control, and I was just like, whatever. I dropped out and I went and got a job working in a blasting company. I still have the training, and I could still go get certified if I wanted to, but I'm glad I didn't spend all that money, because I learned through the process that being in blasting sucks, because during the summer you work 70, 80 hours a week, and you make buku money, and during the winter you work 8 hours a week, and you're like, oh my God, how am I going to pay my house payment? And as much as I love blowing shit up, it's great, it's fun, it's a blast, literally. And I do miss it. Now I get to blow shit up in art. And so, it was really exciting. I was like, hey, I'm going to write this book. And I wrote this book 10 years ago. And the thing happened with Roderick being born. He had open heart surgery, and then everything just spun out of control, and I gave up on it. But over the years, the last, 20 years now, I've always felt something's been missing. And it's like, I work, but I have this thing eating away at me. Now that I wrote this book and it's funded on Kickstarter, I don't have that nagging feeling anymore. I don't have that eating away at me going, what am I not doing that I feel like I'm not doing what I should be with my life? And it's like, I should have been writing the whole time. This is what I wanted to do. And so it's really exciting, to get into that. And it's like, one of the things that I learned after the fact, after I went to blasting school and, did all that stuff is like, you can make $1 million doing what you hate, or you can make a living doing what you love. And you can have all the money in the world, and you can be happy after work, but what about the rest of your day, But when you're doing what you love and you're living comfortably, you're able to make your payments, and you're doing what you want to do, you're happy 24/7. And that's what makes a difference. Do what you love. Don't be like, oh, well, I'll never be able to make a living at it. Well, you don't know until you try. And you know what? Get out there. You put yourself out there. And that's what, part of what my shows are all about, is getting people on and talking about inspirations, because it takes one person. It takes you walking up and telling somebody, hey, I really like what you do, to have that mentality in their head going, this sucks. Nobody's going to like it. I don't really want to do this. And then you walk up to that person and say, hey, man, I seen what you were posting about the other day. I read a little bit of it. I really loved it. That could be the motivation that tomorrow they put it on Kickstarter and it funds, and they have that feeling of success. Or you can be that person that says, no, your stuff sucks. We hate you, and, go away, which, is never going to happen on my end. There's a lot of stuff that goes unpublished, unmade, uncreated, because everyone wants to be a no man. Nobody wants to sit and actually look at somebody else's work and see what they're doing and tell them, hey, you're doing a really good job here. We need more of that. And that's what my show is all about, is bringing those inspirations, being like, what are you working on right now? Why haven't you done this before? And that's what the whole motivation through me talking about, the cancer thing last year, where they found the mass on my spine, and, all this stuff has slowly spiraled out of control since last year, was to tell people, through all of this, I still got out there and I did the one thing I regretted doing, and that was not finishing writing this book and getting it out there for people to read. Is it the greatest book on earth? No. Does it matter?
No, but
to
it's
me?
pretty dang good.
It's pretty dang good. And you know what? It was important to me, and that's what I want to try to always tell everyone, anybody out there in the audience that's listening, anybody that goes back and watches this, the one thing that is important about creating is, if it makes you happy, do it. Doesn't matter what 50,000 other people have to say about it. If they hate it, oh well, if you were happy at the end product and that you were able to get it done and that you did it, that's what's key. And you know what? You get those sleeper hits. There's a lot of books. There's a lot of movies that come out and people are like, this is stupid. And then, here we are 50 years later, and it's like, everybody in the world loves this all of a sudden. And it's like, I have loved this the whole time.
And you never know when little kids are going to start making fan art for you.
That's right. You never know.
I'm not gonna. That made my day. It's like, still makes my day when I think about it. I'm like, look, some little kids love this so much that they're doing fan art.
Until their dad
till their dad took their crayons away for drawing on the walls.
Yeah. I wonder who that was.
We're getting into your portfolio, like your pieces. So speaking of kids, I'm gonna go put this little one down. But thank you guys so much for having me on the show tonight. I really appreciate it. I hope everybody will come and check out my my mermaid.
Yeah, I made a note.
Thank you. But I hope everybody's doing very, very lovely this evening, and I appreciate everybody tuning in. Thank you so much.
Have a good night, April.
Good night, April.
Good night, Pops.
See ya.
I'm probably gonna peace out too because it is way past my bedtime. I get up really early. So
Hey,
you
listen,
guys
9
have a
o'clock
good
is
night.
Not early. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, give me a break, man. I had 2 cups of coffee for this.
No, you see, now you owe Katrina money because remember she owns Kit Kat. And you said give me a break, and that is a trademark of Kit Kat, so send her money. Now you have to back her book. If you don't back her book, she's
my
suing
attorneys
you.
will be in touch.
Yeah.
Okay, no problem.
Just let them know the check's in the mail.
checks in the mail. Yeah,
exactly. We'll let it all go as long as you back.
Funko. Does
That's
that
right. Yeah, it's back her Kickstarter.
Does that mean every time somebody says Funko Pops, somebody got to pay me? Oh.
No, I think they were there first. Yeah.
I got to try.
It's always worth a shot.
Kit Kat was there first too, right?
Right.
They're gonna pay her. Somebody's got to pay me, man. Come on.
Yep.
You know.
All right,
Good
you
night,
guys.
Lisa. Thanks for being on.
Yeah, you guys have a great night. Bye.
All right, I'll
Bye.
see you.
And then there were 4.
Make Phil come back out here.
So,
Get back out here, Phil.
So, Rye Guy, what do you got?
Yeah.
What do you got planned for the future, man? I want to talk more about you and your stuff, man. So, you got any projects planned for the future that you want to get back to here in the future?
I have no future plans whatsoever. I have no idea what I'm gonna do. So
he's gonna live on that cat. That's his future plan.
Yeah, she's my baby. She's all I got, really. So, I'll probably do more video work for somebody, but I don't know regarding my own projects what I'm gonna do yet. I've had some ideas and stuff, but I always bail on them because animating is not easy at all.
Mm-mm.
It's very hard work, and I'm not the best artist in the world either. So I've kind of cheated my whole life on my animation just by making it cheap and kind of like South Park, but probably cheaper than South Park. So, I mean, I've done a few things that have been a little higher quality, but I've tended to focus on low quality animation, like the Wishfish family or my Barney the Dinosaur parodies and stuff. They're all pretty cheap.
Yeah, but you know what, man? You know, it doesn't matter how cheap it is. Look at how cheap South Park is, and look at all the millions of dollars that they rake in on their merch and how big they are. I mean, it doesn't matter how cheap. It's about the quality and the content. So,
yeah, I think I enjoy writing more than actually animating.
Says every animator ever.
Yeah.
That's like Chandra Free. You know, when I had Chandra Free on, we were talking about the God Machine, and, you know, she went to school to be an animator, and she was also really heavy into art, and you know, she looked at the art and she looked at the animating side, and she's like, animation's not for me. And it is a really hard job. And the same thing with, you know, John Celestri. I was on a show with him on I don't even know, they have like 80 different names for their show, with Meredith Lothran. And I had Grant Lankard was on with me. He was talking about Beowulf. And, you know, we were on with John Celestri, and he was like, you know, animation, you know, back in the day was so hard. You know, they would have to draw 25 pages per second of the films and you know, the animations that they did. And, you know, it's amazing to watch him draw now because, you know, he's been, ever since he did Bloodwing Angel, it funded about a month ago on Kickstarter. He's doing his own comic book, and he's like, everybody's like, oh, you should do a show. You should do a show. You should get on and draw. And it's just amazing to see this man draw. Like literally, he can draw like a perfectly good model faster than I can draw a stick figure.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Oh,
Thank you.
sorry.
Yeah.
So I get you what you're saying with animation is hard. So do you like the writing aspect of things? Do you have any plans to do any type of prose or anything like that?
Any type of what?
Prose or novel?
No, I don't read a whole lot. I write, but I mostly write for cartoons and stuff, or like animated stuff,
So
like
just
scripts.
scripts.
Yeah, just
that was my shocked editor face.
So you mean looking at this book right here and having to read this would make you cringe?
Yeah.
What is that? Ah, okay.
It's the movie edition of Battlefield Earth. It's still the same book. it just has
Maybe
the
he
movie
needs
cover.
maybe he needs to start with like this and build his way up to.
This is such a good book for anybody that has never read it. I know the movie was terrible, but the book was actually really good.
The only
Or
thing
my other favorite book.
Screw Calm and Get Angry. What were you saying, Ryan? Sorry.
Oh, the only books I read, if I do read a book, are like biographies on people I'm interested in, but I don't do that very often either. So,
well, I do have to ask.
I know a great book with like basically cat biographies coming up.
Cat biographies.
So I gotta ask, how do you score guests like John Cleese and stuff like that? You know,
It's not really a podcast. I'm usually paying to do it to like talk to them. So it's not that cool, really. I mean, it makes me look cool if you don't know that, but I just gave away my secret. Not always, but most of the time I do that. Or I go places and meet them like at comedy shows or festivals and stuff, and I talk to them there. That's when I don't pay to talk to them.
Yeah, like you've been to a lot of the shows the Trailer Park Boys have been at, and stuff like that. And so it's really cool always to get to see you going to these cons or to these comedy shows and hanging out and taking pictures with them, and you know, some of the crazy stories you have to tell. So what kind of crazy stories do you have to tell about meeting, you know, any of the comedians that you've met?
Nothing too crazy. I know the first time I met the Trailer Park Boys, they were wasted out of their minds. And
no surprise.
It was interesting. I mean, they were like falling backwards onto the wall and trying to sign things, and they couldn't really sign them very well. And it was just pretty funny seeing them so drunk because it's a madness. That's true. It's pretty crazy to see your heroes just totally wasted, but it's cool at the same time because they're human too.
Yeah.
So
we're oh, these are the heroes that we have to look for. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
So what are some of the things that you like besides South Park? I know, you know, you like Monty Python, of course, because you had John Cleese on.
I like a lot of stuff, but anytime someone asks that, I can't think of anything, but I'll try to think of some things that I love and just a few things. And that's Chuck Jones, the Looney Tunes, the originals from the 30s, 40s, and 50s. And yeah, I collect a lot of that stuff. And I like Seinfeld. I like It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. Trailer Park Boys, of course. And there are certain movies I like. I'm pretty picky about what I watch and what I like, though. So it's hard for me to get into new stuff because I'm so used to just watching old stuff over and over. But I recently started watching Britannia. I actually finished it last week, and then I talked to the star right after I finished it. So we talked about that a little bit, the star of the show. All right, Milo, you got to get down, baby.
What is Britannia? I've honestly never heard of it, and so nobody shoot me.
It's hard to describe. What'd you say? What was the last thing you said?
I said, so nobody shoot me. Like, I don't watch a whole lot of TV.
Oh, I don't think it's very popular yet. I mean, I've never heard anybody talk about it, or if I ask somebody if they've seen it, they never say yes. But it's about Rome taking over this place called Britannia, and there's a lot of gods possessing people, and they're just worshiping their gods and stuff, and they're I don't know how to explain it really. That
sounds interesting.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I didn't expect to like it so much.
And who has that one? Like,
Who
what
has
streaming
what?
service?
Oh, it's Amazon Prime. You can watch the first season for free, but the second season I think you have to pay for it. It's like 99.
That's how they always get you.
Yeah.
Like, oh, here, watch the first season. You're really gonna like it, and then you're gonna buy the second one.
Yeah, that's how it works.
Is that based on the comic book?
You know, it could be. I'm not sure, but if it is, I don't know what comic book that is.
Here, let's Google it.
Have you heard of a comic book that sounded similar to that?
I have heard of a comic book with that same name.
Oh, Britannia. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it will be linked to that. That's the only reason why I asked. It sounds really good though.
It's very possible that it is based on a comic book. I wouldn't be surprised.
Okay. There's so many shows and movies that are based on comic books.
Exactly.
Seems
Yeah.
like every other thing is a comic book.
Mhm.
So, okay. All right.
I can't keep up. I'm always behind.
Yes.
Oh, me too. Like,
People are like, what did you think of the new? Was it Falcon and Winter Soldier? I'm like, I don't know. I haven't watched WandaVision yet.
That is.
Yeah.
Me neither. I'm trying to.
I'm like, I'm so behind. I can't keep up.
Oh, that's the plague of the creator. You know, like, I'm still on season 2.5 of The Mandalorian, and everybody's like, oh, how have you not
I haven't
finished
seen
that
any
yet?
of Mandalorian. Okay, here's how far behind I am. I think I'm still on season 2 of Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.
I just finished.
It's so bad.
I'm halfway through season 15 of Supernatural. That's how back I am. I didn't even finish Supernatural yet. I'm like, oh god.
Well, and it's bad because everybody's talking about the Winter Soldier. I was like, I haven't even started the Winter Soldier. I have to finish the Mandalorian. Like, I got excited about Mortal Kombat, and so I watched Mortal Kombat as soon as I got home from work last night after I got the kids put to bed. And, you know, I know I'm not going to do any spoilers, so no spoilers, like, no spoiler. I have to say this, though. It was a good movie just to sit down and unwind and watch. Was I impressed with it? No. Do I think the original was better? In some ways, yes. The CGI is what killed it for me. I'll just leave it at that. The blood is just the real.
I heard somebody or saw somebody on Facebook earlier say, you know, after they watched it, was it a stupid movie? Yes. Was it a lot of fun? Yes.
It was. It was a lot of fun.
It's not an Oscar contender, but it's not meant to be either.
Yeah, well, and the bad thing is there was a lot of scenes in the movie where it was low budget. Like, I think even more low budget scene than the original was. Like, the coloring of the movie, and some of it was just really weird. And now I understand. Everybody's gonna be like, "Oh, well, Outworld is supposed to be a different color because you're in a different dimension." But it was just, But it, you know, even in Outworld, it just looked too over the top, and it was fake. So the CGI aspect is what killed it for me. Was it a decent movie? Yes. Is it fun to watch? Yes, because I love Mortal Kombat. I can watch. You know, I sit and watch the fatality videos of the video game. They release a new character. I'm like, what are the fatalities? So you know, when they release Spawn, that was the first thing I did was look up Spawn fatalities. I'm like, what's he gonna do? Oh, they got the Terminator on there now. What are the Terminator's fatalities? Oh yeah. So was it a fun movie? Yes, but you know, when you see the scenes and they're doing the CGI, like literally, it looks like strawberry jam. It doesn't even look like blood. And I was like, how low budget was this movie? You know, was this?
See, I'm not a gore person, so now that I know it looks like strawberry jam, I might give it a shot.
Oh, like legitimately, you'll look at it and you'll be like, "Holy shit, Russell was right." This looks
That's
like
not.
strawberry jam. Yeah,
I'll go get some toast to go with my movie.
like everybody that has watched it is probably sitting there going, "You know what? He's right. It does look like strawberry jam." Like literally in Spaceballs when they jam the radar. That is that is exactly what my flashback goes to during the gore scenes of it. I'm just cracking up. So I had a lot of fun with it. I'm not going to down the movie and say the movie's terrible. I enjoyed it. It was great for what it was worth. Was the story lacking somewhat? Yes. Was the acting lacking somewhat? Yes. Was the visuals lacking? Yes. But if you want to sit down and have fun and watch a movie that has a lot of the canon and a lot of the backstories for the characters, it was good for that. And that's all I'm going to say, because I don't want to go into too deep, because I know it's fresh. It just came out yesterday and not a lot of people have seen it. But just know you're not going to go in and be like, holy shit, this is the best Mortal Kombat movie ever, which some people may. But, you know, you're talking newer age groups. I mean, there's probably a lot of kids that are going to go see this and didn't even know there was already Mortal Kombat movies out there. But then you're like me, you know, and you grew up and it came out and you've seen it in the theaters like on release day with your parents, and you're like, whoa, this is awesome, you know, because I used to play freaking Mortal Kombat at Pizza Hut on the arcade when it first came out. Like, that was the best part. I'm like, screw the pizza. Like, give me like a handful of quarters. I'm going to go get my ass kicked on round 2.
I'll be back.
Yeah, I'll be back in like 10 minutes because round 2 is going to eat
for
like
another handful of quarters.
Yeah.
Because I'm not done yet.
Yeah. And you know, a lot of the stuff, you know, like, you know, you see Goro in the trailer. Goro looks a lot better than the original Goro. But, you know, you guys were talking about, they were talking about Mortal Kombat right when I hopped on before we got on. And so that was, you know, that's what I'm going to say on it. It was fun movie, you know. Would I watch it again? Yes, just because it was a lot of fun. The guy that plays Kano was fucking hilarious. I was cracking up. I was like, and that was what was fun about the original one. You know, Kano was such a dickbag, and he really is. And so, you know, they just find great people to play that character, and like he's one of my favorite characters. And I was like, I really hope they don't screw it up, but they didn't. It was a lot of fun.
Have you seen Godzilla vs. King Kong?
Oh yeah, you know I have.
Fantastic.
I got on there. So here's the thing: I've had HBO Max for like 7 or 8 years, and I've never used it because like AT&T's like, oh, you get HBO Max free. I don't have time for that shit. Like I work, I come home, I'm a family person, and then what little time I have left at that point in time, 7 years ago, I was like, I'm either watching a movie or playing a video game, or I have some shit around the house that needs to be done, like mow the grass. Adulting sucks. And so, you know, I don't just like, I don't have time for that. And that's like, you know, Breaking Bad. I didn't watch Breaking Bad until it was on its last season. I think Better Call Saul was like in the works. I was like, if I want to sit and watch something, I have to watch it from start to finish. Like, I hate that. Oh, it's Monday. I got to go home and watch this because otherwise I got to wait for it to come out. I just don't do good with that because my schedule's so hectic. And now that I'm a creator, I really don't have time for that. But, you know, the thing is Godzilla vs. Kong was coming out. So I downloaded HBO Max just because I knew it was free on there. And I'm like, hell yeah, I get to see a movie on release day on my TV at home. And then I realized Mortal Kombat was going to be on there too. And I was like, yes. And then I realized Space Jam 2 is going to be on there.
Yes.
Yes. And I'm like, freaking triple score. Are you fucking kidding me? 3 great movies are going to be available. So I'm like, yes, I'm downloading it. So
you know what? I'm just glad that somebody else is excited about Space Jam.
Oh my God. Have you seen my posts on Space Jam, Russell?
No, I haven't had a chance to be on Facebook the last few days.
Man, I was obsessed with the original Space Jam.
Yeah.
And the new one I'm really excited about. I've been posting like crazy about it.
Well, and see, that was what the funny thing was. So I downloaded HBO Max to watch the Snyder Cut of Justice League because I never watched the first Justice League.
I've not seen any of it yet.
I haven't either. I've never been that interested.
Someday I will have time.
Someday I will. Yeah. Well, I was
on my deathbed. I'll be like, somebody hook up HBO Max so I can watch everything.
Well, I was never really into Justice League. I've never really been into DC characters, except for like Superman and Wonder Woman. Those are the 2 that I'll watch. Anything outside of that, like I watched the Green Hornet just because Seth Rogen was in it. You know, I never really have been a huge DC fan. So, like when Justice League came out, I was like, you know, I usually try to watch the superhero movies, but then I heard such bad things about it. I was like, nah, I won't watch it. But then I watched Man of Steel, like 5 years after it came out because everybody said it was so terrible, and I got it in like the bargain bin, and I was like,
Yeah.
holy shit, this is a really good movie.
Mhm.
So when the Snyder Cut came out, I was like, well, I'll download HBO Max. Well, then I seen Godzilla was on there, so we ended up watching Godzilla King of the Monsters just because I knew Godzilla versus Kong was coming out, and I hadn't seen King of the Monsters yet either. And so then we watched The Goonies because I was like, oh man, The Goonies is on here, hell yeah! So I was like, we watched The Goonies, and then the next day we watched Space Jam. That was the very first. I was like, oh man, and Space Jam 2 is going to be on there because they had the trailer, and I was super excited. And so I made my kids sit and watch Space Jam with me, and my wife was super excited too because she loves that movie.
I have this horrible confession. I have never seen a single Godzilla movie.
Gotta catch up a little bit.
Yeah. Somebody make me a list. I'll get there. I mean, I caught up on the Marvel Universe stuff. It took me a while, but I caught
I'll
up.
admit, I've never been a huge Godzilla fan. So to backtrack back to where Jonathan originally asked, have I seen Godzilla versus Kong yet? The first Godzilla movie that I really watched was the 2014 Godzilla movie. It wasn't bad. It was pretty decent. I enjoyed it. And so I really wanted to see King of the Monsters because it looked really good. And I was like, I'd never been a huge fan. My grandparents watched, he would have the old Godzilla movies on. And I was just like, I'm not really into this. Because, like, it's a dude in a rubber suit, and you can tell that. And, but, I don't know. I just was never really interested in the kaiju. And so then, Godzilla King of the Monsters, I really wanted to see it, but I never did. So I watched that just because I knew Godzilla versus Kong was coming out, and I wanted to watch that. And so King of the Monsters leads directly into pretty much into Godzilla versus Kong. And I never seen King Kong either. So the new one, whatever it's called, Kong Island or Skull Island or whatever it's called.
Yeah. Skull Island, I believe it is.
Yeah, I never watched
I
that
saw
either.
about 10 minutes of the original.
Yeah, well, see, that's another movie that
See,
ties
this is when I go, you know what? But I've seen every episode of Murder, She Wrote.
Yeah.
Great series.
10 times.
Hey, great series. Great series.
You can see my priorities here.
Well, see, yeah, Murder, She Wrote and Matlock. Those were the two main ones that were always on during summer break. Ryan, right?
Matlock.
I watched Full House all the time.
I think I've seen all of Diagnosis Murder. My kids just informed me that I watch old people TV, and that's my problem. Stop watching old people TV, and you'll have some clue what's going on, Mom.
That's good TV. Highway to Heaven. Great.
There you go.
I cried all the time. Great.
And so apparently Skull Island has a lot to do with Godzilla versus Kong too. So now since it's on HBO Max, I guess I'm going to watch Skull Island as well. But I enjoyed King of the Monsters. It was awesome. I've watched it like twice because my nephew came over a few weeks ago, and so we watched King of the Monsters. And I was going to watch Godzilla versus Kong with him again because he really wanted to see it because he's really into Godzilla. And we never got around to watching it. But Godzilla versus Kong was good. And so, I was talking to Anibal about it, and he's like, man, I'm going to have to watch it. And I ended up watching it 7 times now with his nephew.
Oh, wow.
But I'll say this. It was really good. I stayed away from the trailer, so there was really no spoilers for me when I watched the movie. There was a lot of people that were pissed off because they spoiled the main plot point of the movie in the trailers. Okay. And I'm not going to say anything about it because if you're like dumb to the trailer, then nothing will be ruined for you. You'll be pleasantly surprised. It was badass. It was lacking story a little bit in compared to King of the Monsters. I don't think there was as much story as there was in King of the Monsters. King of the Monsters was badass. I'll just put that out there. It's awesome. If you haven't seen it, just sit down and watch it. You'll enjoy it. It's a fun movie. But Kong versus Godzilla followed up well after that. It continues the story about the people in King of the Monsters. I don't want to say too much for anybody that hasn't seen it, but it follows the story of that. And, it was good. I enjoyed it. There was a lot of shit that didn't make sense. Anybody wants to come back and ask me what didn't make sense to me, I'll be more than happy to talk about it because for everybody that I've talked to about it, they said, you're right. That makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. I thought the same thing. So there's going to be a lot of shit. You're just going to be like, why? It was plot points and story that was added in that you're just like, this doesn't even make any sense. Why would you even put this in here? Like, you could have cut all of this out of here. none of this could have happened. And like for this and this to line up perfectly at this point in the movie, like that's impossible. Like the odds are astronomical. So there's a lot of stuff that was just like, this doesn't even make any sense. This shouldn't be here. So yeah, I enjoyed it though. It was good. It's definitely worth a watch. The final fight scene is badass. The major thing that people are pissed off and butthurt about is that it makes Kong look like a bitch. So
a tiny bit.
I mean, we'll just say it like it is. It makes Kong look like he's a bitch, and he bitched out of the fight. So
yeah.
And they did. I mean, you know me. I just say it like it is. I'm not gonna.
No, that's true though. I wish they made him tougher, a little tougher, but it was still a great movie. Great movie.
It was a great movie. Yeah, I'm so stoked for Space Jam. Sorry, I'm stuck on that. It looks so awesome. Like we've watched the trailer like 25 times. It's gonna be great.
Me too.
I'm excited. I mean, my oldest is big into the first movie still. And I don't know if it came out before he was born or after, to be honest. The first one.
It came out in 1996. November 15th, 1996. I remember because.
Okay, so yeah, he wasn't born till January 2000. So the movie's older than him. But once he got old enough, it's been one of his favorite movies. I think we own it like on DVD, on Vudu, like multiple ways for him to watch it. And he was always super excited as soon as he heard there was going to be a second one. And then, you kept hearing about it and then hearing about it. And it was like nothing was happening.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
And then he actually saw the trailer and went, oh. And I went, really? Oh? He goes,
there were things I was disappointed about, but
he goes,
I'll still watch it.
He goes, I'll probably watch it with you.
Probably.
I'm like, I would hope so. We've been talking about seeing this movie for like 10 years.
Yeah, it's like the Gambit movie, or like Avatar 2, or like all these movies that we've been hearing are supposed to come out, and then like it never happens forever. And so when they say it's coming out, you're like, yeah, okay, whatever.
Yeah, sure it is. Give me a date.
Give me a date.
I want a date and a time that I can go watch this. Until then, I'm not buying it.
Yeah,
I never thought it was going to come out. I really didn't. So
yeah, we've given up on it.
I used to talk about there being a Space Jam 2 when I was a kid. Like I wanted it so bad because I was so obsessed with it. Had all the toys and everything.
Oh, wow.
I had quite a few of them that actually ended up eventually going to Goodwill.
The sad thing is I still have them.
Like the little stuffed toys.
Yeah.
We would probably still have them if my house just didn't become overrun with stuff.
Mm-hmm. Mine are all in storage.
I reached a point where it was going to be either I get a storage unit or we do some downsizing around here.
Yeah.
And yeah, Russell's watch. I've been downsizing insanity lately.
Yeah, I've been going at all the stuff that Katrina's been getting rid of. I've been like zooming in on the pictures. I was like, ooh, what's this?
Like, what else is she getting rid of now?
Yeah, like, ooh.
A lot of it has just gone like either. Well, the big purge was the like 500 CDs I got rid of.
Wow.
Like it was insane. And I sat there and I copied every single one of them to an external hard drive. And then I put them up. Yeah, that was a project and a half. I thought, oh, this will be like a weekend project. And I started going. It took me 2 weeks.
Yeah, every CD takes like 20 to 30 minutes to burn and upload.
Well, this was a direct. I didn't upload it anywhere. It was a direct rip to an external drive. But
well, that's what I mean. It's got to upload it, and then it's got to save it to the hard drive. So you're talking 20, 30 minutes to upload it, and then
it was a project that I got partway through and went, this was stupid. Why did you do this?
Yeah, you got all this music on this hard drive, and you're like, holy shit! Unless they make like a 400 terabyte.
I bought a 5 terabyte external because I had no idea how much room this was going to take, and I want to say it came close to a terabyte of music.
Oh, that wouldn't surprise me.
It was just insane. And I put them up on like a local garage sale group for free. I was like, come take these boxes of CDs out of my house. and I had one woman who came, took her, because I did them in chunks, and she came, I think, 2 or 3 different times to pick up boxes of CDs, and it was everything from like Veggie Tales to Black Sabbath.
VeggieTales to Black Sabbath. Wow, that's a freaking.
It ran the gamut, and you know, I had fun things like what is the name of that CD? Bag Rock to the Masses, which is rock music done on bagpipes.
Oh boy! Wow.
People are like, you have weird things, and I'm like, this surprises who? Do you know me? This should not surprise you that I own weird things.
So what? It sounds like you're a big movie buff. So what is your favorite movie? That's what I'd like to know. Everybody's favorite movie.
My favorite movie is White Christmas. I like old movies. I grew up with my grandparents, and this was a favorite of my grandmother's that we watched every year at Christmas time. And it just became one of my favorites over the years. It's the first Christmas movie I watch every season.
Nice. Okay.
What about you, Ray Guy?
That's tough because there are tons of movies I love. I mean, she said she had 500 CDs. I probably have 500 DVDs.
Yeah, we've got that way too. It's insane. I have a spreadsheet.
Yeah. I write down every DVD I have on my on WordPad or whatever because I have so many of them and I don't know if I have one or not.
So you gotta look before you buy
the
it.
same one twice.
Do I have this?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I have to do now.
I've gotten rid of duplicates so many times. Like I'll buy them at like Black Friday time, thinking that we don't have it, and like my kids will open it for Christmas and like, yeah, Mom, we've had this for like 2 years.
Well,
maybe we should watch it more often so that I remember we have it.
So I'll tell you what my favorite is. So when I was a kid, robotics and so I've always been big into sci-fi and several different genres, but sci-fi has always been like my biggest thing because I like to blow shit up and sci-fi's got a lot of explosions in it. And space travel has been something I've always been fascinated with because I took a lot of astronomy and classes and stuff like that in high school just because I love space and the idea of exploring it. But growing up and seeing the Transformers and Transformers Beast Wars and Voltron and all the different you got the mechs and shit like that, and this was before Pacific Rim or anything like that came out, but Robot Jocks is by far one of my favorite movies ever. Like literally it was my favorite to the point that my dad, every time we would go to the video store, he'd be like, what do you want to rent? And I would look through everything and I couldn't find anything that was good. And we're talking like 2nd and 3rd grade. And I'm like, Robot Jocks. And we rented it so many times, the video store just sold it to us because they never had it on the shelf. And so I still have the VHS tape for that. I still have the VHS tape that we bought from the video store. And then there was a prequel and a sequel that was made. It was Crash and Burn and Robot Wars. And so I ended up getting those just because I wanted them. They're really super cheesy and they're not as good as Robot Jocks is. And granted, Robot Jocks is really cheesy. Now you watch it and you laugh because it's like, this is so stupid. But it was just the idea of the robots. And, and then, as I grew up, Mech Warrior came out on the PC. And, you had all these games where you could pilot these mechs. And I've always been super fascinated with this.
Nice.
I'll say my favorite movie probably is the poster behind me.
South Park, the movie.
Yeah.
Okay. Wow. Okay.
That was a huge influence on me. So when that first came out, so I'll say that movie.
Very nice.
Yeah, because Rye Guy never said any South Park quotes in school. I mean, I would never have known this guy was into South Park. I mean, he didn't have hoodies and shirts and talk about the new episodes and stuff. I never knew he was into it. Like ever.
Exactly.
Like this was a total surprise.
Still the same, pretty much, but.
Hey man, it's the classics. It's what we grew up on as a kid. I have favorite movies that are newer movies that I really love.
Oh yeah.
But it's never going to be like that first movie that makes that imprint on you. Like, Robot Jocks did on me. I'm like, how awesome is that to pilot these giant robots and they fight over territories? Like, what if we did away with war and each country had a robot, and each country had a pilot, and they fought each other. And that's what the whole premise of Robot Jox was. It was just badass to see these two giant mechs come up out of the ground, and they're like, all right, have at it. And they're like launching missiles and, going hand-to-hand combat because they turn the weapons off. And it was a really cool concept. And like for you, Ragai, it was the whole thing of, South Park. It's like you really were into animation. You loved Looney Tunes growing up, but South Park really grew on you just because of the crude humor and the shit that we did in high school. That was us growing up.
I got to chime in. We're talking about favorite movies, and this is gonna blow you guys away, but I'll give you my top 3 or 4. Breakfast Club.
Great movie.
Breakfast Club. I lived them years. I totally
You are the
get
man.
Saturday
Nice.
detention. I totally get the whole. I was like a stoner jock, like everything. Okay,
Yeah.
I could hang out with just about any group in the school, except the Cowboys. Cowboys didn't like me, but but I could hang out with just about anybody, and so I totally related to that movie. Then you have the softie in me. 51st Dates will bring a tear to my eye at the end every freaking time when she comes up out of the bottom of the boat and meets her daughter again for the first time. That's it. Okay.
Yeah.
Give it up for that one. All right.
That's it.
I mean, what are you doing, Pops? Telling major plot spoilers for a movie that's been out for 20 some odd years.
That's what I'm saying. It's like these movies.
Gotta say spoiler.
When I catch these
Spoiler
movies
alert.
on TV, like if I'm
As if
flipping
you
the
didn't just
channel
spoil
and I
like
see
the entire
51st
premise
Dates,
of your movie.
well, I mean, if I'm flipping the channels and I come across 51st Dates, I'm watching it to the scene where she meets her daughter again. It doesn't matter where I come in, I'm stuck. Okay, it's the same with Breakfast Club. I'm stuck till dude does this in the parking lot or walking across the field. I'm stuck.
On the football field, yeah.
There's movies. Enter the Dragon.
Great.
I come across it, I'm stuck. I'm watching it to the end. Okay. There are some of those movies from way back in our past that still reach out from the TV and grab us. I showed The Warriors earlier. The Warriors, the subway bathroom scene, one of the best choreographed fight scenes ever.
Yeah.
It's beautiful. Dudes getting slammed up against the mirror on the wall. All this stuff was stunt men, not CGI. These were real people getting smashed around that bathroom and getting hit with baseball bats, and that stuff all looks legit. Okay. I watched
no strawberry jam blood.
No strawberry jam.
I watched it the other day. I'm still enthralled with that one scene. Okay, that scene is awesome. The rest of it, but that one scene it'll always stand out to me. It was choreographed beautifully. There are movies from our past that everybody just forgets about because everything now is CGI perfection.
Yeah.
Well, except a mustache, but you know what I'm saying, right? I mean,
like Gremlins. Like, you don't see
Great.
movies like Gremlins was so realistic when growing up when I was a kid. It was like it scared the shit out of me. And I had a Gizmo stuffed animal, and I was like, oh my god, if this thing gets wet, will these things pop out of it and start running around?
Is it safe to put in the washing machine? I don't know.
I'm gonna take it to school and I'm gonna run it under the water and see if we can get the day out of school because there's gremlins.
and number 5, I'm gonna say, is the movie I stood in line in the longest lines for the most amount of time to see the most amount of times. And that was the original Star Wars when I was a teenager.
Nice.
We went to see that thing every weekend. We stood there were lines every weekend for months when that movie came out. We had never seen anything like that before. Battlestar Galactica on TV, Star Trek on TV. Nah. That was so different and so far beyond any space shows we'd seen up to that point. Anybody that doesn't say that was a game changer is lying. A New Hope, the first, way back before the redo and all that, the original movie was still so far beyond anything we had ever seen that it was a game changer. It changed everything. You couldn't make a space movie anymore unless you came out with some real serious special effects and serious look.
Well, here's the crazy thing. Here's the craziest thing about what you're saying. is, you know, some of these movies still hold up to this day. Like the special effects, the props, the stuff that they made still holds up to this day better than some of these CGI movies. It's more realistic looking, and they're better scenes, they're better explosions, better, you know, blood, gore, just like the fight scenes you said. That's what ruined, you know, the new Mortal Kombat movies, the CGI blood, you know. The CGI has really ruined movies for the most part. That and the remakes, you know. Hey, let's remake this movie for the 57th time. But, you know, if you...
There's no real talent. I don't want to say talent involved, but I mean, when you're standing there and you got all them little balls on you and you're just moving around and there's no stuntman right there next to you and there's no real interaction, when they're piecing that together with another person that's fighting, you can tell it's pieced together. I mean, if you're looking at it, it's...
Well, and what gets me is it's 10 times more expensive. It's 10 times more expensive, and it doesn't look anywhere near as realistic. And it's like, why don't we go back to doing it the way we used to? Because it was way cheaper. Like, you're talking about this movie cost you $1.3 billion to make, and you made $250 million on it in the box office, and you're bitching and crying because everybody hated it. And it's like, well, yeah, maybe if you used better special effects, it wouldn't have cost you as much, and you would have came out ahead because more people would have liked it.
Well, give me some old-fashioned stuntmen once in a while. Give me some reality once in a while. I don't mind if you CGI some real, like, you know, the lightsaber battles and stuff where they're going all out, flipping and twisting all over the place. Okay, I can see you enhancing that. Okay, but come on. When two dudes are just duking it out, let them duke it out. Let's get the stuntman in there. You know,
let's get out the sock and boppers.
Yeah, let them go. Let's see it for what it's supposed to be. Action.
Sock and boppers.
But you know what? I think the biggest problem is that they lean on CGI and less on story development.
Exactly.
Like, I'll say my two favorite movies, which I think are the definition of perfect scripts. One of them you already said, Breakfast Club. The brilliance of that movie is the simplicity. It's just it's 5 kids, right? It's 5 kids. Yeah, 5 kids in detention. Now, on the surface, that seems like a slow burn. But the depth of writing and the brilliance of Hughes' writing in all his movies, especially that one, is like peeling back a perfect script. He takes what you think the stereotype is and then tears it apart and shows you the people. How many people write a script that tight where they can even do that with one character, much less 5 in the room? You know, that's the brilliance. And then you take a movie like Shawshank Redemption, which is a spiritual transformation movie, not just a narrative, but it spiritually inspires you. There's religious classes that have whole religious courses on Shawshank. Literally, they direct their whole sermon off of Shawshank because it's so spiritually empowering. That's lost behind a whole lot of glamour and glitz and special effects.
I agree. Russell, do you know my hatred for CGI? Have you seen it on Facebook?
Yeah,
It's his hatred of CGI and his love of Space Jam. You have to keep up with these things, Russell.
Here's the thing. Like, CGI with the 3D animation is what makes me mad at the new Space Jam, because I love traditional animation, and I don't like special effects if they're CGI for some reason. I think it's just because, like he said, they rely too much on CGI and not enough on story.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, look at the Michael Bay films. Every single one of them is pretty much lacking in story, and it's like they spend all these millions of dollars on special effects. Yeah, I love explosions, but adding 750,000 of them into one movie is still not going to make your shitty story look good.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't save the story. One of my favorite action movies, and it was just stunt people, I think, at its best, is First Blood. That's like number 1 for me. Because it's great story, great classic character, and it's just great stunts with a great narrative. And the conversations that Colonel Trotman has with Brian Dennehy's character is brilliant. He's just tearing into them every time. I love it. You know, it's a great movie, great cinema.
But yeah, I love the fact that like I look at my kids and what their favorite movies are, and they're not anything I don't think that's been out since they were alive.
That's cool.
My youngest used to work in a movie theater, and on their name tags they had to put what their favorite movie was. And I walked in there one night to go see something, and he had Big as his favorite movie, and I thought, I said, I didn't even know you'd seen that movie. it's a little before your time. And he's like, no, I love that movie. And I said, I've actually been on that keyboard in FAO Schwartz. I'm just saying.
You know what is one of my favorite classic movies, and I have made every kid that's ever been related to me that's ever been over here watch, and my own kids, I make them watch it, is Ernest. Like all the Ernest movies. Jim Varney is so fucking hilarious. I mean, in every movie he's ever been in, the Beverly Hillbillies, all of it. Jim Varney was just awesome. All of the classic parts he would play, the old lady, the military man, I mean, just everything. And I own every single movie except for Ernest Goes to School. And I was so excited that it was on HBO Max. That was one of the other first movies that I was like, oh my God, we were watching Ernest Goes to School. I haven't seen this in like 20 years because you can't
My God,
find
I don't
it.
remember. I don't remember the last time I saw an Ernest movie.
Oh my gosh. And so like I loved it because and so now that my niece and nephew are grown, they're my nephew just turned 16. My niece is like I think 13 now.
They're grown?
Yeah, well, yeah. Well,
13?
I've known them since they were born, so it's weird to say they're that old. And
oh no, I get it. I've known my kids since they were born too, and like, what do you mean you're 20 and 21?
Yeah, exactly.
What?
But it's funny because they still request to watch those movies because they love them too, and it's like I did my job. And so like when my kids, I'm like, that's why I'm like, you're watching the Goonies, you're gonna watch Short Circuit. Short Circuit is such a tear-jerking, and it's just a well put together movie. I'm like, we're watching Short Circuit and Short Circuit 2. Guess what we watched today? The Never Ending Story, because it's a phenomenal movie.
That made me cry.
I made mine watch Princess Bride.
Oh, Princess Bride.
Another good.
And they were young enough at the time. They were horrified by the title of the movie. They were like,
"Oh, everybody is horrified by the title of the movie."
It was
until you
one
watch
of those. You've got two kids and they can't ever decide to watch the same thing. And I finally said, "You have until the count of 5, or I'm picking the movie," which usually inspires them to come to an agreement. It didn't that day, and I went, "Okay, Princess Bride, it is." I'm like, oh God, it's one of Mom's kissing movies. No. Or it's one of Mom's musicals, not that. And they loved it. Once they realized what it was, then it was, I think it's still one of their favorites.
Well, I tell you, it's really funny. So, like the Goonies, I watched that when I was really young, and so as a parent now, I haven't seen it in like a long time, and my wife hasn't seen it in a long time either. And so I put it on, and like in the first scene, like when he hangs himself in the jail cell. He pretends to hang himself, and I was like, "Oh my God!" I didn't even think about this because back then the rating system was so lax, and I'm like, "Oh man, I don't know if this is appropriate for my my 4 and my 6-year-old to watch."
Yeah,
and I was like, "Oh, okay, that's right." He pretends hangs himself. I was like, "Oh, we're good." I was like, I turned out fine, I think.
Mostly.
Stuff like, I'm like, oh my God, I'm letting my kids watch this. My wife's over there just looking at me like, and I was like, ha! He pretend.
That was the face I gave my ex-husband the first time he let my, God, how old was he? 4 or so at the time. Watch Star Wars for the first time. That was the face I gave him. Because I knew that it was that age where they imitate everything. And I said, how long till he picks up something like a broomstick and smacks you with it because it's a lightsaber? He's not going to do that. I was taking night classes at the time. I came home the next night. Sure enough, he'd gotten whacked in the knee with something. And I said, well, I told you.
It's like my coworker. My coworker let one of his young kids, he was like 8, watch Chucky, and for like a week he walked around with a kitchen knife. I mean, so you gotta
Oh
watch.
my God.
Yeah,
Good
I was like, your
Lord.
kid did what? I was
Age
like,
appropriateness, guys.
age appropriateness, guys.
appropriateness.
Yeah, you know. Now, while we watched this stuff when we were kids, we knew better than to do that because we would get our asses whooped until
If
we
I'd
couldn't sit
picked up
for
a
a week.
kitchen knife at that age, I would have gotten my butt whooped so hard.
Yeah, you would have
been the
sat
end.
for a week.
That would have been the
Exactly.
end of it.
Now you can't spank your kids because it's not right.
My kids could take me down, so I don't try to spank. I just threatened not to pay the Saks bill.
What movie? I got a goodie. What movie or book was most inspirational to y'all as creators?
Oh. Winnie the Pooh.
I do have an answer to that. The muscular dystrophy telethon.
Ah.
That's my inspiration for what I'm doing right now with CromCon. I'm trying to get you guys exposed. I didn't have anything to compare it to. There wasn't, it's not like virtual cons were a big thing and everything. I had to just come out here and try and make something work.
Nice.
And now we do panels. Now we have different things. We try to do different stuff every month, but it's the inspiration for it was just the fact that nobody had anywhere to set up a table.
Oh, okay.
It wasn't based on anything else other than you guys needed a place to sell. And I was like, I got this little tiny Facebook group. Now it's 4 times the size it was. Okay. We've grown. But when I started this, I started with nothing on a paper plate and a whole bunch of people coming out and giving me credibility for what I was doing. This is how organized I was and how much I knew about con promotion.
Shoot, that's how organized I still am.
This is from CromCon 1. This plate has been sitting here for a year to inspire me, to keep reminding me where I was when I started. I didn't know anything about promoting. I didn't know anything about Comic-Cons, or I didn't know all of you guys. Okay. I just came out here and dove in head first. And then, people like Brian Polito talked to me on the side and gave me encouragement to not stop, to keep going. And every month, no matter what roadblocks or speed bumps I go over, there's always 40 or 50 people out here telling me, keep going, keep doing it. And, here I am again. And
absolutely.
I'll probably be here next month.
Well, there was a lot of books that gave me inspiration. I grew up reading Goosebumps and Animorphs later on. And, when I got older, they started coming out. But before that, I read a lot of random books. But I want to say in it was 6th or 7th grade. I know it was in junior high. At St. Clair Junior High, I went in and I was going through the library and I went past an old bookshelf that had a bunch of old books on it. And it was stuff that was way in the back because nobody ever went back there. It was just all old shit. And I stumbled across Mossflower and Redwall by Brian Jakes. And I was like, man, this looks kind of cool. And I pulled it out. This had a really cool detailed spine on it. And I'm like, they put a lot of love into the cover. What's this about? And it was a hardcover. I remember that much. And it was well worn. And like I said, it was highly intricate. And I pulled it out and I was like, what's Redwall? What's Mossflower? What is this about? And it had, the anthropomorphic animals on it where they were like people and they had their own little civilization. And I was like, this looks really interesting. So I took it home. And I read it 3 times. And I'm like, this book is just phenomenal. The way Brian Jakes told the story, the way his thought process, the way he laid it out. You lived, through these characters. You laughed with them. You cried with them. You never knew what was going to happen. Sometimes a lot of them didn't go home. And, they would go on these journeys. And it was just follow this hero on this journey and see what happens along the way. And I fell in love with it. And that was one of the first book series that I was could not wait for the next book to come out, and I bought it as soon as it released. And that was literally getting my parents to give me the money to buy something from a book fair was trying to pry teeth it was like near impossible. But like then I wasn't working, and I was like, Pearls of Lutra. And I remember exactly which book it was. It was Pearls of Lutra. It was the first one that came out in the book fair that I was like, please, can I have like $7 to buy this book? I have to have this book like now. It just came out. And so, you know, the Redwall series was a phenomenal series. It was great writing. I was really sad to hear of him passing, you know, several years ago, because I still followed the new books as they came out, even into, you know, an adult. They were just fantastic stories. They were a lot of fun. They got you out of your head, and you were off in this fantasy world. And so, you know, I've talked about it for, you know, several years. You know, this is just my favorite series. I love it. I love it. I love it. And everybody's always like, what? Well, I've never heard of it. And so the news that Netflix has bought the rights to all of Brian Jakes' work as far as the Redwall series goes and the cartoons. They are making a movie on Redwall, and they're going to make a series on the Redwall series. It's an actual running series on it.
That's really cool.
On one hand, I'm uber excited. I could not be more excited. I cannot wait to see the movie about Martin the Warrior, because it's going to be badass, and everybody's going to be like, holy shit, this is awesome. And they're going to go out and they're going to go buy the books, hopefully, and read them, and he's going to get the recognition he deserves for his talent. And on the other hand, I'm like, please don't fuck this up.
Please don't mess it up.
Yeah.
Because this is huge for me. Like, this is my moment to shine. And, you know, if you guys screw this up, everybody's going to be like, you like this? And I'm going to be like,
that's what you grew up loving?
I'll be like, read the books. Read the books. The books are way better. And then the other book was this one. This was an awesome book. And this was one from our library, St. Clair High School.
Nice.
You stole the book?
No. So they were going to... So this is how much of a nerd I am. They had this huge box in the teacher's lounge of books that like the teachers could take home or whatever. And like they were like, you know, these are going to be here till Friday. On Friday, they're getting thrown away. Well, it's Friday. And so yeah.
I can't handle that. You don't throw books away.
No. Yeah, take them to the freaking...
I need to go take some medicine up.
Yeah, no, exactly. So the librarian knew how much I loved reading and how I was always in there, you know, checking out books. She said, hey, there's a box of books in the teacher's lounge. Whatever's left after the end of the day is getting thrown away. Go in there and see if there's any that you like, and you just please take them. And so I walked in there and walked out of there with the whole box.
Nice.
Her face was like...
That would be me. That would 100% be me.
I took it home and I went through it and I gave out some of the books because I was like, this doesn't appeal to me. This doesn't appeal to me. I gave some of them to Goodwill. But this is one of the books that was in that box that was absolutely phenomenal. And I talked about it for like the last, you know, year that I've been doing the show. Everybody's like, you know, what's the name of the book? And I'm like, I can't think of it to save my life. I'd have to go look because a lot of this stuff, since, you know, we've had kids, both of our offices are now bedrooms. So I had to go buy a shed and I put stuff in Rubbermaid totes and some of the stuff had to go. There wasn't room. And I had to find this. And I was like, oh my gosh, I found it, you know, about a month ago. This book is phenomenal. If you've never read it, it is great.
Well, check that one out.
It's from the 70s. It was, I think, let's see. The last time it was checked out of St. Clair High School was 1989, February 1st of 1989.
Wow.
So that gives you a little bit of how
Who's the author on that, Russell?
Douglas Hill.
Hold up. Are you the one that checked it out? Be honest.
Was it you in 1985?
No, I was 4 years old in 1989.
They got you.
I just had to know.
I definitely did not check this out. It was okay.
What's up, Chris? Got Chris in the chat. What's up,
Chris?
First printing was February of 1980.
Okay.
This is a phenomenal book, though. If you get a chance, check it out. It's not very long. It's only, I want to say 100-something pages. I mean, of course, it's not your standard size book, but it's only like 130 pages. It was a really good book. I really enjoyed it.
So he's talking about a book that he's had forever that he stole from a school library.
They're going to find you on the show and hunt you down.
Here's a book that I found the other day that was
yeah.
in a free pile
Wow. Okay.
A free book pile. This book is in really good shape for being as old as it is. And of course, it's nowhere near free printing, Mark Twain. But I mean, this one was, let's see. Well, no glasses. 63, the year I was born. That's how old this particular book is. Not bad.
Not
For
bad.
free.
Nice.
In a free box.
Hey man, anytime I hear people throwing books away and stuff like that, I try to save them because if it's not something that I'm interested in, at least take it to some,
There's a store. There's a bookstore here, and everything that they think they can't sell, they put out on shelves outside. People can just go.
Or the library over by where my kid's dad lives has the same kind of thing. They have 2 rolling racks that are just free books that anybody can come in and take. Usually I donate all of my discards to them, but they're not accepting donations to them due to COVID. So all of my book discards lately has been to Goodwill, unfortunately.
Hey, this is what I have to say to late fees.
Oh yeah.
The late
I think at this
fees
point
died
you've
with
bought
Blockbuster.
I think you've bought the book by this point.
Buddy.
All right, I'm gonna go with. I think my inspirational book would actually be like Winnie the Pooh.
Nice.
Like the stuff, like the books that I read as a kid. I think I actually own a copy of it in Latin. Like I'm a total nerd.
How random is that? Like,
Isn't that? What's random is a friend of mine in Canada had the book, and he was going to be moving. And he's like, "Do you want this?" Because he knew I was a huge Winnie the Pooh fan. I was like, yes. And in exchange, I think I sent him. It was some campaign T-shirt that he wanted. It was like random, but okay. Unfortunately, it got me on some political mailing list for a while that took a while to get off of. But yeah, I mean, I think Winnie the Pooh. Even then going into like the Disney movies and that kind of stuff. The idea of stuffed toys come to life. I mean, which is very much like Russell can vouch, is very much like Tales from the Toy Store.
Mm-hmm.
These toys and stuff that have their own lives outside of what we see.
Well, I'm excited about Teddy Bear Tale. I'm still.
Oh, Teddy Bear Tale.
Russell.
Don't get me wrong. It's going to be a phenomenal book when it's finished.
I know I told you guys that you could go as long as you want, but I was just informed that we have an early tea time. I'm going to go play golf before tomorrow's show. But that means I'm going to be getting up really early if I'm going to get in, around the golf before noon. So.
Okay. That's all right. You can just pull an all-nighter and then go straight into golf. We got.
Yeah, come on.
I gotta go all day tomorrow. I still got to do this.
Isn't that what Red Bull's for?
I don't do that stuff.
Hey, kid and Pops with wings. We don't need a demon on screen.
Really? I mean, you guys have seen me. You guys have seen me at the end of a weekend, and I'm still pretty wired up. I smoke weed to chill out because I'm always up there. I've been that way all my life. Ready to go. I played ball till I was 49.
Oh wow!
I played softball till I was 49 years old. You couldn't stop me. I'm still diving for the ball. And finally they were like, "Dude, you got to quit," because I don't know how to slow down. I don't have that gear. I go do something, I'm all out. I'm 57 years old. I'm in the back tee box with my son trying to hit that freaking ball as hard as I can because he's 300 yards out in the fairway. Wow. So, I don't swing like an old man.
Hey, listen, we don't want to hear about you swinging, Pops. We don't need to know about that.
All the swinging I do.
I mean, talk about playing with balls and swinging. That's for a different show.
It's going to go to Blue Balls next. And
what do you mean for a different
it's
show?
It's going to be a whole balls thing.
Do you know where we are? What do you mean for a different show?
Yeah, I know where we are. We're in the
It's after hours at the Madness, baby. You say whatever you want.
Are those dark glasses to hide the red eye?
I don't never hide that. You know that. This actual set of glasses 30 or 28 years ago at the airport. I'm sending my son back to Michigan. I lived in Phoenix, and he lived up here. And I was sending him back home to mom. And every year at the airport, when I'd send him home, I'd give him something. Okay, I'd tell him, anything you want that I have on you, you can have it. Just make sure I get it back, right? So this pair of glasses, I gave him 22, 23 years ago. And at Christmas, his mom came over with a box of his old stuff. And there was something else that I had given him at the airport, too. I gave him a necklace that I had gotten from Ace Frehley, a lightning bolt necklace. And when his mom brought the box over, I was like, wow, is there a lightning bolt necklace in there? And he's going through stuff, and he goes, no, but there's a pair of glasses. And I was like, right on. I at least got one of them back. Took 20 years or whatever, but I got my shades back, man. And yes, I will have these for the rest of my life. They're, just the fact that he gave them back to me that many years later, he still had them. They're not all messed up, you know. I love my son. He's a good dude.
And they're very cool. They're very cool.
So one of two things we'll always know: either one, Pop's wearing them because he's tripping balls, or two, Pop's is gonna be wearing them. He's gonna be tripping over shit because he can't see.
I'm pretty good health.
It's because of my glaucoma, you young fucks.
I'm pretty blessed, man. I've never had nothing go wrong yet. You know, I haven't had to go through something like what you went through, Russell. You know,
I know.
I've had a broken bone here or there. You know, I've never had to deal with anything like that.
So let's not get through any more cancer scares, at least not this year.
You see what I'm saying?
Russell had one. I had one. Too much.
I could have cancer roaring through my body. I wouldn't know because I won't let nobody look. You know, I don't want to know. You know, I've seen so many people. Like, I had a friend that found out he had cancer, and 3 weeks later he was dead.
Mm-hmm.
Lost all will to live. You know, he just like gave up, and it was like, no, I don't even want to know. I'm gonna live out. I'm gonna be happy. I'm gonna go all the way out, just like I am today. You know, I hate doctors. I hate big pharma. I hate the thought of being addicted to something I can't control. All that, you know. All that scares me. I've seen too much and been through too much.
Yeah, Russell and I are just too stubborn to let that take us out.
One of my best friend's mother went into the hospital for some tests and never came out. Them places scare me, man. I don't like them. I'd rather just like go out naturally the way the good Lord intended. You know?
Well, I've already had my second one this year, so I didn't talk about it, but it's already happened this year. So that's out of the bag already, and it's in the can. So I'm still working through some stuff. There's some pretty big things. I haven't talked about it yet, and I'll probably bring it up after a while. I just don't. Other stuff's going on.
No, not war wounds. I don't got no war wounds.
Unfortunately, the mass on my liver is still there, so that's what I spent all week, what is it, Saturday still? So I spent this week.
I don't even know.
Yeah, this week, that's why I was at the hospital all day Tuesday for, where everybody's like, where have you been all day? I went for that stuff. They were basically, the mass on my spine's gone. It wasn't cancer, but I still have a mass on my liver. It hasn't gotten any better. So I've been going through all these different tests and stuff. And so the test that I went through was for finding out if I need a liver transplant. And right now I'm stage 2, and stage 4 is transplant. So I don't know how long or how close or how far out it will be, but there's something that's going to be monitored until it gets too far. And it's not because I drink alcohol or anything like that. It's non-alcoholic cirrhosis of the liver. So it's just been, this has been part of what my problem is with being fatigued and, having the problem besides the car wreck that happened last year and, all the damage that's been done to my spine. It's only taken them 16 months to get to it. They thought they possibly had found something on my vocal cord, and that's the other thing that I went for Tuesday. But that came back negative for anything. So we're gonna thank God for that. But I'm still not out of the
words.
Yeah, there's no silencing, Russell. Come on.
Yeah, we have to have your words. They can't take your vocal cords, bro.
Yeah, well, and
I don't know. I think Russell might be really good at mime.
Oh, I would be. I'd use my hands a lot when I talk.
He'd
but
definitely get his point across. I know that. He'd have signs, or he'd have a screen behind him that he'd be typing
I'll be the Wile E. Coyote of comics.
typing and pointing. He'd be like, "No, that's what I meant."
But yeah, so
Do that again. That was Sergeant Slaughter, boy. Do that again.
That was a little Sergeant Slaughter.
Yeah, look, that's Sergeant Slaughter right there, dude. Now you got to get the voice, and we'll go on the road with that one. That was good.
But yeah, so, and it sucks because, I've been working 60 plus hours the last couple of weeks because things have been nuts. Now that things are picking back up, our job has been insane, and there's other stuff going on too. So that's been part of my problem is I'm trying to pump out this Kickstarter, and I've just been dog-ass tired when I get home. So I've been ordering a little bit here, working on a little bit of this there. And then Katrina sent me the edited version last year, and I edited it, and then the Kickstarter didn't fund, and so I just kind of put it away. And I had so much shit going on health-wise then, I screwed up, and I didn't make a backup of it. I had backups of like the 18 different copies before I sent it to her, the copy that I sent it to her, and then I had backups of the edited copy she sent to me, and I didn't back up that copy. So I tried to turn it into a digital file, and here it is. I sent
Are you one of those people that erases your emails and doesn't save the important stuff?
No, that's the problem. I don't erase my emails either, so I had to dig through shit all the time.
The easiest thing, Russell, is if you ever lose something from me, just say, "Hey, I lost it."
You messaged it to me, so I knew I had it. I had to go back through that.
I have duplicates and everywhere. I've got stuff stored to the cloud, stuff stored in my laptop.
Well, you bet your ass I have 18 backups of it this time. But I had
so if anybody ever needs anything from me, I guaranteed probably have it.
Well, here's the thing. I made all these. I didn't make a backup of it, so I did the Kickstarter. I had sent in for copyright, and I sent in to the book printer to be like, hey, check this out. And they're like, hey, we can't open this file. I was like, what do you mean you can't open it? Oh, it's corrupted. So I looked, and I'm like, oh, it is corrupted. So I the file that I sent the copyright office, everything, nobody got anything. So I had to re-edit the book over the last week and a half. And so it's been.
I remember us talking about that.
Yeah, so it's been a cluster F. So
I cried for you.
I got that done. I got the digital copy sent out this week. So it sucks. I'm trying to get everything done, but I'm hoping to stay on track with it. But it's you know what? That's the thing. Is conquering this shit. Nothing's gonna take me out. I'm gonna keep going until I stop, and I made to stop. But I'm excited. I'm excited to finally get this book out of here. It's great. Too. I can't wait for people's, the people that have read the digital to let me know what they thought about it. And I'm working on book 2 on kind of on the side to take a break from things when I need a chill out moment. But you guys, anybody sees any less of me over the next few weeks, it's not because I'm trying to disappear on people. I've just been fatigued. And, then I found out the stuff about, me possibly needing a liver transplant in the near future. And, you know what it's like being on the list for that stuff. You could wait, and the wait could be too long. And so I just, that coupled with the fatigue, I'm trying to work on shit and concentrate on it. So I've been disappearing from live feeds. Everybody's like, where you been at, man? I'm like, dude, I got home from work and I laid on the couch after dinner and I passed out and I just woke up like 10 minutes ago.
Well,
no, I get that.
Let's go ahead and run through and everybody tell where we can find you.
Sounds good.
I'm gonna get a little rest because I gotta go hit golf balls early in the morning.
There we go, talking about playing with balls again.
Swinging
at balls again.
Swinging. Hey, I got some really cool ones though. I got one that says Mojo on it. I got Harley Davidson golf. I got all kinds of different golf balls. It's cool, It's like if I had to choose between comics and golf's gonna win until I can't do it anymore, because eventually I won't be able to do it anymore, and then I'll have more time, for comics. But I try to be equal with the two. I love both of them a lot. Okay, seasonal up here, so in the wintertime I get to just be all about comics. But as soon as it starts getting nice, I want to go hit golf. I want to go out there, So tomorrow morning. Usually I don't get to.
It gets
on
nice
Cromcon
up here. See, you understand? Pops and I only live probably a couple hours from each other.
Yeah.
And it gets nice up here, and I'm still inside because this baby white skin outside and I don't get along.
I don't usually get to get out on CromCon weekend. I'm usually stuck in the house right here the whole time. So for my son to get me a tea time early in the morning so I can get out of here and get a break from this chair for a few hours tomorrow morning.
Yeah, you got to take it when you get it.
I need a new chair. That's what I've realized doing this tonight is I need a new chair. This chair sucks.
If I was here, I'd get up at 8 o'clock. I'd sit right here. I'd be here till noon when the show starts, and then I'd be here for another 12 hours. Mm-hmm. He's getting me out the house in the morning, so he's saving me a few hours in this chair anyway. Because it's just an addiction now. I get up in the morning, I check and see who dropped something in the madness that I can go share out, and I go start looking around for stuff to talk about and to share and to do. I mean,
I'd say I posted my preview link there. It was one of the first places I went. So I thought, man, if I don't share this, Pops is going to be on my ass.
If I don't see it, I can't help you guys out. That's the main point.
I'm always a little hesitant to post things that I do in comic groups though, because it's not really a comic. They're prose. I mean, there's stories. There's art in the book.
Well, see, that's the thing about ours, though. Our group is about networking and promotion, and I expect you to let us know what you're doing.
Yeah, and I'm excited because the artist that worked on Eric didn't have the time for this one, and he still did my cover, but he didn't have time to do the interior art. And so I have a new artist. She's 19. It's her first illustrative job. I'm just so excited to share her with the world. She's so much fun. And when you look at the Kickstarter, you'll see there's keychains and figurines as part of the reward tiers. And she hand makes all of those too.
Nice.
So she's super excited that she gets to be part of this. And she happens to be April's girlfriend.
Okay, well, we're just going to have to make sure that you get her out when it's live, so that we can talk to her about her little creations and everything.
I'm gonna try. I told her that if nothing else, I would share her Etsy shop and that kind of stuff. She just got her first really big full-time job. So to be 19 again and having their first full-time job.
Jeez,
that's a good thing.
I was 14 when I had my first book.
Well, I don't know that it's her first one, but she's working, I think, at an animal clinic, and so she's super excited, and she's full time, and
I was
14.
illegal.
It wasn't exactly legal, but I was babysitting, at least part time by 14.
I falsified my birth certificate and everything so I could get a job when I was 14, man.
Man, my grandmother would have busted my ass so hard if I'd tried that.
But see, you could get away with that back then. It was just a typewriter type thing, I mean, it was it was so easy back then. Now you can't, you can't change the birth certificate now.
Now they can look you up online.
Yeah, I mean, but when I was a teenager, that, there was no, unless they went down to the hospital and looked through the files, who's going to argue with me, right? So I was working.
No, but I'm super excited to, kind of introduce the world to Max. She's a sweetheart too, so fingers crossed everything goes smoothly. If not, I'm going to call Russell and he's going to start bopping people on the head. We have a plan. You gotta watch, Pops. Russell's challenging you for that number one spot. So,
which number one spot? What spot?
Backer number one.
Backer number one.
Well, see, that just goes down to whether or not I'm even watching at the time, paying it. You know me. I'm doing so much half the time. I don't know what the hell's going on.
Yeah. Well, I almost accidentally launched it early. I almost gave myself a heart attack.
Just make sure you let us know, ahead of time in the madness. Give us a half-hour warning or something.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go live that day and do a countdown.
Do a launch party. That's what we do.
So it's gonna be May 1st. I'm thinking. I haven't decided what time we're gonna launch. Part of it's, do I want to set an early alarm and get up early?
If I look at it like this.
I'm not a morning person.
if you kick it off at night in prime time, you're getting, prime time viewage, but then you're not losing the whole last day. You see what I'm saying? You started early, like at 9 in the morning. That last day, it's over at 9 in the morning.
Right.
And nobody's going to back it at the end because they're all getting up for work.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm leaning towards probably noon, 1 o'clock, like kind of halfway.
I'm just saying. I look at it like
I
that
don't
whole
know.
day. I want that whole day. The launch
Yeah.
party, everybody that wants to back that book, that is going to back that book, that's looking to be backer number 1, they're all going to be there when it launches anyway.
It's true.
It's the last day when you're trying to get as many people in under the deadline as you can. The closer or the farther the deadline is away, the more chance you have to bring in them last.
Yeah.
Hey, you got an hour left. Hey, you know what I mean? It's like when you launch, everybody knows when it's going to launch. Everybody who wants to be on that, they're going to be there when it launches.
Right.
It's that last day push. You want a full day to push it. You want to be out there that whole last day. You want to be on this show. You want to be on that show. And then that last hour, you want to be out there talking, telling people.
Yeah, yeah.
Last chance, But if your last chance is at noon before I even got off work, I might not even be able to see it. And then, oh, shit, it's over. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's like, I like to have that full last day because I'm that guy that's out there pushing it.
Yeah.
So I just look at the averages. The people are going to be there for your launch. It's bringing them last minute buyers in. That's your, that's the hook that a lot of people don't think about. It's the people, oh my God, I forgot. That one's almost over. Well, you're not going to forget if it's something I'm telling people about because I'm going to be telling everybody it's almost over.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
True story. I had somebody back it after it was over, and it shows on Kickstarter that they backed it after it ended, but it still counted because it shows backer. Congratulations, your project is funded. Backer number 80 backed for this, and I'm like, because
I must have gotten in just as it.
Was that a upgrade or an add-on? Or
No, it was a new backer. No, I went from
They must have gotten in just as it was ending.
Yeah, it was 79, and then when it ended, I was like 80, and I went back and looked, and it was like, congratulations, you have funded such and such.
Backer number 80.
Yeah, I was like, that's hilarious.
But yeah, I mean, I always work the hardest on the last day because that's, that last chance day. I know people are going to show up for a launch party. Everybody who's been waiting for that book to launch is going to show up for the launch party.
Yeah.
It's those people that you're hooking in the middle that are like, I don't know. Only an hour left.
Right.
Those are the people we're trying to hook. You see what I'm saying? You want to give them that whole day, and you want to give people like me that whole day to push that book. Because I'm not the only one doing this. You guys know that. There's other people out there that are pushing your products. You guys are pushing your products. Give yourself that whole day.
I push it, especially the ones that I've worked on, because I know what's gone into those. I know exactly, the quality level. Although I haven't been around much either.
That's my advice for the time launch.
No, that's good. I hadn't considered that.
I've been doing this for a year now, and I've been watching, and it's like the books that people are looking for, they don't have a hard time getting that quick funding. Them people that have been waiting for it, they're there. They're there waiting. They're all over it that first day, the second day. They're all over it.
Right.
It's the work comes after that. It's all the people that you got to bring in, or the people you have to remind.
It's the lull.
Reminding.
The lull.
Well,
that's why I've only scheduled 2 podcasts so far, and they've both been during the lull.
Yeah.
I said, because it's the same kind of thing. I know those, I don't know that there are many people waiting for it, but I know those who are waiting for it will be there at the beginning.
Yep.
It's that lull right in the middle. So I think I've got one on the 14th, and I think one's the 18th of the month. And then if CRoMCon doesn't end before it ends, I'll be probably booking a slot there.
I got Monday Madness. I do launch parties. I do countdowns. I do all that stuff.
All right.
It's like, that's what I'm saying. It's like I've really branched out from just CRoMCon.
I guess.
but I like doing countdowns and I like doing launch parties. You know, that's fun for me. So I'm getting out of here again.
Again.
All right, Jonathan, you want to give Jonathan the screen, let everybody know where everybody can find him and about his stuff. We'll go through.
Yeah, Jonathan, where can we find you, sir?
Oh, well, my stuff, you could get in contact with me through Facebook, my Facebook page. I'm on Instagram and Twitter. I also have a fan page that you can also get to Future Scope, Showcase, Celestine, Protective Realms, and other stories. So those mediums I'm pretty much heavily on and always updating.
And you want to taste of Jonathan's stuff? Hit him up in the messages. Ask him to get you a Future Scope showcase with Celestine, Street Journal, and Zion 3. And he will send it to you for a little bit of money. That's all you need.
And you are in the madness, right, Jonathan?
Yes. Yep.
Yeah. You can find him in the madness, everybody. You know how that works.
There you go. And support everybody's product, the Madness, Russell, everybody here. They got great stuff. Really, the whole feeling is fantastic. And I really appreciate being welcomed by all you great creators and individuals. So
you bet, man.
I really do appreciate it.
I'm glad to finally get to meet you too.
Yes. Yes. Now, I'm gonna head out myself to hit the hay,
buddy.
Yeah. Right. But thank you so much.
You're
Pleasure.
welcome. We'll have you back, bud. All right, Ryan, where can everyone find you and your work?
On YouTube /Fartoons, FARTOONS.
There you go. Hold on.
And other things as well. If you like.
Hold on, sorry.
You can't figure out how to leave us.
Stand by. Technical difficulties.
How do I do this?
There's that red button at the bottom that says leave.
There you go.
We got it.
Oh, we'll just kick him out.
So youtube.com/Fartoons. And you have a website as well, don't you?
Yeah, fartoons.net. Just be forewarned, everything is pretty much offensive on there. So
yeah,
it goes pretty far, a little too far sometimes. Sometimes I take them down because I'm embarrassed. I'm embarrassed by my sense of humor.
Hold up, do you know Christy Shin?
Who?
He doesn't know Christy
Demon
Shin.
Bitch? Do you know Christy Shin, the Demon Bitch?
No.
Dude, just go check out Demon Bitch and look at all the stuff she puts up, and you'll never be embarrassed to put up anything after that, dude. You won't. You just go for it.
I'll send you her Facebook profile, and you can add her as a friend. You can get on some, watch some of her shows. She's fucking hilarious.
She's one of our admins in the madness, and she's hilarious. She's great. You gotta check stuff out.
And what about you, Miss Katrina?
Well, you can find me at catscratchpress.com. If you're interested in editorial services, I have a link there for services, as well as some sneak peeks on stories for the new book. I need to post a sneak peek of some of the art for the new book. That's going to be my project tomorrow. As well as Instagram at Life with Katie, and Twitter at Katrina Rotes, ROE, T as in Tom, S as in Sam. And Facebook. I think I'm the only Katrina Rotes on Facebook, so, you know.
She's in the madness, yo.
And I'm in the madness.
I'm on Facebook, too. Just look up Fartoons on Facebook, and I'm there, too. So. And Twitter and Instagram.
So just Google Fartoons, and you will find everything Rye Guy and more.
Yeah.
And Russell, where the hell are you, bro?
So everybody, I am Russ Lyon with Russ Explode Studios. Please come check out my page, Russ Explode Studios, Books with Heart. It is not only my publication page where I'll be putting all the stuff, Xeno Nanite Titan and more as far as my books coming out, but also check out my creator interviews. I am also on YouTube at Russ Explode Studios. You can find my interviews on Sunday nights at 8 p.m. Central, 9 p.m. Eastern, Tuesday nights at 8 p.m. Central, 9 p.m. Eastern, and on Saturdays at 8:30, I do a highly offensive review show as Harry Sachs with Exploding Blue Balls Entertainment. So you'll see me sporting this guy right here. Harry Sachs. Anyway, so also check out my awesome book, Xeno Nanite Titan. It will be dropping on my website.
Yeah,
right-
try saying that 3 times
I
fast.
just said,
I'm
hey,
just
I hardly
saying.
ever get it right. I got it right that time, Russell. I got it
Yeah,
right.
see, Xeno Nanite Titan, Xeno Nanite Titan, Xeno Nanite Titan. There you go. Did it 3 times
I'm
fast.
impressed because don't feel bad, Pops. I mean, I did all the editing on the book, so I probably have seen that title 50,000 times, and I still stumble over it.
Every time I interview Russell or I'm on a stream with Russell, it's like
Something Titan.
So
Xenonanite Titan, Xenonanite Titan, Xenonanite Titan.
So it just funded on Kickstarter, ended on March 18th. I'm in the process of fulfillment right now. Super excited to get this book out to everybody. So if you want to get added onto the sub list to find out when this book goes live on my website, just head over to www.xenonanitetitan.com. And if you need to find me anywhere, just type in Russ Explode right there on the screen, right there where my finger is. You Google that, you will find my website, my Twitter, my Instagram, my Facebook, my YouTube, anything that's ever I have done. It is under Russ Explode. So it will be me. So definitely check it out. Please go sub to the website. Please go sub to my Facebook page. Come check out the creator interviews. Tomorrow night, I have on Phil Russert, and then Tuesday I have on. Yeah, I don't remember.
Not
brain.
me.
Not
I'll
you.
give you guys a heads up. It is not me.
No, it'll be you later next month, though.
I
My
will
brain's
be,
fried.
I will be somewhere in May. It's on my calendar.
I do have one question for each of you on your way out, and I'll start with. Well, I mean, it can be for everybody. Here we go. What is your favorite Facebook group, and why is it the Comic Related Madness?
No pressure.
Now that's commitment.
Now, see, Katrina, mine worked better because I actually muted my mic.
Yeah, I'm too late. It's too late at night. I'm too lazy to like scroll a mouse. That's work. That's work.
So, everyone, thanks for checking all of us out tonight. Thanks for coming and hanging out. Thanks for asking questions. Thanks for checking out the projects. Please go to those links in the description, in the comments, all over the place. Go check out these pages. Check out the work that everybody has to offer. I can't stress it enough. You know, everyone needs a yes man. Everyone needs somebody to go out there and help make that project happen. If you see something that you like, show it a little bit of love. Make it happen for somebody. You never know what you could do for somebody.
That's right. CromCon 13. I want to thank everybody, all the guests, all the viewers, my co-hosts, Russell, Danny for putting together excellent panels. Everybody who just likes what we do, man. I want to remind everybody that CromCon 13 is dedicated to the memory of Corey Steger, Matt Knoll's partner over there at Insymmetry. He was one of his music buddies, his best friend for years, and we're sorry for what happened. And I'm just anything I can do to help them and the family. And hey. We're all in this together, y'all. We're all in this together. So you all have a good evening. I'm going to run the video, the theme, the CromCon. I'm going to run that thing out, and then I'm out of here. So, oh, yeah, there's that dude. There you go. I remember him. I'm probably not going to hang out in the backstage because, like I said, I'm going golfing in the morning. So
have fun playing
you
with balls.
guys, Yeah, I don't have blue ones. I do not have blue ones.
I was gonna ask, but then thought, you know what? Let's not.
No, I do
Well,
not
he took
have
it
blue
there.
ones. And they're Pro Vs, baby. Pro Vs.
Go.